everybody to day
Hang on, Dan.
three. Oh,
Okay, now we are live.
We are good to go, Dan.
welcome everybody to day three of the ACB DC Leadership Conference. This year's conference is in memorial of Charlie Crawford, who was our second executive director of the American Council of the Blind, a wonderful advocate for our community. And Charlie, you are really, really missed. And we know you'd have a big smile on your face with all the wonderful advocacy conversation that's taking place this week. So Charlie, we've got you in our thoughts. Also wanted to take a moment just to thank all of our members and friends who are participating in our monthly monetary support program, MMS, and a special shout out to James Polsani, hopefully I'm saying that right, from New York. He's our $50 certificate gift card winner for Monday. So congratulations, James. Thank you for participating in the monthly monetary support program. And again, today we'll be giving away another $50 certificate. And then everybody that participated throughout the weekend will be in a big drawing for a smart television. So please, if you haven't joined yet, or you'd like to increase your pledge by $5 or join for a minimum of 10, please contact either Gene Mann or George Holliday. Let me give you those emails and numbers real quick. So it's askacbmms@gmail.com. That's askacbmms@gmail.com, or call 202-743-0755. That's 202-743-0755. Leave a message with your name and phone number, and they promise they'll call you back real quick. So thank you everybody who's helped so much. And wow, what an exciting day for day three and day two of our legislative seminar. Fantastic conversations yesterday, great panels, and I can't wait to hear more about digital accessibility and health and wellness and hear from our wonderful speakers today. But first, I want to turn it over to our Executive Director, Eric Bridges, for a couple of important announcements. So Eric, good morning.
Good morning, Dan. So yeah, usually I'd be letting everybody know where the bathrooms were. In the old days, we used to joke about that. But actually, I've got a couple of announcements that I'd like to make, and I'd like to join Clark, or have Clark join me in making them. We have just this week announced the hiring, or will be announcing the hiring of 2 new employees to welcome to the ACB team. And I'm really excited to be able to announce actually that we extended an offer, and we are very pleased to welcome Jolynn Bailey-Page to the ACB team as our audio description project coordinator and grant writer. Jolynn's been with ACB in a contractor role for several years, assisting with grant writing, but also working with the audio description project steering committee, as well as the unit description project that we work on with the University of Hawaii and the National Park Service. So Jolynn has a vast depth of knowledge in audio description as well as grant writing, and we had some very good candidates apply and interview for this position. But I'm very pleased that we can announce that Jolynn will be joining our team as a full-time employee starting March 1. And then to go along with that, Clark, why don't you talk about the other employee announcement that directly relates to advocacy and governmental affairs?
Absolutely, Eric. Thank you. And first, congratulations and welcome aboard to Jolynn Bailey-Page. Certainly appreciated getting to know you through your work with the Audio Description Project Steering Committee, as well as working with you in the National Park Service and the University of Hawaii and Google on the Uni Description Project as well. For the ACB Advocacy and Governmental Affairs team, we are excited to welcome Swatha Nandakumar as ACB's new advocacy and outreach specialist. So folks, you'll be seeing that name and hearing her voice also starting on March 1st, and an announcement will go out later this week. So when you have a chance, please welcome Swatha to ACB. She hails from the state of Illinois, is a graduate of Loyola University with a degree in public policy, has time and experience with Senator Dick Durbin from the state of Illinois, as well as the Library of Congress, and experience as a phone bank operator and call trainer. So something we need near and dear here in the ACB office.
Absolutely.
We get thousands of phone calls a month. So Swatha, again, welcome to ACB, and we're excited to work with you.
Yeah. Well, and before I go, I just want to let everyone know that in the coming weeks, you'll be seeing more position openings sent out through email and social media. And for folks that are interested in different types of employment opportunities, please stay tuned. It's a sign of growth in the organization. We're able to do more for more of our members in the broader community, and I'm really excited about the direction that ACB is headed, and it's going to be a really good 2021. I also just briefly want to thank the ACB team for all the work that they've put into the last few days. This is it has to be a passion for folks to be able to prepare and produce what has taken place thus far. And the ACB team, which includes employees and contractors, but then also the folks within ACB Radio that are volunteering their time as hosts and streamers. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much. With that, I'm going to hand it over. Actually, no, I'm going to do one more thing, which I've done in the past as well. We have 3 tremendous sponsors this year. JP Morgan Chase, as you all are aware, has been a major supporter of the American Council of the Blind for the last 6 years, and they are a presidential sponsor this year, $10,000. Vanda Pharmaceuticals, a congressional sponsor, and thanks so much to them for their continued support, which is going on a decade now, as well as Vispero. And Vispero has actually sponsored the digital inclusion breakout that hopefully folks will be attending today. And Matt Ader from Vispero will be back with us later this afternoon to talk about the work that Vispero is up to. So thank you very much to those 3 companies, and I will get out of your hair and hand it over to Clark to get things moving. Clark.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you to our sponsors for making this virtual conference, the DC leadership meetings, the president's meeting and legislative seminar, for making all of this possible. And as Eric stated, we have our digital inclusion breakout track this afternoon with presentations from the FCC Disability Rights Office, a panel on broadband access and adoption, as well as a panel on modernizing the 21st Century Communications Video Accessibility Act. Running concurrently with the digital inclusion breakout is our health and wellness breakout, with presentations from the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Civil Rights, Joseph Nara from the ITEM Coalition talking about low vision device coverage for Medicare and Medicaid, and Tony Stevens and ACB Diabetics in Action and others having an open conversation about what a diabetes bill of rights would look like for people with diabetes and living with vision loss. At the end of the day, we'll bring everyone back together for our closing general session, much like Dan did with the fireside chat with all of our national blindness partners on Sunday. We'll have a conversation with the public policy leads for a lot of these organizations. It'll become pretty apparent pretty quickly that Not one organization can tackle all of the issues and policy items that are important to our members in the broader community. So we'll get to hear what other organizations are prioritizing here in the 117th Congress and here in 2021. And I think it'll be clear that there are areas of overlap, areas where we'll be able to collaborate and work together. But before we get to all of that, I'd like to welcome our guest for this morning general session for his presentation. Coming to us live from Providence, Utah, we have Sachin Pavathran, the new Executive Director for the U.S. Access Board. Good morning, Sachin. How are you?
Good morning, Clark.
Yeah, and I know we have a little bit of that Utah weather here in the DC area, and I know you'll be relocating later this year. So hopefully it warms up here once you're in the area full time.
Well, it's definitely blowing snow outside over here, so it's definitely winter's definitely upon us over here.
All right, well, great. Well, Sachin, I'll let you take it away for your presentation here this morning. And folks, as time permits, we will open up for Q&A towards the end of this session as well.
Thank you, Clark. Well, good morning, everyone. Like Clark said, I am the new Executive Director for the U.S. Access Board. Just been in this position for almost 2 months now. And I'm excited that Clark invited me to speak to all of you in regards to the work that we do at the Access Board. I'm going to start off with some background about what the Access Board does as the federal agency, then kind of focus a little bit more on our upcoming activities, and then open up to question and answers. I do want to spend more time answering any questions you might have rather than me speaking to all of you. So I'll give my brief comments, and then we'll spend more time having a conversation, answering any questions you might have. So to start off with the U.S. Access Board, what does the U.S. Access Board do and what the focus is? There's often confusion about, the jurisdiction of the agency and what the Access Board, the functioning of the Access Board. So to give a better understanding of the structure of the U.S. Access Board, we are a small federal agency, independent federal agency that oversees writing guidelines and standards on accessibility. When I say accessibility, it covers pretty much anything from built environment to ICT, so information communication technology area, to passenger vessels, public rights of way, medical diagnostic equipment. So pretty much anything you can think of when it comes to accessible, anything that requires accessibility, we have a hand in it. The Access Board is a small agency. Like I said, we are a staff of about 30 individuals who are experienced in various areas of accessibility. We are also governed by a board of 25 members. The 25 members are comprised of 13 of them who are appointed by the President of the US, and 12 of them are heads of various federal agencies like Department of Defense, Department of Education, Transportation, Health and Human Services, Interior, so 12 of them. So it's a composition of these 13 presidential appointees and 12 agency heads that governs the board. I came to the Access Board initially as appointee under the Obama administration in 2012, and I served a couple of terms as the public member for the Access Board, and then accepted this position to be the executive director. To talk about the focus areas of the Access Board, the three primary things that we focus on. One is rulemaking, working on regulations. So we work on different regulations, and I'll speak more in detail in a minute. So rulemaking is one. The next piece is technical assistance, providing technical assistance to whether it's agencies, professionals in the space of accessibility, anyone who could use the information to create a more accessible environment. Then the other piece is the enforcement of the Architecture Barriers Act. So the ABA, where we enforce any compliance issues that might arise based on any accessibility barriers in federal buildings. So in regards to rulemaking, in the last 4 years under the previous administration, the Access Board has not been involved in any rulemaking because of an executive order that was passed under the previous administration, which a lot of people would refer to it as the 241 regulation, where for every piece of regulation that was introduced, we had to give up 2 regulations in-house, which an agency of our size and with the kind of work we do, it was just not feasible for our agency to give up any regs that we have in place. So our hands were kind of tied as far as doing any kind of rulemaking. But with the incoming with the new administration, that executive order has been rescinded, and with that, it has changed what we focus on. So we are now going to start focusing back on the rulemaking aspect, which has been kind of temporarily put on hold. So that's going to be our big focus, because there are a lot of rules that we need to be focusing on that has been put in the back burner. One of the first priorities for me coming in as the executive director is to start focusing on one particular rule that has been sitting in the back burner for a very long time, which is the rule on public rights of way, which has has been around for a long time and has not seen a completion. So that's going to be our biggest priority this year when it comes to rulemaking. We have all hands on deck trying to get this rule out the door. Now it's, I often get asked the question, what's the timeline when this is going to get out, out the door? Unfortunately, I can't give an answer to that, because it's not just the Access Board who makes the final call. We are in the final stages, that I can say that piece, but there are other agency who has to weigh in the final rule that we hope to put out this year. So the public rights of way rule that we're working on will it will provide new guidelines under the Americans with Disabilities Act, under the Architecture Barriers Act, and it'll address accessibility. It'll address accessibility pieces under sidewalks, crosswalks, signals, all the different areas that, as blind people, myself and all of you would really appreciate. And this is an area that really has, I feel like the cities and towns have gone ahead and started making some of these changes, but the rule is kind of behind. So our hope is to get this up to speed, and so that cities and towns across the country can address and do the things that they need to be doing, so that they follow the accessibility standards that we propose. Spoke about technical assistance. So we provide a lot of different technical assistance. In regards to technical assistance, we provide Section 508 training that happens every other month. It's the last Tuesday of every other month, and anyone is welcome to sign in and listen to these webinars that we hold. A lot of the folks who attend these are individuals in the federal agencies, but it's open to anyone outside the federal agencies as well. We have a webinar that we offer every first Thursday of the month on Architectural Barriers Act, or sorry, anything on built environment as well. And this, again, open to anyone. All these webinars are archived, and you can view it on our website at any time. one thing we have coming up in this month and actually March and April is a forum on autonomous vehicles. It's a topic that many of us are interested in. I know I've been involved in the conversation quite a bit before even coming into this position. So we're trying to engage in a dialogue with various stakeholders on what we need to be paying attention to when it comes to autonomous vehicles, and so that people with disabilities are not left behind when these are being rolled out. I know a lot of conversations are happening in many different spaces. We have engaged with Department of Transportation in many levels, but we want to create a space where there's more dialogue happening, especially in the federal space and with experts in the experts in accessibility. Often, we all know often things happen and accessibility gets forgotten, and we do not want that to be the case for this particular area. But we're trying to play as much of a role as we can to make sure the conversation does not get forgotten when it comes to people with disabilities and accessibility. So there's 4 of these sessions coming up, and feel free to sign up. The information's on our website. March 10th being the first of the 4, I believe. Let's see, March 10th, March 24th, April 7th, and April 21st, I believe is the last one. So there's four of these forums, and there's going to be conversation in between these scheduled presentations that we can engage in different dialogue and conversation about autonomous vehicle and how it impact not just the blind population, but people with disabilities at large. When it comes to a lot of the technical assistance we provide, there are things that we're trying to engage in where so that we can really reach out to the folks in the industry, so that it's not just individuals who are specialized to do accessibility, but we're trying to get more into universities, for example, the College of Architecture, so that people in universities can understand how to better integrate some of the accessibility conversation into the different subject matters that get discussed within universities, because we find a lot of these could be addressed if universities would make some of this conversation of a higher priority. And that's a pretty large undertaking, and we want to make sure that all of you feel empowered to have this kind of conversation as well in different universities that you might have relations with, because having these kind of conversations within a higher ed setting, which is where I came from prior to coming to the Access Board, it is really critical to have these kind of conversations, because students coming outside, students getting this kind of information in their degrees, in their undergraduate or graduate programs, whichever programs they're going through, having some exposure to accessibility is going to make a huge difference in some of the work we're trying to accomplish, not just at the Access Board, but at the federal agencies at large. So I just want to put that plug out there for all of you to kind of keep that in mind on how you can encourage universities to embed some of these conversations when it comes to accessibility in the various classes that speak about design, or whether it's engineering, whatever that we can think of that accessibility could be a part of the subject matter. The last piece I want to touch on is our enforcement piece on the Architectural Barriers Act. So that is the one statute that we as a federal agency have enforcement jurisdiction. Often there's a misunderstanding that the Access Board has enforcement on Section 508 and other accessibility piece. The Access Board's role in a lot of those other rules or standards is more working on the standard, and the different agencies like DOJ or transportation, depending upon the regulation, they are the enforcers. But the one we do have jurisdiction on is the Architecture Barriers Act. So the Architecture Barriers Act is the law that protects the accessibility of federal agencies. So any federal buildings, any building that is even leased by a federal agency, or any federal dollars that has gone into updating a building that there's going to be any kind of federal presence, those buildings need to follow the Architectural Barriers Act. So any accessibility barriers that might be that might come up in those settings, it's the U.S. Access Board that receives the complaints and makes sure those complaints are resolved. So whether it's the post office, whether it's national parks, any kind of areas that federal agencies or the federal government has any kind of influence on, we receive those kind of complaints. So we do quite a bit of work. It seems like a lot of the recent ones have been with the U.S. Postal Office, U.S. Postal Office, or national parks in different parts of the country when it comes to accessibility. But there are other areas that that do come up. A lot of the Department of Defense is another agency that we work quite a bit in addressing some of these barriers. So anyone who might come across with some of these accessibility barriers, you can file a complaint on our website, where we would review that and work with the agency that has jurisdiction over that space, so that we can address some of them are fairly quick that we can address them. Some of them do take time, depending upon if it's a built environment that modification needs to take place. So please do keep that in mind if you come across any kind of federal spaces that requires accessibility barriers. Again, this is architectural barriers. This does not include electronic accessibility. So, document accessibility, that's not covered under this. This is built environment. So those are the big focus areas for the Access Board. I just wanted to put all that information out there, and happy to answer any questions also. But before we go there, I want to also talk to you, as a blind person myself. Accessibility often gets forgotten in many conversations, and I know this is this is personal for me, and it's personal for all of you. And I really do want to encourage all of you to reach out to the U.S. Access Board if there are things that we could be focusing on and things that we could be collaborating in, because some of these conversations really does take time, and we would hate to sit in the backseat not wondering when some of these things get addressed. Like I said, we have our board comprises of 12 federal agencies that sit on our board. So the Access Board do have some level of influence because of the conversations we have with these other federal agencies. If there's anything we can do as the Access Board in being engaged in some of this conversation that we might have missed or have not realized that might be happening, please do reach out to us so that we can be engaged and also be partners with all of you in addressing some of these accessibility barriers that we often face. With that said, I want to, Clark, I want to turn the time over to you on how you want to handle the question and answer portion.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sachin, for that presentation. And before we open up to audience Q&A, because I'm the moderator and I have the power, I would like to ask you a couple questions as well. So you mentioned how the Access Board works with other federal agencies. And I'm curious about the relationship between the Access Board and other independent federal commissions. So in two instances, we had a presentation from the Election Assistance Commission yesterday, late afternoon, early evening. And Sachin, you are one of the founding members of the National Coalition on Accessible Voting. So I'm curious whether there's a role for the Access Board to play in coordination with the Election Assistance Commission to create more accessible voting systems for both in-person and remote absentee voting.
Clark, thanks for asking that question. And yes, you know, in working with you on that coalition, and it's a topic that's very personal to me, accessible voting, and I've been engaged in the conversation for a long time. And to add a quick answer to your question, yes, the Access Board does have a role in working with the commission. Now, it has not been the strongest collaboration in the past, which is something I would like to see change. We do have two of our public members, two presidential appointees that serve on the Board of Advisors for the Elections Assistance Commission, and they do serve on the TGDC as well, the Technical Guidelines Development Committee, which I did for a short period before I came onto this role. Now, the collaboration in the past has been just in those roles, serving on the Board of Advisors and TGDC. And what I hope to change in the conversation, you know, as the Access Board, we do have expertise in the space when it comes to accessibility, and you know, we don't claim to be an expert on voting at large, but we have expertise in the accessibility piece of the voting. So my hope is to engage more with the executive director of the EAC, Mona, and so that we can have more partnership in some of these conversations. I know there's been conversations happening of the EAC having their own accessibility wing, or you know, kind of the similar to what they have for security. I'd like to be more engaged in that conversation with them to see how we can better help in addressing you know, some of this conversation. And touching on the remote voting aspect, that's a topic that I have a strong interest in, and it's something I want to definitely engage with the EAC on.
Great, and we look forward to helping facilitate that connection in those conversations in any way we can. And then the maybe last question for me before we open it up to Q&A. Similar topic. I know that earlier this year, the Access Board held a webinar on the accessibility of video conferencing and communications platforms. I'll also note that the Federal Communications Commission has yet to define interoperable video communication services. So do you again think that this is an area of collaboration between the FCC and the Access Board to create guidelines for accessible video communication services as well?
So the FCC, from my understanding, they generally have taken the lead on some of this guidelines. The Access Board has weighed in when we have been invited. So I do want to make one thing clear. When it comes to collaboration, there are areas that we have jurisdiction because of how the statute reads. And then the other aspect is we need to be invited to play a role in writing those guidelines. Now, yes, the Access Board has had conversations with FCC on some of the topic areas. Now, I am not sure where FCC stands on creating some of these guidelines under their umbrella, but we continue to have conversations about this and other topic areas with the FCC.
Great. So two similar but uniquely different scenarios and situations. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll turn to our Zoom host now to open it up for audience Q&A and instruct folks on how to raise hands if they have questions.
Okay. If you are on a PC and you would like to raise your hand, it is Alt Y. If you're on a Mac, it is Option Y. If you're on an app on a smartphone, it is in this, I believe it's the center of your screen. And on a landline, it is *9. Chris Bell, you may unmute. Chris, you are up. Chris Bell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Seth. I would like to discuss an issue regarding the public rights of way, an issue that I know you're familiar with, which is accessible pedestrian signals. It seems to me that the ADA's mandate for effective communication should result in the access boards adopting a requirement for the installation of accessible pedestrian signals wherever pedestrian signals are that are not accessible. This could be done in conjunction, of course, with the Department of Justice and transition plans and barrier removal, et cetera, But I think that it's probably a violation of Section 504 of the Rehab Act with regard to federally conducted programs to not provide for effective communication in that context. I'd also add that the Federal Highway Administration and the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices current rulemaking is providing for hybrid beacons and flashing lights in streets, which of course will also not be accessible to people who are blind or who have poor low vision. One other thing I want to just say is I think that the Access Board, along with other federal agencies, has to have some mechanism for more rapidly responding to changes in technology. I don't know whether that's to adopt a more functional approach to accessibility standards such as WCAG is doing with their 3.0 draft, or whether it's providing more rapid interpretation under the equivalent facilitation mandate. But under the ADA, to have two rulemakings and a decade length of putting out ADA legal standards just isn't going to work today. But thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your comments. In regards to the first piece about the accessible signals, without getting too much into the rules, I do want to say that is a primary piece of conversation that is we are trying to address that in the rule. So please be aware of that when that comes out. The second piece, rapid rulemaking. That's when before coming to the federal agency, being a federal employee, that it was often my frustration. Why do these things take so long? Because yes, it is frustrating because technology changes rapidly, and we are still stuck working on a rule that's a decade old. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer to that. We are bound by what federal guidelines are when it comes to rulemaking process. If there was a better way for us to change that, this is not, it's not unique to our agency only. This is how rulemaking works. And I hear the frustration because I feel the same way when it comes to some of this conversation that keeps dragging on for a long time. But my hope is to at least eliminate any kind of lag that might happen within our agency, which is what I have control over. But anything that comes to the rulemaking side, where we collaborate with other agencies, especially Department of Justice, Transportation, those big agencies, we are dependent on their, when they come through with some of the internal federal agency reviews as well.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And our next question.
Penny.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I just want to say in conjunction with what Chris had to say, I was involved at a PROAC meeting 20 years ago in San Francisco. So it has really been a long time. But my question is about something else. Does the Access Board have any collaborative ability with the agency that oversees Medicare and Medicaid? Earlier in the pandemic, I had a telemedicine appointment with my GP, and the portal was not accessible. And I complained about it, and my GP was so upset that she told me she wouldn't see me anymore. So I have a better doctor now, but I'm sure I'm not the only person that's happened to. And I wonder if the Access Board can do anything about that.
Unfortunately, we don't. That's not an area of jurisdiction we have. Obviously, HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, that's who has the jurisdiction on that. And the Administration on Community Living is probably the best entity to take that question to.
Okay, well, I will complain to them. Thank you so much. And thanks for all you guys are doing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Christine?
Okay, I was curious. I don't know if this is an architectural barrier or if it is an accessibility kind of an issue. If federal agencies rent space in buildings that have those fancy new elevators that you have to tell the elevator which floor you want to go to, and then another place in the system tells you which elevator to go to, is that an architectural barrier if that system doesn't talk to you? Or is that kind of like a kiosk accessibility thing?
That's a good question. I think you stumped me on that one. So it's the destination elevator where you where you have the number pad on the outside, and you get elevators call. I need to check on that. I would think it is part of the architectural barriers because if it needs to have accessibility built into it. But I don't want to say the wrong thing. Let me get back to Clark with the right answer on that one. Because if a federal agency is renting space, that needs to meet the accessibility criteria. I have used some of those, and they do work great when you have the audible accessibility feature built onto it. In DC, I know the JW Marriott is one of the places I'm thinking of that has one of those. So let me check on that piece so that I don't give you the wrong answer, and I'll get back to Clark on that.
Thank you, Sachin.
Okay. Myra, you may unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, my question is a piggyback on Chris's, I guess. There seems to be a proliferation of roundabouts in high pedestrian areas where I live, and the people may or may not have any interest in making them accessible because it is more expensive to make them accessible. And I'm in the middle of something like that right now. And I'm just wondering, is that just a DOT thing, or do you have any impact at all? If you don't, who do we contact about that? It gets very dangerous to walk around.
So the PROAG rule that we're working on does address some of those barriers. It would be helpful for me to kind of get more information what you're experiencing. I know roundabouts could get tricky, and I know it's popping up more and more, but it is being addressed in the PROAG rule. But it would be helpful also to get some information. In fact, after this afternoon, our PROAG team is meeting on the text of the rule, and I can bring it up to the team. So when you get a chance, if you could send an email, Clark has my information, or I can just share it over here. It's Pavithran, PAVITHRAN @access-board.gov. So Pavithran, that's my last name, PAVITHRAN @access-board.gov.
Thank you.
Those kind of things, I can bring it up to the team as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Ray Campbell. Ray, you may unmute.
Now I got the prompt. Thank you, Sheila. Good morning. My question kind of piggybacks maybe a little bit on Chris Bell. And that is, do you have any jurisdiction or good working with the Department of Justice? We have been working for 11 years to get them to release a Title III rule under the ADA regarding web accessibility. It is very frustrating when you try to, and I work in the accessibility profession, it's very frustrating when you talk to a business about their website being inaccessible, and what we hear is, well, we need a standard. Well, let's get a rule out there. Is there anything that the Access Board can do to help make that happen? Thanks a lot.
It is a question that has come up multiple times when DOJ is at the table with us, and we continue to bring that question up because yes, it is an ongoing problem that is not yet addressed. Whether we have influence, we do bring it up, but we can't necessarily make them do their work. But we do bring it up. Personally, myself, I have brought it up in multiple meetings, even before coming to this role.
Let's hope that under the new administration will be able to move the ball forward on that. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all that the board does.
Yeah, and one thing to add in regards to the new administration, I know that is a important piece of conversation to be addressed because it is something that got missed or didn't get accomplished under not the previous administration, under the Obama administration. So it is a high priority item.
Well, they kept promising us, but they never did it. So hopefully they'll actually do it this time. Thanks a lot again for all you do, and thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Charlene, you may unmute. Charlene, go ahead.
I had to get to the unmute. Yes, I have a question with the department. It may be DOT, but the transit centers now are becoming, even at just bus stops, are becoming more and more digital readout. It's telling you about next buses, where, if there's any rerouting that has to be done about that rerouting, or what's going on with buses and trolleys and all the vehicles. So I wanted to, that needs to be made available to people who are blind as well, which in most cases it's not. And so is this a DOT, and is this something you can help with?
So, so that I understand. So are you talking about announcements of when at the bus stops, or are you talking in the bus itself?
No, I'm talking at the bus stops or at transit centers. The ones inside the bus we have solved. I mean, there's a digital readout and the announce, and that's the way it should be, because you need to cover for both, because deaf people don't hear the announcements. So, but I'm talking at the ones at transit centers, and now there's a bunch of them at bus stops. The new upgraded bus stops have these digital boards.
So I'm not, it is definitely a DOT issue, but I do want to look into that, whether we have any overlap with the PROAG rule. I'm not positive that it does, but I do.
That is pertinent information that they're putting out. For instance, if a bus stop is having to be discontinued for some reason, I can be standing there and never know.
Sure, no, I agree with you. I'm making notes over here, so let me check whether that has an impact on the PROAG rule. I'm not sure if it does. If it does have an impact on the PROAG rule, because we do address bus stops, but I'm not sure about this particular piece. So let me check on that.
And just a real quick piece of information for you, San Diego, City of San Diego has roundabout guidelines were created by people who are blind and mobility instructors, and they have quite a few elements that make them a lot easier, not that they're ever going to be easy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Todd, you may unmute.
Zoom. I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. I do want to thank you for your presentation. And the thing about the crossing walks, well, that's something you're going to have to pick up with somebody else, because I'm not a politician. But I do want to thank you. But I do want to thank you for the presentation, and I also think you're a good presentator. You know. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Sachin, do you want to stop on that note, or you want to take a few more?
I got time for a few more.
Okay.
Probably another 5 minutes.
Okay,
Audio settings.
Doug, go ahead. Doug, you may unmute. Go
Hi,
ahead.
Doug.
Well,
I can't unmute.
yes, you can. You're good.
Oh, good. Okay. Question. I have two questions. Number one, I noticed my wife and I both serve on transportation planning organization advisory committees, and we have a lot of influence in the area we are. There are lots of APSs and a lot of changes made. However, in areas where people are not really involved, there's a lack of accessibility. So my question, I guess, is why is it that it takes participation by people to force changes, and in areas where people are not as involved, nothing or very little is happening? There seems to be a movement or an attitude of a lot of officials. They don't want to do things, and unless people are forcing it, it doesn't happen. The second thing I wanted to ask about is, at least in the state where we are, the state agency appears to be refusing to make their websites and other internet things accessible. What can we do, or is there a federally something that can be done in terms of forcing accessibility?
To answer your first question, why it takes a lot of pressure from folks like yourself, locally, to make things happen. Unfortunately, that's that's how it works. It's not the right thing. I live in a small town myself, and at least now the town I live in, its accessibility is not appreciated really. It's a constant battle to push any kind of accessibility when it comes to just whether it's public rights of way or anything within access within the community as well. As advocates, I've been a disability rights advocate for a long time, and it is something that it seems like it doesn't stop. It's something that we have to keep working on, and then also making sure we have some of these standards that has been pending for a long time, like PROAG and all, comes into play, that kind of forces the hand for some of these towns, cities and towns, to do some of these things that needs to get done. In regards to the web accessibility piece, now the Section 508 does not directly apply to the state agencies. It does apply in the sense that they're getting some federal dollars, they're required to do it, but there's no enforcement on it. That's the biggest problem, and that's where we hope that the addressing of the Title III of the ADA would help at some point. We got the Section 508 piece where we can file complaints within federal agencies, but that's where it ends. There's no really enforcement. So we hope some of that will change, and in state agencies itself will have to follow that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sachin, and one more question from me. You mentioned earlier about medical diagnostic equipment, and one of the things that we hear about regularly, especially from our members in the affiliate ACB Diabetics in Action, is the lack of accessible, durable medical equipment, whether that's continuous glucose monitors, insulin pumps, or even at-home medical monitoring and testing equipment. So I know that you said previously with the question about Medicare and Medicaid services that more falls under HHS, but is there a role for the Access Board to play when providing accessibility guidelines for durable medical equipment or at-home medical equipment?
Yeah, there is a role to be played. So if there's a piece of legislation that's passed to write standards or guidelines on medical diagnostic equipment, so anything like what you said, the glucose monitor, it is possible if in the piece of legislation it requires access board to do that guidelines. The access board cannot initiate rulemaking or guidelines unless it's something that we already have jurisdiction on. So like, when it comes to the Section 508 under the Rehab Act, we have that, PRO Act under the ADA. So those we are required to do. Unless we are given authority by Congress, we can't initiate it. Now, it does happen where when we worked on the MDE rule in partnership with HHS under the Obama administration, we were roped into it by Congress to work on it. So what I'm saying is if those are legislations that ACB might be working on, see how Congress can give authority to the Access Board and the appropriate resources to do that kind of rulemaking or setting guidelines.
All right, great. Well, again, Sachin Pavithran, the Executive Director of the U.S. Access Board, thank you so much for your time here this morning. And I know the ACB and our members look forward to working and collaborating with you and the Access Board on all of the initiatives that you're undertaking here this year.
Well, thank you, Clark, and thank you, everyone. And Clark, like I said earlier, please feel free to reach out to me if there's anything I can do to help in the process and collaborate with all of you.
We will be best friends. Thank you, Sachin.
Right. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Great. At this time, I would like to recognize one of our sponsors for the legislative seminar and the sponsor of our digital inclusion breakout. So Matt Ader, Vice President at Vispero, welcome to the ACB Legislative Seminar.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a warming up afternoon in Washington, D.C. I think that checked the temperature a few minutes ago, and it was like 50 some odd degrees, and I'm kind of in shock after the last week or so. And of course, it doesn't even speak to what people in Texas were dealing with last week. So I'll kind of just real briefly just kind of give an update on what Vispero's up to, because I think most of you know who we are, and I hate using the name Vispero because in reality most of you deal with the four brands, and most likely the three brands, and I'll kind of go quickly through this. The four brands of Vispero, the companies still are companies, and you deal with them with their different products. You have Freedom Scientific, Optelec, Enhanced Vision, and newly branded TPGI, which used to be known as Paciello Group. So TPGI is the new brand. The Freedom Scientific, Optelec, Enhanced Vision all have low vision hardware, and those are kind of some of the products that most of you who are low vision may be used, such as video magnifiers. And you can think of Merlin Mini from Enhanced Vision, Topaz Ultra from Freedom Scientific, and Clearview Go from Optelec. New products, those are three of the new products on the market, along with Compact 10 from Optelec. On the other product lines, Freedom Scientific obviously covers the blindness and low vision software along with Braille support. Some of the cool things happening within the company, webinars. We've been doing 2 webinars a month. We have a lot of cool webinars coming out in March and April, so pay attention to those announcements. We're doing once weekly with ACB communities. Those are on Thursday afternoons. I think it's 3 o'clock. Once a month with APH. Those are for teachers, students, parents learning different things around education. And then there's a Vispero hardware, which will cover any of the low vision hardware products once a month as well. So a lot of webinars. All of this kind of stuff is kind of boomed since last year, March 13th, when we all kind of went on lockdown. the number of webinars and content we've been doing has just exploded. In right after the convention last year, we launched our first training podcast, and this is taking a lot of the webinar content along with other types of training content and put this in podcast form. You can ask your favorite smart speaker. You can subscribe on your Victor Reader stream. You could use your computer. Any which way you want to get to it, and it's just training, Freedom Scientific Training Podcast. So just feel free to check into that. You can also subscribe to it as well. That is a weekly release. YouTube training videos. In the past, most of our training videos were the hour-long segments of any of our webinars. Those still exist, but we've also now chunked those down into smaller bite-sized videos. So for example, there's a 2-minute video on how to create place markers. There's a 2-minute video on how to I'm trying to think of all the different shortcuts. I think there's one going up on Zoom Text soon. So there's lots of that kind of stuff. And then there's an 11-minute video on how to do chat in Microsoft Teams. So highly recommend you kind of play around in the YouTube section. It's Freedom Scientific Training. Definitely make sure you subscribe to that. Lots of great content. Of course, all the other brands have YouTube channels as well. And I would say the other brand that does the most video outside of Freedom Scientific would be TPGI. And those are webinars done, YouTube video updates every week. So definitely subscribe to that. Tips. I've been sharing tips on using JAWS, Zoom Text Fusion, Outlook, Teams, and various other things. I've been sharing these on ACB's Facebook page. So hopefully you've gotten a chance to see those and like those. Hopefully you could feel free to share them with other people. It's just there to help people. Can we make it quick, easy steps on trying to accomplish a task? And I think there's been about 30 JAWS ones. I think I've only posted 2 Zoom Text ones, maybe 5 Fusion. Not all of those are in that channel. I'm posting them slower in the ACB channel because I know there's lots of other content, but they're all in the JAWS users group in Facebook as well. New features in JAWS Zoom Text Fusion. I'll go over these real quickly and get us back to our program. Picture Smart on the web. You can now hit keystroke within JAWS to actually have it describe a picture to you. Prior to this, you had to do it on desktop files that were images. You can also now, with JAWS 2021 and Fusion 2021, OCR directly to Microsoft Word. You just press your applications key and arrow down to OCR to Microsoft Word. I think it's called Convenient OCR to Word. There's also keystrokes for all of that and videos on YouTube. Ask Sharky and Zoomy. And as I say that, everybody's computer starts listening and paying attention. You can do any of these voice assistant commands to check the time, to switch to your calendar, to Zoom bigger, whatever it may be, speak faster. And these are now being done because a lot of people don't remember the 1,000 keystrokes that are stuck in my head. And so the idea is to make it easier for people to get commands. And so if you need assistance in or not finding a command working, definitely let us know, but also just challenge the software. Come April, we're going to have a bunch of new commands added. So definitely jump in and do that. And don't pick on me for all the jokes. They are probably my fault. Those will appear in the Sharky command list. They're not in the Zoomy command list. Team support is also in the latest version of JAWS and Zoom Text. JAWS and Fusion. Zoom Text obviously works with it as well. Supports for apps like weather and news are in the latest February release. Math equation support for your students is available in the latest February release. And then the last part I want to say is software licenses. It's so important to keep your software up to date. Either you're using the annual home license. If you're at home, it's $80 for Zoom Text, $90 for JAWS. I think they go up by $5 in March. And then, of course, there's the perpetual licenses that you purchased a long time ago and you want to keep them up to date. That's just the SMA. If you do the math on it, the JAWS license is less than $8 a month for the home annual. For an SMA, it's $10 a month. So, and I'm talking about the professional licenses. So, and different prices within that mix between whatever that comes out to. So, keep it up to date. And the reasons why you want to do it is that Word's changing every 4 to 6 weeks. Your browser's changing every couple weeks. Your Windows is changing and updating every so often. And if you don't keep JAWS up to date as well, you're going to be impacted by those as well. So that's the last I had to say. ACB, I love our time that we have with you guys. Enjoy my time on the advisory board with ACB as well, and look forward to the rest of today.
Matt, thank you so much for your support of the ACB leadership meetings, the digital inclusion breakout track, as well as the ACB community. And folks, you can find Matt and Vispero every Thursday at 3 p.m. So this concludes our general session to start the day. We're going to go into a Connect show. Tune back in here for Breakout A on ACB mainstream on ACB radio for the digital inclusion track, kicking off with the FCC Disability Rights Office, and Breakout B on ACB live stream on ACB radio for a conversation that's the health and wellness track, kicking off with the Health and Human Services Office of Civil Rights. Thanks, folks, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Clark. All right, thank you.
Hey, Debbie.
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing today?
Great. I have to say, I love that we have Vispero on our community calls on Thursday. It's great, and I've heard a lot of cool tips from that. So very cool. Yeah,
No, definitely. And thanks to Matt Ader, who's always just been such a supporter of ACB. He's on our advisory board as well. And
yes,
I find those tips extremely helpful that he puts together. He is a chasm of knowledge, and
yes.
I go back and
don't forget to give me more challenges. Ask me tough ones, okay? If I'm not giving you the right ones.
Maybe we could do like
Okay.
an evening community event where it's try to stump Matt.
Oh, I
Instead
would
of
love
name
it.
that-
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Instead
will
of
be
name
fun.
that tune, it'll be name that tip.
Name that hotkey. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This would be great. Can I have a computer nearby, or is this all in my head?
I don't know.
It's maybe like ask a friend kind of thing. You can ask
Oh,
Sharky if you need to.
That would actually be,
That'd be fun.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for
love
joining
it.
us, Matt. It's been great, man.
Oh, thank you.
I think we also got our Vanda sponsor on. Is Jennifer on yet or no? Are you here with us yet, Jennifer?
I am. I had to
All right,
unmute
there you
Jennifer,
myself.
welcome back.
Very cool.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
We're excited to have Vanda on as a sponsor as well, as a congressional sponsor. So welcome
Well,
back
we don't-
again. We're going to have a health and wellness segment on Group B today. So those that are minded in those areas, and we are very thankful for Vanda and all the work they're doing and trying to improve the mental health of people from fatigue, from not sleeping with 9/24. That's something I dealt with many years ago. And
Yeah.
so, but how are you doing? How is Chicago, Jennifer?
Chicago is beautiful today.
Tell me
It's
that's heading
sunny.
east.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's warming up, and there's a lot of melt going on, which I'm happy about.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, excellent.
Good.
Well, we're excited for everybody around the country that's joining us. Hopefully people are thawing out, and we've had a last blast of winter here in the East Coast that really rippled across the whole country. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so what's next on your plate, Jennifer, for Vanda? Do you have another conference coming up soon or another event?
I do have an event coming up tomorrow with an organization called Leader Dogs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes,
Mhm.
very familiar with
Yes.
Leader Dogs.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'll be presenting information on Non-24 to them and their clients. They're a great organization to work with too, not
Great.
unlike the ACB. But
Yeah.
yes, so I work on a team with other nurse educators. There are 4 of us total. I work in the Midwest, but all of us have our own specific geographic region. So we're all busy right now contacting the membership organizations, with their conventions coming up and making sure that they know that we're available to help support and provide information on non-24.
That's
We're
great.
glad that you're able to be out there sort of spreading knowledge and helping consumers that need the information. So hopefully you'll be able to join us. I know we're going to have Vanda at our conference this summer. So
Yes.
it'd be great if you draw the short straw and get stuck with us this summer.
I know, I would love that.
Yeah, and you don't even have to bring ice cream this summer, even though we miss that.
I know,
But
that
I
would
do
be
like
awesome.
this idea. Maybe we could do a taste test challenge or something, or how to make a sorbet or
recipes.
something.
Yeah.
Recipe thing. Exactly. So
yeah.
Oh.
that'll
put
be one
in,
of our
I'll
connection
put in a
shows, and we'll invite
request with,
Vanda.
okay, I'll request from Francis.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Oh.
Well, is there any other just big news to share with everybody during our little Leadership Live show? Thanks for jumping on this afternoon and for sponsoring the conference. And any other last words of wisdom to shed from Vanda?
Yeah, you know what I think a lot of people have gone through in the last year is really getting acclimated to the virtual world. It has its own, basket full of challenges, but it's really been a blessing in some ways for us because we've been able to reach out to so many more people. So, whether people are having support group meetings via Zoom or conventions virtually like this, it's all been great. So we're really looking forward to partnering with organizations that provide services or service the visually impaired.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And what's the best way people can find out more about Vanda, and particularly like your support groups and ways to reach out to someone like yourself that can help ask questions if they are having trouble? A newly blind person, I remember in my teens after going blind, the whole clock just getting completely thrown off, and hours of the day were hours of the night and vice versa. And what's one of the best ways people can be able to get in touch and get, have questions answered and help them out in that regard?
So Vanda Pharmaceuticals can be found at Vanda, V-A-N-D-A, Pharma, Pharma.com. Or you can reach out to me if you have an organization that you think would be interested in learning more about non-24. Feel free to call me. I'll give you my phone number, and then I will forward your information to a colleague. And my phone number is area code 202-875-4714.
Excellent.
That's great.
Well, Jennifer, again, thank you so much for jumping back on this afternoon and joining us again. And thanks for Vanda's support, for you and Francis and all your team that's out there trying to help.
Thank you so much for having me. We really enjoy this. It's been great.
Well, it's been fantastic as well. So thanks. And hopefully we can do an ice cream tasting virtually.
I love that idea.
Figure some way out.
Okay.
Necessity is the mother of invention. So we'll figure something out.
Yes, it is. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Be safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I just want to clarify so there's no confusion that to listen to the general session breakout B, it is on ACB Radio live event stream, live event. So acbradio.org/live. But I know that many of you are listening to YouTube on acbradio.org/live, and that is to what's on YouTube, which right now I believe is this general session, correct?
It will be, yeah, the digital inclusion. So we basically keep the stream running through the whole. Thanks, Matt, again, for today. But yeah, so that'll be coming up, and we've got some guests, I think, joining in right now. So thanks to our guests that are joining in for our session that'll start a few minutes as we segue here. So
all right,
I think we might have another two real quick guests, Debbie, if I may.
Great.
We got, is Leslie on?
I am, Tony. Hi, Tony. Hi, Debbie.
So nice to hear you.
How's it going, guys?
Great. Wonderful.
Good.
I'm sure sunny and warm in Florida.
It is sunny and warm. Yeah. Sorry to rub it in, but
it's sunny here. So my hope is it'll be warm eventually. So
I'll send you some warm, Tony. I'll send you some warm.
Please do. Just wave your
Yeah.
hands real hard and maybe it'll blow up this way. so.
Okay, yeah. When I do my resistance later, I'll send you some warmth. So
What you got to tell us about?
well,
Yeah, what do we got today?
so yeah, let's talk about the auction. So
Okay.
show your love for the ACB auction this year again. July 20th. So July 20th, Tuesday night. It'll start at 7 p.m. It'll be virtual again. So our second virtual annual auction. July 20th, 7 p.m. And it is called the Diamond Jubilee because we're turning 60 this year, ACB is. So we are naming the auction the Diamond Jubilee Auction. So that'll be going on Tuesday night, July 20th. And then Thursday and Friday before the convention starts, we're going to have an appetizer auction again. So stay tuned. Lots of wonderful things will be coming. And, just stay tuned to the forum and leadership, and it'll be out there, and we'll be getting in touch with the donors and the affiliates. Last year's was so wonderful. The ACB holiday radio auction, and then the summer auction was great also. So many wonderful donors gave last year. It was our best auctions ever, last
Leslie,
year.
what can people do now to begin getting ready? Or can they contact you about things they want to add to it or anything like that they know they want to donate? Or
Sure. Great question, Debbie. Thank you. Yes, they can contact me. I can either give my information here or I think it's everywhere, but yeah, they can start contacting me. If you have items, we've already started collecting items. They can mail them to me if they're, if they don't want to send them to the winner. That's perfectly fine also. So I can get in touch with people or they can get in touch with me, however they want to do it. But yeah, definitely. If you've got items, please reach out to me.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Leslie.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
guys.
much.
Thanks for what you guys do. Keep up the great work.
Yeah.
All right.
Stay safe.
You too. And we have
Likewise.
another guest, Tony?
Do we have our mini mall minute or I think George might join us this afternoon.
We do have a mini mall minute. Hey,
Yeah.
Patty.
Hey, Patty.
Hey, how are y'all doing
Cranking through
today?
the show today. We're good.
Very good.
What do we got quick today for our minute?
Okay, today, quickly, for this minute is first, we remember everyone, we have a DC celebration special of 10% off. If your order at the end of this week is $75 or more, you get 10% off of your order. And today's double deal is the ACB blanket. It is 80% cotton, 20% polyester blanket that is 53 by 84 inches. It's great. You can wrap up in it and you get 10% off of that. So if you spend over $75 at the end of the week, instead of the blanket being $35, it can end up being $28. We do have our fidget cube, our tangle puzzles, our snake puzzles. All puzzles are $12. And while you're sitting here listening to all these meetings and all of the community calls that we have every week, you can be doing something with your hands if you're not one that crochets or knits. So grab those puzzles.
All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Patty. And the numbers to call again?
877-630-7190 or 877-969-MALL. That's 877-969-6255.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patty, for the mini mall minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're at time.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a great
Connect show.
afternoon.
Yeah.
All
Are
right.
you
the
good to
Connect
go,
show.
Clark?
We are ready to go. However, Pat Sheehan, I think you are in the wrong breakout room. So Kelly Gask will get that situated for the HHS panel in breakout B. This is the digital inclusion track, and we are kicking off with the Federal Communications Commission Disability Rights Office. And we have two guests with us today. Our first guest is Diane Burstein, and Diane is the Deputy Director, Deputy Director Chief, Deputy Bureau Chief, there we go. And that's for the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. And we also have Will Shell, Attorney Advisor for the Federal Communications Commission. So Diane, I'll turn it over to you. Good afternoon and welcome to the ACB Legislative Seminar.
Thank you so much, Clark. And yes, I'm Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau of the FCC. I know that's a mouthful.
Easy for you to say, yeah.
Right. In that role, for those of you who are not familiar with it, I oversee the work of the FCC's Disability Rights Office.
I'm in the wrong room. Yeah, I'm in the wrong room too. Okay.
I'm very happy to be back again at ACB's Legislative Summit.
About Pat Sheehan being in the wrong room a minute ago. So.
One moment, please, Diane.
I'm not sure how no, I think
we have some cross chatter from Pat Sheehan.
Given the wrong one.
Can our Zoom host mute Pat Sheehan?
Okay. I'm trying to figure that out. Okay, I'll get out of here. Yeah, I think we'll both switch up.
Please ask Pat to mute. Okay, sorry about that, Diane.
Oh, no problem. I just was going to thank you for inviting me back to the Legislative Summit. I know I was here, gosh, was it almost a year and a half ago in real life as opposed to virtually. But today I'd like to virtually share a few updates from the FCC and plan to provide a brief overview of some of our current rules regarding accessibility for people who are blind or visually impaired, cover some updates from last year, and give a preview of what's ahead in 2021. And then Will Shell, hi Will, team lead for the Disability Rights Office complaint team, will talk about complaints at the FCC, and then we'll leave some time for questions at the end. First, though, for those of you who don't regularly interact with the FCC, I wanted to provide some background on the Disability Rights Office, or DRO. DRO is staffed with many dedicated attorneys and analysts, and it's housed in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau of the FCC. And for those of you who may not follow the FCC as closely as others, the FCC is currently headed by Acting Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel. The Acting Chairwoman previously served as an FCC Commissioner and is well versed in many of our issues. She's part of a 4-person FCC at the moment. There's currently a vacancy on the commission. But I digress. Back to DRO. DRO has a broad portfolio. Its responsibilities range from helping consumers with complaints about particular problems with accessible video programming, telecommunications, and emergency communications, to advising the Commission on complex rulemaking proceedings, to organizing the Disability Advisory Committee, and much more. DRO also engages in outreach to organizations representing members of the disability community, and we're fortunate to be able to rely on the expertise of the national leaders at ACB, leaders like Clark Rajfal, Eric Bridges, and Tony Stevens, and many more, to help keep us informed about the needs and interests of the blind community. And of course, meetings like this one, even if conducted virtually, help to keep us on top of community concerns. In addition to this informal outreach, there are several ways to bring concerns in a more formal manner to the attention of the FCC. Filing comments in FCC proceedings is one effective way to ensure the Commission addresses issues of importance to the blind and visually impaired community, and I know ACB has been active in that respect. Another valuable way is to file individual complaints with the Disability Rights Office, and will talk about that process in more detail in a minute. This past October, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, CVAA. Many of the FCC's rules in the accessibility area arose from that landmark law. And we don't have enough time this afternoon to go into detail about all these rules, but I want to provide a quick refresher on some of the requirements arising from the CVAA that DRO deals with on a regular basis. The CVAA requires telecommunications devices to be accessible to individuals with disabilities. compatible with accessible devices such as refreshable braille displays, and usable by individuals who are blind or visually impaired. It mandates that internet browsers on smartphones and other mobile devices must be accessible by people who are blind or visually impaired. The CVA also established the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, NDBEDP, also known as ICANN Connect, a $10 million a year program that distributes telecommunications equipment to people who are low income and who are deafblind. And that's been a great success over the years. The CVA also requires emergency information announced on television to be accessible. If you're blind and watching TV and you hear those 3 beeps, these tones alert you to activate the secondary audio stream where you'll be able to find audible emergency information. It's also important to be able to switch over to the secondary audio stream quickly in order to hear this information. And our rules also require that a quick and easy to use mechanism must be available to switch to that secondary audio stream and emergency information. Another set of rules arising from the CVAA requires set-top boxes and all devices that play video programming to be accessible. The rules require accessible user interfaces for people who are blind or visually impaired, and a means to be able to operate or use all or nearly all the functions of a device that plays video programming. This includes the settings, menus, channel selection, start, stop, fast forward, and similar features. The CVA also requires the FCC to periodically update its audio description rules. Right now, the rules require that the most popular channels provide described video on the secondary audio stream. Our rules were updated in October last year and to require 10 additional television market areas a year for the next 4 years to include audio description in their broadcasts. Last year, local TV station affiliates of ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC located in the top 60 TV markets, as well as the top 5 non-broadcast networks, Discovery Channel, History, TBS, HGTV, and USA Network, were required to each provide 87.5 hours per quarter, about 7 hours per week of audio described primetime and or children's programming. Now, as of January 1, 2021, the number of television markets covered by the audio description rules has expanded to 70. Next January, it will be 80. That will continue each year until we reach a requirement for audio description of the top network affiliates in the top 100 TV markets. Every 3 years, the FCC reviews the rankings for the top 5 non-broadcast networks to keep it current. And the FCC is in the middle of that process now. We don't have the final network list yet, but the new list will go into effect on July 1, 2021. In previous years, you may have heard us saying video description when we talked about these rules. Our rules called audio description, video description. This only added to the confusion because some people call it descriptive video service. Well, as part of the rules adopted last October, we've now changed how the FCC refers to audio description as audio description. This could not have been done without a push from ACB and their associates like Joel Snyder and Carl Richardson. So thank you for that. In other developments since the last legislative seminar, the FCC released a biennial report to Congress on the accessibility of communications technologies. We asked the public detailed questions about the extent to which accessibility barriers still exist with respect to new and existing communications technologies. ACB and its members responded. They told us that inexpensive non-smartphones were inaccessible to people who are blind or visually impaired. The FCC included this valuable feedback in a report to Congress, and we encourage ACB and its members to continue to provide input to the FCC. It really makes a difference. And you can keep track of these types of requests for comments by subscribing to Access Info at fcc.gov, the FCC's disability-specific listserv that will keep you apprised of all the FCC's disability-related work. I'd also like to highlight the work of the Commission's Disability Advisory Committee, the DAC. The DAC provides advice and recommendations to the Commission on a wide array of disability-related issues within the FCC's jurisdiction. The DAC was recently renewed and had its first meeting of its fourth two-year term just last week. The DAC provides a means for stakeholders with interest in accessibility issues to exchange ideas, facilitates the participation of consumers with disabilities in proceedings before the Commission, and assists the Commission in educating the greater disability community and interested stakeholders on disability-related matters. Clark is ACB's designated representative for the DAC, and we thank you for devoting your time and attention to this important advisory committee. Acting Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel attended last week's DAC meeting and made some important remarks. Among other things, she noted how she had worked on the CVAA while serving as counsel to the Senate Commerce Committee, the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. So these issues are very important to her. In fact, a signed copy of the CVA was hanging outside her office door back in the day. She recognizes that accessibility and functional equivalency must continue in all the work we do. This is especially true during the time we are spending apart due to COVID-19. Access to medical appointments, emergency news, and communicating with friends and family have changed and are more important than ever. Last week's DAC meeting had a fascinating discussion about accessibility gaps that have become all too apparent during the pandemic. And one area in particular that was highlighted by many DAC members concerned accessibility challenges and accessing video platforms. Since we've moved to so many virtual meetings like the one today, this is a really important issue of the day and one that we'll be paying close attention to. The pandemic has also highlighted the importance of access to broadband for work, school, telehealth, and so much more. Recognizing the importance of broadband access, Congress charged the FCC with implementing a $3.2 billion emergency broadband benefit, or EBB program. Under the EBB, Congress directed the FCC to establish a program under which low-income households can receive a discount during the pandemic of up to $50 a month per household or $75 a month per household on tribal lands from the cost of broadband service, and also provides a one-time $100 reimbursement for the purchase of certain connected devices, such as laptops, desktop computers, or tablets from a qualified provider. The FCC was given a very short period to stand up the program and issue rules, which have not yet come out, but should be soon. The acting chairwoman announced that the FCC is seeking outreach partners to help share important consumer information about this EBB program. And as part of the effort to inform consumers, the FCC's established a new website where stakeholders can sign up to help promote this very important new program. This website can be found at fcc.gov/broadband benefit. As the program is developed, the website will also serve as a resource for consumers and stakeholders to get the latest information on the EBB. So I really encourage you to check it out. I want to thank ACB again for giving the FCC a few minutes to speak, and I don't want to monopolize our time here. So before we go to questions, I want to pass the mic over to Will Shell for him to talk about complaints a little and what you can do to help enforce the rules that I've talked about today that we already have in place. Thanks very much. Will?
Thanks, Diane. And I can already see we have a question, so that's really exciting. Please start raising your hand, because we every year that we've come to the leadership seminar, it's always been a lot of questions. one question that comes up all the time is something that I wind up just having to respond to by talking about filing a complaint with our office, right? So one thing before we get into questions is that I wanted to tell people that I don't believe that the blind community is filing enough complaints, right? I'm a blind attorney at the Disability Rights Office in the FCC, and I feel like when talking to other blind community members, they're always mentioning issues that should have been filed as a complaint with our office. So our office, as Diane pointed out, really handles television and the things associated with television, and gaining accessible access to those video programming services, and telephones and the things associated with telephones. And also, you know, all of the nuances within that, advanced communication services, so text messaging and email. And just my gut, I have no data to prove this, but I feel like the blind community is not filing enough complaints telling us that they can't gain access to their set-top box in an accessible manner. The reason why I bring this up is that I talk to a lot of people. I get a lot of people who file complaints, and I wind up talking to them a lot. And very often, they don't know that there is a way for them to turn on audio description on their cable box, or they don't know that they already own a talking set-top box that will allow them to read the program guide and menus on the set-top box. So please, this audience that's listening now is a very informed audience, but you know other people in the blind community who aren't on this conference and who are not quite as informed, who didn't sit through the super exciting FCC meeting and instead decided to go to the slightly less exciting HHS meeting. And I only joke because I used to work at the Office for Civil Rights at Health and Human Services, so I get to poke a little bit of fun at them. If you know that people aren't here, inform them that they have a right to an accessible set-top box and that audio description is available. It's just not always easy to figure out how to turn it on. Having said that, also communication services, right? So your phones are supposed to be accessible to you. And again, this group who's joining the leadership meeting, this is an informed group who very likely is well experienced with their phones and computers and how the accessibility solutions. I got on before this meeting started, and there was all of the talk of Fusion and JAWS and all of the technology things and the secret codes to type into the system in order to do the secret things. And what we need is, what the FCC is asking for you is to also inform the people who are not as versed in those areas and who need a cell phone, right? Everyone needs a cell phone, but there's the functionality of dialing somebody, but then there's all the other features that are on there. Many of the features on phones need to be accessible under our rules. I say many because it's not all, but it is many of the features, and just making a phone call is only one of the features that needs to be accessible. So just very quickly, we have a complaints system. It is online at fcc.gov/complaints with an S at the end. fcc.gov/complaints. And there will be some categories to choose from: TV, telephones, emergency information. But there's one for people with disabilities, because the types of complaints that we get regarding television is so broad that the general public oftentimes they overwhelm that system with complaints about the swear words on TV, or commercials are too loud. And so we're really interested in the access for people with disabilities complaint section, where you can find accessibility complaint forms for television for people who are blind or visually impaired, or telephones. the complaints generally operate in, you file a complaint, and then we will connect with the service, the telephone service or the video programming service. And then we come back to you. Hopefully they send you a message telling you how they have resolved it or informing you about how their service works, so you can turn on audio description or you can access the accessible set-top box. And sometimes it's slightly different. So for video programming, we will just send a message and wait for a response from the video programmer. But for telephone related complaints, we will actually reach out and start having a conversation about with the covered entity, and then with the phone carrier or the phone manufacturer, and then we will come back to you and have a further conversation about whether or not their solution or the accessibility solution involved is acceptable to you. So there's slightly different complaint processes, but for your purposes, filing, it's really the same. fcc.gov/complaints, or if you don't find the online complaint form to be to your liking, you can send us an email at dro@fcc.gov, or you can call us. I should look up the phone number. I never call myself, but you can also call us, and we will help you file a complaint that way. The phone number that you can call, if you wish, is 202-418-2517. And with that, I think we should just jump straight into complaints, because I'll be talking more and more about filing a complaint with many of these questions, I'm sure. So I can see 6 already.
Yeah, thanks, Will, and thank you, Diane. Will, before we jump into Q&A, as our Zoom host gets ready, would you mind giving the email address and the phone number one more time?
Absolutely. The main email address that you can send any question you have regarding complaints or just questions about disability related issues at the FCC, you can send that to dro@fcc.gov. That stands for Disability Rights Office. So dro@fcc.gov. And our phone number is 202-418-2517. And I should mention, Clark is pretty good about forwarding FCC related issues directly to me. So send all your messages to Clark and he'll just send them.
I want to give Will all the job security he is looking for by forwarding those complaints along, whether they're wireless and phone related or audio description and accessible video hardware related. So again, thank you, Will. Thank you, Diane. And let's open it up to questions from our audience.
Okay, Mitchell, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, I should be unmuted now.
Hi, Mitchell.
You are.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, so this is a question that I've honestly had for a very long time, but now is the perfect time to ask. So, for games consoles that have voice chat, and because the CVA requires voice chat applications to be accessible, what happens if the voice chat is in an accessible phone app, but the phone app, to access voice chat, you have to go through an inaccessible menu to get to where you can access and start the voice chat from the phone, from your phone?
That's a really great question, and it actually it's a complicated answer that I think we can avoid for right now by just saying that generally speaking, voice chat services over the internet do have to be accessible under our rules, including whether they're part of video games or whether they're part of some other part of the internet.
Correct. That's what I thought.
Right. So, and then very generally as well, the process you need to get and activate and utilize that voice chat service would also be covered under that same rule. So that
Okay.
part would need to be accessible. And I'm saying very broadly and generally because everything gets complicated when you start getting the facts of the situation. But yes,
right. No,
What you said
exactly.
is correct. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, then I'm definitely going to get on that because I just was not sure if I was technically wrong or if I was right.
Yep. And there's a lot of nuances. I definitely want, as I said, I want the complaints. I want to see the complaints, but there's always a lot of nuances within the rules. Like it depends on what year this game was made. And because there was a waiver for video games for quite a long time, and it only recently expired. So it would have to be a newer game and things like that.
Or if significant updates, correct?
That's right. And what is a significant update? I don't know yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see in each one, but definitely send that in.
Thank you for that question. And just to dovetail off of that before we go to our next question, Will, that was specific to audio or two-way voice communication. If there's two-way real-time or near real-time text communication within a video game, does that have to be accessible as well? And do the menus have to be accessible to utilize that service as well, similar to your previous answer?
That's correct. Yes, it's the same scenario as was described regarding the voice chat would be the same for text chat. I should just mention that it does not include text chatting with video game, not like characters on the screen. It is between humans.
Thank you. All right, our next question.
Kristen, you should be able to unmute.
Zoom webinar audio now unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Kristen.
Okay. So my question is regards to the video streaming service called YouTube TV. Because as we all know, more and more people are moving away from paying for like cable television or satellite, and instead are moving towards streaming services. And I myself have subscribed to YouTube TV for the past 3 or 4 years. My question though, I have noticed that on some devices, when I use YouTube TV, I can get audio description, and on some devices I cannot. The main device that I want to get audio description is on the Fire TV stick from Amazon, and I've spoken to Amazon about this, and they just put it off on YouTube TV being the problem. But I can get the audio description for the same channels or the same content with through Apple TV, my Apple TV device, using the YouTube TV app. So I know that it exists for what I'm trying to watch, but it is not available on the Fire TV stick with YouTube TV. So I'm wondering if the FCC is aware of this problem.
So that's a really good, this is, I always love coming to to this particular meeting because the questions are actually really complicated and looking ahead. So again, I don't want to say every question or every answer that I have is complicated, but lawyers are going to, they're going to do their lawyering thing and never give you an exact answer. The deal is that our rules right now, you may be a little bit ahead of our rules. So our rules right now cover the accessibility of traditional cable, satellite, and fiber services, and online streaming services, primarily that come pre-installed onto a device. And where you're falling is right somewhere in the middle, where you're streaming a traditional cable package with live programming and all of the regular networks all those networks and everything are doing their job at sending over the audio description. So I'll be honest, I don't know, or I don't believe that YouTube TV app on any of those devices that you mentioned would have a requirement to be able to turn on and off the audio description, but I believe that they would want to. So I think that that would be, again, another complaint that we would be interested in having, but I should warn you that our rules may not exactly cover it. I do think that we may, under those circumstances, we might help reach out to a few of the companies just to say, this seems like an important area that you should try to resolve, because they certainly are holding themselves out as a cable company that you stream, and you should get the accessibility features that they already have built in. It just doesn't seem to be working on a particular device.
Okay, so like I said, I mean, I also have Apple TV. It's just not my preferred device. And YouTube TV audio description works on the Apple TV. It just does not work on the Fire TV stick.
Yeah, I know that YouTube TV has audio, they are passing through audio description. And if it's not working on a device like the Amazon Fire Stick, I'm sure that they would like to hear about that. So YouTube TV developed the app and then made it available on Amazon's platform. I kind of agree with Amazon's response that this is probably YouTube TV's responsibility to fix. I don't think Amazon can help with that problem, but I think YouTube TV would be interested in hearing about it for sure.
And Kristen, that's something that the ACB national office, if you email us at advocacy@acb.org, we'd be happy to help you to chase that up the food chain, whether it's with YouTube or also filing a complaint at the FCC Disability Rights Office. So thank you for that comment, and we'll go on to our next question.
Janine, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, my name is Janine. How are you?
Hi, Janine.
Hi. Good. Hey, so I have a question about audio description. Now, I've learned all the rules, and they have to do like 7 hours a week and stuff. So, and I've learned the technical things. So there's this one program that I really love, and they do a very, very poor, horrible, horrendous job at audio describing it, but it counts. So I've emailed the audio company, I've emailed the network, so I've really tried to be like, okay, your audio description sucks, but in nicer words. Like I use nicer professional words, to be professional and to, yeah. So how do I make them be better and describe better? Because I'll just say it's the Masked Singer. Ice cream walks out, sun walks out. Like they don't describe the clue packages. Like that should not count for part of their hours of audio description.
Wow, another really good question, because
like it's not just that show, but other shows like game shows like Steve Harvey Fist Pumps. Like there's many shows that they get counted for, and they don't describe anything except one, like, oh, bright lights are on the stage.
Right. And
that's it. That's all I get. Okay.
Right. What you're raising is another, just a real stumper for our office. Again, I think you're ahead of our rules, because the quality of audio description has not been laid out in any of our rules. And I think the community at large would know good quality audio description when you hear it, but as far as it being within our rules, it's really not. So there is a question. I mean, I can, not only give you non-answers as a lawyer, but I can also speculate as a lawyer, where if a show is describing so little, there could be an argument that they're not actually describing the show, and that it would fail to meet the audio description requirements just a whole cloth because they were so short. But that is never been presented to us. So if, if during the 1 hour show, all they said was 5 words, that people on stage or something like that, I could see the argument that this isn't actually audio described. Again, it's all going to depend upon the facts, but that's not one that I've ever, it would be a very new type of complaint for us, and certainly not covered by our rules, but we may be able to do another situation where you know what else? Should reach out to ACB leadership. What's the email address again?
Clark.
advocacy@acb.org. And we would be happy to share that with Will and the FCC. And Will, correct me if I'm wrong, but the FCC has done some work. The previous DAC has done some work on audio description guidelines.
Yes, there has been some work on audio description quality. It was primarily regarding the delivery of audio description, the quality of, sending information through. But yeah, there's definitely been the issue around audio description quality and what makes for good audio description has been around for a long time. I don't think anything's been set in stone because, some people get very upset if the reveal, let's take the Masked Singer again. I think that was the show that we're talking about. If the describer announces who won before the live television announcer wins, or what have you, or does it super late, and you miss the laughter moment, you miss the punchline of the joke. All of those are really, really decisions that have to be made by the writers and by the voice actor who's doing the description. And so trying to nail down the details of what is or isn't quality audio description just gets so hard that I think it's nearly impossible to actually get right, because there's always going to be exceptions. But I'd be interested in seeing the complaint. We just may give you some bad news that we can't do anything with it, but it definitely would go. Diane had mentioned that there's ways for people to file comments on the records, and this might be actually a really good comment for us to consider as rules kind of progress and change.
All right, great. And our next question.
Christine, you can unmute.
As you pointed out, the size of the market has something to do with whether a person can expect audio description. Does the size of the market have anything to do with set-top boxes, or does only December of 2017 matter for that? And we have friends who just got a box, but it could be old. You don't know when you get that box how long they've had it.
Yeah, that's a really good question. There are some cable companies who have been excused from this accessible set-top box rule, but it is very, very small markets. This is
low fiber.
This is going to be a handful of cable companies that are really, I think they were described as like farming community cable services, where there's like 25 people on one connection. So there's a handful out there that are exempt from these rules. I think most of them are operating with old analog systems, but I'd say I don't know the list of them, and I would say that the best way to find out is you can definitely send in a complaint, and we will definitely follow up with the company, and they can tell us whether they're part of the waiver or not.
Okay, thank you.
I do, Clark, I don't want to stop mentioning ACB leadership and your email, but I do have to jump off in just a few minutes.
Yeah, so we'll take one more question here, but as always, these are great questions to send to advocacy@acb.org, and if we don't know the answer, we'll be sure to pass them along to Will and the FCC.
Ray Campbell, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Linda, and good afternoon, Will and Diane. Two quickies. he said one, I'm going to make it two. One is, how do you subscribe to the, Karen, be quiet. How do you subscribe to the access info list? I seem to have been kicked off of it a while back and I forgot how to subscribe. And my second question is, so if a TV set has accessible features and they have the ability to go over Wi-Fi and say play like Netflix and that kind of thing, does that service where it goes to the streaming service have to be fully accessible as part of the set so that you can actually sign in and do things like that?
Two great questions. So you can send an email, just send an email to accessinfo@fcc.gov. And just write the word subscribe. Essentially, it's nothing fancy. Someone actually just reads your email and then types your name into the system. So there's no magic words other than, add me to the list. And then regarding your other question, smart TVs that were manufactured after, I'd have to look up the exact date, 2018, I think, sometime. Those have to be accessible, right? So there's devices that were created before this rule was implemented and after. It's been a few years that it's been in place, and the accessibility features have to apply to devices that or to apps that are built into the device. So if Netflix came on the smart TV and the smart TV is covered under that time frame, then yes, then I believe that that particular app would have to also be accessible, and that the accessibility stuff includes, finding the programs and things like that. And I can't imagine that signing in would be left out. But again, every time I kind of get a new complaint, interesting things. Well, I learn interesting things about the rules that I've been living with for years and years.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray. And Diane and Will, thank you so much for your time here today. I know my main takeaway is that the FCC and the Disability Rights Office, you all are there and you're working for us as consumers, and that if we have any issues, we can email Clark, and then Clark will pass it along to the FCC Disability Rights Office. And folks, be sure to keep an eye out either for FCC emails or their rulemakings. I know last year we were able to compile audio description comments received by our members and include those as an appendix to our rulemaking on the expansion of broadcast designated market areas passing through audio description. And that certainly helps our cause when we can include comments from our members all around the country. So again, Will and Diane, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to working with you. And as Will and Diane exit Zoom room via the sign out, we'll give a little moment here for our next panelists to all log in and join the dais. And our next panel on broadband adoption will kick off here in just a few minutes at 2:05.
Gasman, Roy Filio, Zachary Bastion, computer audio muted, video on. Linda Yax, left, Zachary Bastion, Roy Filio, computer audio.
welcome all. We're just waiting for one moment for our last panelists to join us here today for the second session of the Digital Inclusion Breakout Track on broadband adoption.
This is Linda. If you'll tell me who that is, I'll look in the attendees list.
Sure. We are looking for Jacqueline or Jackie Puente.
Okay, thank you. I don't see her there.
All right, thank you.
She just joined.
All right, great. Well, welcome everyone. We have our panelists, so let's get started. Again, this is Clark Rockfall. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs for the American Council of the Blind. And thank you for joining the broadband adoption panel of our legislative seminar. Day 2, it is going fast and furious here. All right, I'd like to begin by welcoming our guests. So I'll begin with Zach Bastian from Verizon Communications. Zach, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Clark. Always a great time to speak with ACB. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And Zach, you mind sharing a little bit on your background and your current role with Verizon?
Absolutely. So I'm manager for strategic alliances at Verizon. I lead our accessibility partnerships within our public policy and strategic alliances shop. My priorities are really trying to bring in all the great feedback that we get from organizations like ACB around our services. I've spoke to many of you directly about your concerns around making sure that you're getting the best phone and internet experience possible, and we really do appreciate that feedback at all times. But also speaking to organizations with ACB that are advocating for people who are blind on policy issues to help them understand the kinds of policies that we think could lead to more connectivity and more access for people with disabilities.
Thanks, Zach. And next up is Jackie Puente with Comcast. Good afternoon, Jackie.
Hey, Clark, and thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be with you all today. Many of you know me. I've worked with Comcast now for a long time. I'm our executive director for external affairs, and much of my work is about the digital divide and digital equity. For many years, I've worked on our Internet Essentials program, which has been our low-cost broadband adoption program that helps combine getting affordable access for $9.95 a month for families, along with the digital skills and learning training, as well as access to hardware. And it's been just a pleasure to work with you and all of your members across the country to get the word out about how to get connected, how to get online, and how we can grow the digital skills learning so that people can really participate in our economy, do all the distance learning that's happening now in the age of this pandemic, and so much more. So it's a real pleasure to be here.
Thank you. And our next panelist is Troy Attilio from IRA. Troy, how are you doing today? And Troy, you might be muted.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Hello, Clark. Hello, everyone from ACB and everyone who's listening and panelists. Really super thrilled to be here. ACB has been a great partner since the founding of IRA back in 2015, and I think we continue to work together. And I'm really excited about this panel. Just briefly about me, I'm the CEO. Formerly, I was the Chief Operating Officer. I took over CEO in February, and before that, I grew up a software engineer and worked a bunch of startups in Silicon Valley, but IRA is my first experience working with folks in this community and working on accessibility.
Thank you, Troy. And we certainly appreciate the partnership with all three of your companies, Verizon, Comcast, and IRA as well. Our final panelist needs no introduction to ACB. Cindy Hollis, Membership Services Coordinator. Cindy, how are you doing?
I'm wonderful. So delighted to be here. Besides working on membership initiatives for ACB, I also am managing our community events program, which did not exist a year ago, but has been in full swing since the middle of March of last year, and really delighted to be part of this panel. Thanks.
Great. And now I'll begin with questions. And I'll direct my first question towards Jackie and then Zach. We're curious to hear about what lessons Verizon and Comcast learned about broadband use during the pandemic, and what Comcast and Verizon did to meet the needs of consumers. So Jackie, would you like to begin?
Sure. And I think this is, a very timely topic. I think, there has been just, so much that we've learned that has gone wrong, and so many of our systems, right, as a country, as an economy, have really shown the greatest challenges we have during the pressure of this ongoing pandemic. But one thing that has worked incredibly well has been our broadband network infrastructure and our ability to continue to serve, our customers across the country. And if you think about kind of that spike and how much more time people are spending connecting to their devices, streaming content, using so many different apps, and really, leveraging all of this technology for physical distancing and staying safe in place, it's been incredible to see how the network infrastructure has really accommodated that huge increase in traffic over the last 12 months. Of course, that also with that, we've seen how dependent we are, right, on broadband technology, and how important it is for people to have not just the devices in their hands, but the connectivity at home to really kind of fuel all of the work that's being done in the house. And I think this is something where this community has known for a long time the importance of the connectivity and the devices that can help enhance our living. But obviously, given the stresses of the pandemic, it's been so much more apparent how for distance learning and for telework, really that high-speed broadband connection is critical. And so we have been since this started last March, really taking a deep look inside our company and our programs to see how we can be as helpful as possible. And we've done a number of things. We've signed on to this pledge at the FCC that Verizon and other ISPs signed on to as well, to make sure that people were being disconnected because of their inability to pay their bills. We've done things like increase our speeds for our low-cost broadband products. We've done a different promotional work to try and increase get more people online through our Internet Essentials program and other products. And really, I think we've doubled down investing in now what we're calling digital equity, right? To make sure that all people understand the value of being online, and really helping support folks, whether it's through safe spaces like our Lift Labs around the country, or working with partner organizations like ACB to make sure that folks know where they can get the technology, the hardware, and the know-how to make everything work together.
Thank you, Jackie. And Zach, anything that you would like to add about Verizon's lessons learned during the pandemic and how you all are meeting the needs of consumers where they are?
Absolutely. And again, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to ACB today. I think Jackie covered a lot of the broad strokes of what we've experienced. Demand definitely spiked for us. We were seeing more usage for longer periods of time, a lot of demand for video, obviously. So the bandwidth that's required for a high quality video connection is going to increase the people's consumption of the internet. But we have the network that was able to handle that. So across the board, we've been very happy with our network performance. We've been able to manage these spikes without any big interruptions in service. But we've also done a lot in terms of community engagement, just like Comcast has, to make sure that we are staying in touch with our communities, making sure that we're giving support in the right areas. We committed over $56 million in funding and in-kind support for COVID-19 relief. We provided a discount to Lifeline eligible customers on FiOS Home 200 megabit symmetrical internet connections, which is still available. So if you do qualify for a Lifeline, that can bring down your cost of FiOS to $19.99 a month. And then through the Verizon Distance Learning Program, we connected 38 million students in 40 states and here in the District of Columbia with discounted plans and connectivity to support remote education. And we did this through a format that would allow states and groups of states to negotiate for a bulk rate for the students and teachers in their area. And this also includes support for connectivity and remote education learnings. So specific to the ACB community, we're dramatically scaling our support for Teach Access, which is an initiative to give college students the kinds of accessible engineering and design education that will get them out into the marketplace, making apps and services and technology itself accessible, which, you know, the level of accessibility education in universities right now is just not at the level that it needs to be to make sure that there's true comprehensive access. So we're excited to scale that up, see it reach any more students. But that basically covers, you know, there's a lot more depth that I could go into, but I just wanted to give you guys a taste of the breadth of the way that we're engaged, that it's not just on one phase. We understand that this has pushed a lot of people to the limit, and we're there to help. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak with you guys.
Thanks, Zach. And Troy, Zach mentioned the increased demand for video services, which is perfect dovetail into the work that you do with Ira. So quick question for you. How have consumers been using Ira, which is a remote video assistive technology during the pandemic?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. As you know, we have thousands of customers and we've delivered millions of sessions and we track all that. And pre-pandemic, we would track like how many sessions were out and about, how many people were navigating, how many were online. And boy, did we see a change when the pandemic hit, right? It was like right there in our data. And we already touched on a lot of it, right? A lot of it was shifting to home, parenting, working from home, learning from home. And we saw, you know, individuals struggling to adapt. You've heard the stats, but we see it every day in our sessions. 40% of websites are inaccessible. And by that, I mean, like, it only takes one CAPTCHA or one element of the workflow to break, to then render someone who's dependent on that information to get blocked. And it's really frustrating, especially when you're trying to keep up with so much change. We also saw folks, you know, especially early in the pandemic, you know, just getting access, you know, to go to the pharmacy to get food, and social distancing, you know, guide dogs and canes. You know, you can't read the signs, you know, that were hastily printed, you know, or look at the social distancing of 6 feet. So we saw a lot of our customers, you know, frankly, getting a bit harassed sometimes because they were standing too close, and, you know, they call IRA sometimes to facilitate that social distancing. So what we saw were in this community, a lot of challenge and a lot of change, a lot of rapid change. I have to also, though, compliment kind of, you know, the providers of the infrastructure, because one challenge that we didn't see as much was this shift to broadband at home. Our agents work from home, a lot of them in shared apartments, and, like, you know, they need access to the bandwidth, and so that worked pretty good. We did see some challenges as more workloads were moved, but by and large, that was not the biggest issue for the company. I'll close with, as a small company, you know, we're dependent on revenue from our users, but increasing their businesses. And we've seen a great uptake in our access program, which is where businesses or universities or government organizations pay for service for the people that they serve. And happy to talk about it more, but I'm encouraged by the fact that we've had 20 universities deploy IRA, and we've had a lot of employers deploy IRA for their employees and staff who may be working from home, right? Or to facilitate their travel. So there's been a lot of change, and we've kept up, but it's still a struggle, I think, for all of us, whether a small company or some of the people that we serve in this time of change.
Thanks, Troy. That's a really interesting observation. So Cindy, you mentioned earlier not only your role as membership services coordinator, but also the creator, innovator in chief, the brains behind the ACB community. Let's talk a little bit. Before the ACB community, ACB was more free conference call, phone system based, but with the pandemic, with the adoption of Zoom, we've had this proliferation of ACB community events. And I'll even point out that back towards the beginning of the pandemic, Comcast was one of our first guests on a community event back in April of 2020. Do you think this would be possible without, you know, our folks adopting Zoom, having access and adopting broadband services?
Well, the truth of the matter is that we couldn't do what we're doing without it, right? We're using Zoom for all of our calls. We went from 11 in the last 2 weeks of March to 11 being a slow day. Last week we had 93 calls in 1 week. And these calls are being accessed by our members and friends. So it's not just our members. These are anyone who wants to come onto a call can, but they have to be able to have access to the infrastructure they need to be able to make that happen. So several use their apps on their phones. Some, quite a few use their computer or PC or Mac. And then we still probably have about 25% that use a good old-fashioned telephone. And I really believe that's where our biggest barrier ends up being is, you know, those that may not have unlimited long distance. And, you know, I don't know how that plays into all of this, but I know a lot of companies do offer unlimited long distance. And so some of, you know, quite a few of our people that come onto these calls are older, and there's still many people who are not taking advantage of taking part in the community events, not because they wouldn't want to, but because of access to unlimited long distance, and or maybe they don't have a smartphone or a computer or even know how to use the internet. So there's, you know, that I like to think of it as it's got to be available, accessible, and affordable. So all of it plays in.
And I'll take a quick detour from our outline here, but Troy, is that something that you've experienced with IRA as well? Kind of that available, affordable, accessible gap for the use
funny,
of
Clark,
IRA?
I was just taking notes, like that's a page out of our book. You know, first off, you know, IRA today, if you want to use it, you need to have a smartphone, a data plan, and know how to use a phone and not. And when we go to like the ACB conference, I'm in the booth and I'm talking to folks and they love the concept, but they don't have access to that basic function.
Yep.
And the second one is, while we do have paid plans, we also have the ability for free calls, but you may know, folks may know, we had to reduce that just to, you know, get through this pandemic as a company and be viable. And so, yeah, those are real barriers today for many of our users. And it's why we look for partnerships with businesses to offset those costs and over time reduce. But at the same time, as an industry, the question is, how do we get the basic technology, whether it's IRA or anything else, how do we get that basic technology in the hands of people who could really benefit from it?
Thanks, Troy. And Zach, curious if you have any thoughts or comments on what Troy and Cindy are discussing here and how we can, I guess, current policies that are in place. Earlier, you mentioned Lifeline and Jackie mentioned Internet Essentials. Are there other policies in place that we can use or leverage to help increase broadband access and adoption?
Well, Lifeline is obviously, excuse me, the big one. It's been around for quite some time. Emergency broadband benefit is something that's very timely that I wanted to make sure that the ACB audience was aware of. This is a monthly subsidy of up to $50 or $75 for people that are living on tribal lands towards a broadband connection. And ACB is among many other organizations focused on disability that have weighed in on the programming. And that conversation has really been helpful to us in trying to form how we want to attack this issue, to understand the disability specific issues that come with these benefits. Obviously, a big issue there is wanting to see more uptake of them. You know, sometimes these benefits just sit there and people don't exercise them. So there are opportunities with stakeholders like ACB to get more education out to folks so that they know that this benefit is there in the first place. That's certainly something that we could all do a better job at across the board, making sure that there's awareness of these programs. But through this process of going through the last year and understanding how dependent people are on our internet connections and trying to think of a more long-term solution for when the money that's within the EBB program runs out, we made a policy proposal through a paper called Accelerating America, where we talked about a more long-term broadband benefit, $20 to $50 per person, per household towards a broadband connection, including a biannual equipment benefit. And we think that this kind of bill should include digital literacy training, remote learning, connectivity, and technology support, because those kinds of education and relevancy components, getting people familiar with their devices, with their computers, making sure that they're able to use them effectively to do what they want to do, is very important to make sure that these services are actually taken. But again, this has been another phase in this very educational conversation with us, where we have designed the basics of this as far as what we see as being a priority. We did this talking with companies like Comcast and AT&T, our contemporaries within the industry, T-Mobile. But the types of feedback that we've had from ACB and other organizations are really helpful. And we're just hopeful that this is something that can actually come up for a vote, and that, we could get a bill through that would address this issue. Obviously, there are a ton of things that are on Congress's plate right now, but given the fact that, everybody's been indoors for a year, and we also have to plan for the next crisis and understand that this is probably not the last time that people are going to need to stay home and stay safe, and thinking through, all right, well, if connectivity is going to be an issue, then let's plan ahead so we have it handled in advance. So the conversation, the opportunity to engage with organizations like ACB and get direct feedback on these policy proposals is really helpful to Verizon.
Clark?
Yes, Cindy.
Can I ask Zach a question?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's about what he just said. So when somebody gets that subsidy, or that program, the $50, or with the,
yes.
Can they do that without? Can they do that just for an internet phone, for example, to have broadband for a phone?
Yes. No, we're really agnostic about the way that we feel like that these benefits should be exercised, and also the eligibility for them. Lifeline kind of provides a good baseline that if you qualify for Lifeline, you'd also qualify for this. But we also look at things like WIC and SNAP and Medicaid as also being good indicators of the kinds of people that this could serve the best. But yeah, so as long as the service itself meets the FCC's standard of being a broadband service, we're fine of any kind of services, as long as it meets that, so it can give people true broadband service. We're totally agnostic about how people use it. We just want people to be able to stay connected.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Jackie, could you elaborate a little bit more on the emergency broadband program?
Yeah, and Zach did such a good job of kicking this off, and I think this is a very interesting. The emergency broadband benefit is a super interesting case study in different stakeholders coming together to try to solve a real crisis in real time. Right? This was an idea that came together, last summer, and it was really, the collaboration between consumer groups and so many different stakeholders in the FCC and industry. And just this week, acting FCC chair Jessica Rosenworcel released kind of the highlights, the contours of this program, right, for $3.2 billion. The issue here is we don't know how fast that money will go out the door, right? And I think to Cindy's point earlier, right, seen during the last year, and I say this as a mom with a 9-year-old here in my house, families with children have really picked up the pace to get connected because of the distance learning, obviously. But what we're seeing is a huge need for those that aren't necessarily families, but you're talking about older Americans, you're talking about additional communities that really continue to be super isolated in this whole situation. And so, so one of the things, that Zach talked about was how can we transform this good idea, right? This great public policy collaboration of EVB and make this more long-term and make this more sustainable. And a part of this, I mean, to Zach's point also, is that there are so many, programs out there that are underutilized. And this is where we need a real grassroots effort. And even these convenings that Cindy's talking about, these community events, to help share what the upside is for someone being involved in this program. And we've seen this through Internet Essentials when we expanded to veterans and people in public housing, and when we expanded to seniors in different communities, over the past 10 years, that it takes a real grassroots effort to get the idea and to get people to really believe in what this benefit can bring them. And so, up to $50 is huge. It can be, and what's great is it doesn't remove your existing Lifeline benefit if you're a Lifeline customer, if you're in another program. This is completely additional for you to have that at-home connectivity, or the device. I don't want to make anybody at Verizon mad by saying that, but it's basically, it's an additional high-speed connection, or the first high-speed connection that people really need to be able to be more active. And now we're seeing what that means for employment, what we're seeing what that means for health, not just safety, is huge.
And there's also a provision in the emergency broadband benefit, not only for service, but for a device, a subsidized device as well. One of the things I think that's really interesting is in many facets of the pandemic, it's not that access to information or access to transportation are new barriers for the disability community, but the pandemic really shines a bright spotlight on things that aren't working, right? The areas that we need to do better. And I think broadband access, adoption, and education is certainly one of those areas. It's been highlighted not only for people with disabilities, people in diverse socioeconomic brackets or of different backgrounds. But right now I want to switch over to Troy and Cindy. In talking about something like this, a broadband benefit, and just more generally, and you've already touched on this a little bit, but is access and adoption of broadband, I guess we've already established it's a barrier, right? But what would this emergency broadband benefit, as well as a sustaining program going forward, mean for people who are blind and low vision? And I guess, Troy, I'll begin with you.
Sure. And first off, this is one reason I'm super glad to be here. I'm not as steeped on these details, and I'm learning some of this for the first time. And it seems like a no-brainer. Like if you look at the folks who want to use IRA, for example, like again, they're paying maybe a $29 a month fee. If they have their broadband, covered, that provides more economic relief to get to this basic service. And having broadband at home, I mean, where everyone is now working and operating is the basic air that, drives a product like IRA. So, and then the one I'm really curious about is the education, because I think we already touched on it. I can't tell you how many folks want to use a product like IRA. There's a lot of great tools that you can get to on your phone, but they're not competent or comfortable with the basics, even downloading an app and knowing your Apple ID. Like that, we're talking some very basic skills or screen readers or talkback. The more folks who are capable and comfortable, it gives them such an opportunity for all the tools that are being innovated and created on these platforms. So I'm really excited to hear about this.
Great. And Cindy, talking about the ACB community, participating live in a community event is not the only way to participate, but through the use of broadband and ACB radio, we've had the ability to archive, if it's a video community event, on Facebook Live, as well as our YouTube channel, if it's an audio event or the audio from all events as podcasts through ACB radio. So broadband really expands upon the available options for people to take part in these community events. I just want to ask you a question, Cindy. In terms of social distancing and folks being stuck at home throughout the pandemic, what has engagement and involvement in the ACB community meant for our members in the broader community?
For so many, I hear it daily that it's saved their, I mean, some have said it has saved my life, saved my sanity. They're, you know, being able to be a part of something and have things offered to them daily. People are doing crafts, they have peer support, they're learning technology. We have guitar lessons on Mondays. I mean, it's health and wellness, yoga and resistance and dance classes, and and then a lot of social events, and we can't forget karaoke on Saturday nights and game night on Friday nights and with its playtime. So for so many, it has meant connection. It has meant, well, it's meant community, and they don't feel alone, and people get on calls and they know each other. And when somebody's battled COVID, they get on a call and they're welcomed back or asked how they're doing, or they're in getting a new guide dog. They're, people are, how's your dog? And, I mean, people just care about each other. It's also opened up, we've done now a Facebook group, which is really popular. So yeah, the community calls are really important, and they have fed into a Facebook group, into our podcasts, into ACB radio. And I wanted to make sure that I just touched on, I brought up the phone, and I would welcome any of you to take part in a community event. I'd be remiss if I didn't make sure I mentioned this, but and will say to you all three that I am a customer of all three. My phone is on Verizon. I work from home, and Comcast was seamless with that. I moved from Minneapolis to Michigan early October, and was up and running. The Monday, I moved on the weekend and was up and running on Monday. So
this is the best channel I've ever been on. I love this channel.
So, okay. And I am a new explorer with Ira using the ACB discount. So I was one of those that took advantage of that free 5 minutes as often as I could, usually a couple times a day. But sometimes it'd be like close together. And then when it changed to being once a day, or once every 24 hours, it pushed me over the edge, Troy. And so I bit the bullet. So I'm grateful to have all three. But one of the concerns that has been raised many times over, especially as we have been doing a lot of conventions around the country virtually, affiliates are concerned with their populations not being able to have access to getting onto those conventions through Zoom because of the lack of long distance, and many of whom are using still the good old landline. And I think that if there's a way for us to speak to the grassroots, as was mentioned, through the emergency
broadband
benefit, yes, as a way for people to get unlimited long distance, I think that would be really huge, because it takes away that barrier from some. So.
And Cindy, thank you for raising that. I know on our last panel with the FCC Disability Rights Office, the Deputy Bureau Chief, Diane Burstein, raised that in addition to launching the emergency broadband benefit, the FCC is seeking outreach partners, of which ACB is one. So we will be communicating information about this benefit to our members to help get them connected, so that they can take part in this benefit and feel more connected, be in a safe, welcoming, and respectful ACB community environment, and use assistive, remote technologies like Ira to help them live more independently, not just during the pandemic, but for many years to come. So at this point, I'd like to invite our Zoom host to open up for Q&A with our audience.
Okay. We have Marsha Moses. You should be able to talk. Marsha.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for a very informative panel. And I would like to say that I use 2 out of 3, Comcast for my mobile phone. I'm sorry, Verizon for my mobile phone and Comcast broadband for cable. But I have a question for Troy. I was going to sign up with Ira. I do not have a smartphone. I was going to sign up with Ira back in the day when you had the glasses and the camera and the phone, I should say, and that disappeared. Has Ira given any consideration of coming up with a service to use your broadband with your laptop with the camera in order to at least get some questions answered from home? Because, there are those of us who don't have smartphones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've heard this loud and clear, and it is definitely on the roadmap. So we have, and it was inspired even further by the changes that took place because of the pandemic. I alluded to, we used to take maybe 30% of our calls were navigation and 20% were online, and that flipped in the pandemic, and it remains that way. We have way more online usage, and a lot of folks don't want to call in on the phone to set up the call. They just want to use their computer like we're doing right now with Zoom. So that is definitely on the table, but I don't have a date for you. But I can say it's a priority.
Well, that's wonderful to know, and I will be looking forward to that. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.
Ray, you should be able to unmute.
And I did, Linda. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Before I ask my 2 quick questions, to Troy, first of all, huge thank you for Ira being there. It's changed my life, and it's certainly a wonderful thing. My question is, and my wife is going to the other room because she's in the other breakout. She's going to ask her question. Anyway, this is what happens when you're doing this. Anyway, Zach and Jackie, my one question to you two, and that would be, we know a lot of trends are going to remain after the pandemic: remote working, telehealth, maybe some remote learning, those kinds of things. Yet there's still areas in this country where broadband doesn't exist. Rural areas, I'm thinking of especially. Have your companies done any thinking about ways to improve your infrastructure to reach some of those hard to reach areas of the country, like rural areas and those kinds of things? And to Troy, my question to you is Ira looking at anything or any plans to enhance access for people who are deafblind?
Mm-hmm. All right. So first question was to, and we'll start with Jackie, but to Jackie and Zach about improving broadband access, specifically rural parts of the country, but I guess anywhere where there's a broadband dead zone.
Yes, and I think this is something I think that all companies, all the ISPs are working through right now, right? I don't think there's ever been sort of an idea not to connect people or to, deliberately exclude folks, right? I think that the reality is that the cost of some of these locations is very expensive. And so it's very expensive to build that connectivity out, especially when you're talking about rural America. And so I think that, I can speak for Comcast. We're putting a lot of time and energy into thinking about how we tackle this. If you look at the maps and where the footprint is of our plant, there are places where we're looking to expand and grow. And I think this is definitely a part of the conversation that's going to happen in Congress about infrastructure, right? And the infrastructure stimulus, and how do we make sure that we're deploying funds to where people are unserved, right? To where there is no connectivity, versus overbuilding where connectivity already is, and you're bringing in additional, players in that space. So I think, companies are thinking through this very clearly. And I think realizing that because the costs are so high, that could be another, reason to really embrace a more long-term solution like the broadband benefit to help those communities that are in rural America that haven't had the same economic stimulus that you've seen in several of the cities, right? To help them and to help the people that live there really be able to take advantage of the technology that may already exist there, but maybe at a higher price point.
And Zach, before I turn it to you, one quick thing that I'll add, since Jackie mentioned the emergency broadband benefit in this context, one of the things I like most about this program is it's much like you were saying, Zach, technology neutral or technology agnostic. If wireless works for you in your area, perfect. If wireline broadband access is what would help you the most, even better. But there are still some areas that connectivity in itself is an issue.
Yeah, Clark, and if I can jump in for one more second here, just to say that I think this is where we need to have more dialogue, and we need to hear from people, right? This is where it's helpful, particularly on the assistive technology side, to really hear more about what people need. And I think the companies like Verizon and Comcast, I won't speak for them, but we're not device manufacturers, right? So we need to hear from people what they're using, right? This is where the conversation and to hear about how people are using IRA is so helpful to understand better the technology that people want to have, and how that technology fits into the ecosystem helps us make better policy. And so the more that people are involved in this discussion, and the more that we're hearing about what are the trends that are making people have more fulfilling lives, that's exactly where we want to be able to put our resources and build our coalitions better.
Thank you, Jackie. And Zach?
Yes, and just great question, Larry. And honestly, it's something that my family has personally experienced, because in the last year, my mother and father left Dallas, Texas, and moved to Twisp, Washington, which is in eastern Washington. It's a tiny mountain town. It's beautiful, but they have had serious challenges getting a good internet connection. So not only have I directly answered this question by someone else in Twisp from ACB last year about, why is my internet not as good as it could be out here? Jackie really outlined the problem. I mean, the costs to deploy what we call fiber to the premises to an individual home are really enormous. And that doesn't even cover all the franchising and approvals that are involved to get that done. So from an economic perspective, it is really difficult. And this is a long-term challenge, Larry, that the FCC has been looking at for a long time. There have been different initiatives around, well, can we get rural electric co-ops, people that are providing very localized cell phone service? Are there things that we can do to help them scale up their business so they could be broadband providers within the area? So the fact that you're raising this issue is just a demonstration of the fact that this has been a real long-term challenge, that there are a lot of benefits and great parts to living in rural areas, but when we're able to deliver services to customers in more concentrated population bases like that, there's economies of scale that are realized that will allow us to deliver really good service to many more people. So I think there are a lot of things on the table. And frankly, rural internet is one of the rare actual bipartisan issues out there. That, there are just as many Republicans as Democrats who have constituents that need to get connected, and this is a big priority for them. So I'm hopeful in this Congress that we could see more measures that push that issue forward. But it's a big structural challenge, and we really appreciate all the opportunities to hear from folks like you about how it's directly impacting you and the kind of technologies that have made a difference.
Thanks, Zach. And I know you're waxing on about Washington State was giving Cindy a little homesickness. Troy raised other question about deafblind support on IRA.
And Ray, thank you for being a supportive customer. Every Explorer matters to us, and it's great to hear. Yeah, so we do have customers who are using IRA who are deafblind or using their Braille note display in conjunction with the ability to text with the agent. I'm certain we can do more there, and I would encourage anyone to contact our product manager Ryan.Bishop, that's RYAN.Bishop at ira.io. If you have needs or challenges or ideas, he's our product manager and would love to hear from you on that. But we do have customers today who are using IRA, again, with their note display and chat.
Thanks, Troy. And unfortunately, that brings us to the end of our panel. If folks have additional questions, please email us at advocacy@acb.org. And when appropriate, we'll pass those along to our panelists. And as I wrap up this panel, I would like to ask each of our panelists just for one final quick thought on what broadband adoption would mean, greater broadband adoption would mean for ACB members and people who are blind and experiencing vision loss. And as they quickly formulate that, I'll say, please stay tuned. Our next panel in this breakout is on the 21st Century Communications Video Accessibility Act, where we are, where should we be going? And on breakout B, the final health and wellness session will be on what to include in a diabetes bill of rights for people who are blind and experiencing vision loss. So Jackie, ladies first, I'll begin with you.
Well, and I'd love to be on the next panel to talk about the Olympics and all the things that we're doing with NBC News to enhance the experience. But I'll just say that I think Cindy, of all the people all day that I talked to about broadband, I think Cindy had the best and most authentic, comment about why this is so important. And I think everybody right now is feeling isolation. I'm a true extrovert, so I can't handle being home all day like this. But I think that, this is, you can make all the arguments about the technology and what we're really seeing right now is that people are adapting. There are new apps, IRA, there are new technologies emerging everywhere to help people get that sense of connectivity and that human interaction that's so important. And so my hope is that, working together, we can really move this hopefully through Congress in the near future and let people have that experience again so that we can all be out of our houses and seeing each other in real time soon.
Thanks, Jackie. And Zach, a quick thought?
Absolutely. And I echo all of Jackie's comments as far as just really trying to apply these lessons learned going forward and making sure that we are fully including people on the same spirit of fully including people. Something that really hit a nerve with me in March when this first started up, and I participated in Mobility Matters. It was supposed to be in Portland. It was held remotely, coordinated with Deafblind Citizens in Action. And what I heard from so many of the participants that joined us from that event was, this is so great. This is the kind of thing that we wouldn't have been able to attend previously, but we're able to join this Zoom and ask you questions and meaningfully participate in the discussion. So even though I love doing in-person events, I'm very much like Jackie that I miss all the opportunities to see your smiling faces and have a drink and eat some nice food and talk about these important issues face to face. But even once that becomes a possibility again, I think we need to maintain that remote component so the kind of people that are engaged by these events and able to attend now that couldn't previously can continue to participate. Because if we just hit a switch and say, okay, we're all in person now, we're not doing this remote stuff anymore, there are people that aren't going to be included. There are people that have been participating because it's remote that need to continue to be able to participate after this is over.
So, and Cindy, once the pandemic ends, are the community events ending, or what does broadband adoption mean for ACB?
The community events are not ending. I can tell you that. I've had to pinky swear, that they wouldn't end. I think that just to remember, we all, those of us who use them, love our smartphone and our smart TV and computer access and all of those things that we use on a daily basis. But we don't want to forget, this covers people of all ages, all economic backgrounds, people in all different areas of the country. And of course, we're concerned about people who are blind or visually impaired, but really it it reaches even more than that. But I just don't want us to forget people that also are using a regular landline phone, that they need to be able to access all of this amazing technology, even if it's through a phone, and be able to stay connected. And so, you know, it's just connection is so important. Connection to the world. Isolation is never healthy. So
Thanks, Cindy. And Troy, last word goes to you.
Sure, I'm going to build on what everyone said. I think what we've seen in the pandemic is a crisis, but at the same time, it's showing opportunity. I think whether it's employers or government programs, there's a lot more flexibility in the mindset, because we can see what people done. Like, if you really think about what's happened in the last year, there's probably been no bigger shift, at least in my lifetime, to a whole new modality of you know, communicating. And we've seen some benefits, like we talked about, like, you know, more people connecting because it's online, and it removes that barrier to travel. So in addition to what everyone said, I think as a community, now is the time to keep the momentum and keep that focus, while I think everyone is in a more open mindset about change, right? Because this is about change, and not everyone is in favor of change. And if we can, as a community, kind of come together and have strong advocacy for this community, we can achieve more. So really excited about what we can do together.
Thanks, Troy. And thank you to all of our panelists. I apologize to Kim Charlson that I took us a little long here, but we will get going into our next panel as soon as possible. So again, thank you everyone for participating, and folks, hang tight, and we'll be up with the CVAA panel shortly.
Thanks, Clark.
Thanks, Clark.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
And Kim, are you here?
Kim is not here yet, but Carl is here.
All right, we have Carl, and who else, Cindy?
What's that?
Who else do we have?
Yeah, you've got Karen and Blake.
Okay, so we're just waiting on Kim.
And Carl.
Yeah. And Clark, if push comes to shove, Kim did send us a list of questions she wanted to go through. So if you need us in an emergency to get going, I assume you'll want to wait a few minutes, but.
Great, I'll pull up Kim's questions, and I will try my best to fill her shoes until she arrives.
Clark, do you need me to send them to you, or do you have them?
Oh, I've got them right here. Thank you. Let's see here. All right, as I'm pulling those up, hello everyone. I am not Kim Charlson. I am Clark Rockfall, ACB's Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs, and filling in as moderator for our panel on the CVAA, the 21st Century Communications Video Accessibility Act. And I will ask our panelists here for a brief introduction on themselves, beginning, ladies first, with Karen Peltz-Strauss. Karen, thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, Clark. It's a pleasure to be here. I guess introducing myself, I'm a disability advocate that's worked in the field for about 4 decades. My background is on communications, accessibility, effective communications, primarily through telecommunications, telephone, television, and internet. I worked in various capacities, first at Gallaudet University's National Center for Law and the Deaf, National Association of the Deaf, 2 tours of duty at the Federal Communications Commission, overseeing disability policy there, and drafted along the way, not at the commission, but outside the commission, various federal laws to promote accessibility, including the CVAA. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Karen. And our next guest is no stranger to members of ACB. He's one of our co-chairs of the Audio Description Project Steering Committee. Carl Richardson, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I hope everybody is too. So I'm a deafblind consumer of both captioning and audio description, as well as an advocate. In my earlier life, I had 20/20 vision, and I went to school for film and television and got my degree in that, and worked in film and television for a while. But then later, due to the progressive nature of my eye disease, Usher syndrome, both my hearing and vision got worse. So I had to stop watching television and film. And by doing research, I found that the audio description and captioning was fairly new, because it was just then that decoders were being put in the set-top boxes. I was able to get back my love of film and television back. And for a while, I worked at WGBH's Media Access Group and National Center for Accessible Media under Larry Goldberg as the marketing person. I left there many years ago, but I'm still an avid consumer and advocate for the use of accessibility when it comes to media and internet and telecommunications.
Thanks, Carl. And I'll also note that Carl is a member of the FCC Disability Advisory Committee, as well as I am, and Tony Stevens are the representatives on the DAC for ACB. Another member of the FCC's Disability Advisory Committee is our third panelist, Blake Reed. Blake, how are you doing today?
Hey, Clark, doing well, and really nice to be with you. And Carl, Karen, it's nice to see and chat with you all as well. So I'm a law professor. I teach at the University of Colorado at Boulder. I teach telecommunications and intellectual property law, and I also direct our Samuelson Glushko Tech Law and Policy, Technology Law and Policy Clinic, the TLPC, and through work at CU and at Georgetown. Before that, I spent about a decade in my clinical capacity working with a wide range of disability rights organizations, including ACB, on the implementation of the CVA, on various closed captioning issues, as well as issues relating to the accessibility of content at agencies like the Copyright Office, and also a little bit internationally at the World Intellectual Property Organization. So really nice to be here and looking forward to the discussion. And I noticed, Clark, that Kim has joined us.
Thank you, Blake. Yes.
Kim, welcome. I was just
Hi.
keeping your seat warm. Our panelists
you did
just
a fine
did
job.
If you would like to introduce yourself, and then Blake teed up a closed captioning question perfectly for you.
Oh, super. All right. Well, thank you again. I got bogged down in the previous panel, and what a great session, Clark. The previous two, they were really informative. So I'm pleased to be moderator today. I'm Kim Charlson. I'm immediate past president of the American Council of the Blind and a longtime audio description advocate, both in live performing arts, and now I've really taken quite a turn with my colleague Carl Richardson, because there's just so much on the media side and emergency broadcast. There's so much for us to do. Never a dull moment, right, Carl? So I'm really looking forward to this panel today. And why don't we jump in, as Clark said, and start with the question that Blake had lined up for us, the discussion.
So, and Kim, that would be your first question on the list about the discrepancy of closed captioning and audio description.
Yeah, so that exactly, that we have realized for quite some time, of course, that captioning for the deaf and hard of hearing viewers is far ahead of where audio description is. And the CVAA has several discrepancies between where captioning is and where audio description presently is with the law. So we know that we have maxed out most of the audio description provisions, such as the 87.5 hours per quarter. So what we would like to see is audio description be on par with captioning. Can you give any guidance on how we might avoid any of the pitfalls that captioning might have navigated historically? And what recommendations would you provide to blind advocates on the issue of audio descriptions?
I can try taking that if you like.
Super.
Okay, this is
Thank
Karen.
you, Karen.
And Kim, your video isn't on. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I just want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
That's okay. It was on and then it went off. So I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
So I think that it helps to understand the history here and why there's such a discrepancy between captioning and now you're on. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
And an audio description. There's a very long history, and I won't go into all of it, except to say that at the time that Congress adopted rule or requirement for full captioning was very far along. In fact, almost all primetime programming at that time was already captioned. And so there was a fairly strong record and foundation upon which the mandates could be built. When we went, and that was back in 1996. In fact, we tried to get back in 1996 a mandate for video description, which is what it was called then, and we failed. Despite the fact that we failed, we got a requirement for a report for video description that the FCC was going to put together to talk about what it costs and what its benefits are and how it can be provided. And so I went into I was at the FCC when we put together that report, but we went ahead and actually mandated the service anyway. And as many people know, that was thrown out by a court of appeals for lack of authority because the Congress hadn't authorized it. So we went back to Congress in the CBAA and we said, hey, you know what? We want those rules that the FCC developed to become law because we need authority for the FCC to continue implementing them. At that time, the only thing that Congress would agree to was exactly what the FCC had put into those rules, which was very limited. And the reason it was very limited is because there was no track record yet on providing audio description for television programming. So we took what we could get in the CBAA because even that was kind of on the cusp. It took a huge amount of persuasion to get them to even do that and expand at least some of the markets and allow for at least a little bit of an expansion. So I think it helps to know that history that we pushed Congress to the max. Now, since then, as we all know, audio description has taken off. It's being provided by far more entities than are actually even required to provide it. Some of the streaming services are making it routine, and many networks and channels are providing it way beyond the requirements. That's one thing that's happened. And the other thing that's happened is that the cost has plummeted. And I can tell you that I know this pretty securely because I have a member of my family that provides audio description. And unless he's getting the raw end of the stick, which is possible, he's not getting paid nearly what I thought he would get paid for this service. In fact, I think that this service might even be cheaper than captioning, which is something that I think needs to be explored. So all of this is by way of saying it is definitely time to go back to Congress. It is definitely time to say, this is no more speculative. It's totally doable. It's being done. We can go back and say it's been proven to enhance the television experience of people who are blind and low vision, which again, all of these things we couldn't say the first time around. And therefore, it is the time to now move ahead with a more comprehensive mandate. And I think that in doing that, we need to do some background investigation and gather together some information about what it actually does cost and use the reports that the FCC has put together on audio description. They've done at least 2 comprehensive reports to demonstrate that this is very doable and that it's time for Congress to revisit the issue.
Thanks. Blake, do you have any comment to add to that? That was fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and Karen covered the history well, so I'll just add in a couple of quick notes. In my experience working on captioning issues, my first introduction to it was reading, something that the Deaf and Hard of Hearing consumer organizations had filed that was colloquially known as the 100% captioning petition, right? And they called it that, and they talked about that. And from the moment I started working on it, the notion that anything wouldn't be closed captioned was a problem, right? The focus is on how do we get the loopholes out? How do we get to 100%? So I think getting to that fulcrum where you say the goal here is to have everything audio described. Now that sounds like pretty audacious goal, right? To say we should have every video that's on YouTube audio described. Hard problem to solve, but I think it's worth starting there and working back to, that we're obviously going to find parts of that we're not going to get Congress to agree to, that we're going to get industry to object to, and so on and so forth. But I think it's worth setting out that goal, and I think understanding audio description as a civil right, and saying we need to have equal access to all video, and using that as the goal is something that the Deaf and Hard of Hearing community really used with captioning, and we're not 100% there with captioning, right? We still haven't solved a lot of these problems with captioning, especially when we think about video delivered online. But having that as the North Star helps, I think, frame the conversations in a useful way. And then I think the last thing I'll say, because I'm a telecom law professor, so I actually I have to teach the case where the audio description rules were thrown out, and I back in the early 2000s. And I think one of the most notable things about that case was that as I recall, ACB and AFB were on one side of the case, and NFB was on the other side of the case. And so that I think enabled that lawsuit to happen, that there was a perceived division about what blind and visually impaired people wanted. And I think that gave the industry the opening to really push against those rules. And so I think having a really strong sense of, and I don't know if what I just laid out, if audio description on every video is a civil right, that sounds good to me, but that may not be right. That may not be where the community comes at this. And so I think having a sense of where are the priorities with audio description? Is that a goal that the community wants to shoot for? And then having everybody all in line to execute on that, I think is a really important aspect of whatever progress is going to look like in an update to the CVA. So I just underscore those couple of points.
Great. Wonderful advice. And thank you to both of you. All right, now I'm going to direct a question to Carl Richardson. So an important part of the CVAA are the provisions for the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, or I Can Connect. It provides telecommunications equipment for consumers with significant vision and hearing loss who meet federal income eligibility guidelines. What recommendations would you make for this program and its future growth and capacity to serve more consumers in the future?
So thank you for that. First of all, as an active member of the deafblind community here in Massachusetts, I have seen firsthand the impact it can make on those who are deafblind or those who have a dual sensory loss. And so I just want to say it's important. One, I think the FCC needs to work with other federal agencies to reach to consumers who may not necessarily identify as deafblind, but maybe they just hard of hearing and low vision because they aged into it. So maybe they work with the agency to work with the elderly population, or so they need to collaborate with other agencies, because there's a whole lot of people who have a dual sensory loss who are having trouble communicating, because when you combine the two, 2 + 2 = 5. You have to learn how to communicate and reinterpret the information. So they need to figure out how to reach those who don't necessarily identify as deafblind. Secondly, maybe look at changing the definition of deafblind so you reach a broader community of those who are deafblind, and change the definition to a disability standard rather than an income standard, which is 400% above the poverty limit right now. Also, I personally don't understand why hearing aids are not counted as a communication device, because if I don't have hearing aids, I'm not using anything else I can give me. Doesn't matter what they're going to give me. If I don't have my hearing aid first, I'm not going to be able to take advantage of all the other equipment to communicate with. So that's another thing to look at. Thirdly, I would look at things like making all Bluetooth devices hearing aid compatible, and just do a better job of marketing and letting people know of this valuable service, because I've seen stories where mothers are now communicating with their children for the first time, things like that. And it just blows you away when you hear these stories. So I think it's a vital program, and it needs to be upgraded and continued in the next potential version of the CVAA.
Thanks, Carl. Karen, I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak to this, because you have some history with this program that I think might benefit us moving forward.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, it's I think that probably the most frustrating thing of all for this program for me was the low income limitation, which was added at the 11th hour. It was actually added after I already went to the FCC. I was very upset about it. There was no debate on it. There was no discussion. It was literally just added in as a word that totally changed the nature of this program. And so when I was at the FCC, we tried to do as much as humanly possible to make that category of eligible users as wide as possible. And that's why we went for 400% of the low income poverty guidelines. It was as far as we could go. There were other various little components of determining income eligibility that we tried to also allow for stretching of the population that could use it. We also, at the FCC, went way beyond equipment, actually, to include servicing of the devices and training of individuals. I mean, I'll be honest, we stretched this to the max, way beyond where we even thought we could do so. And I agree with Carl that I love reading the Perkins descriptions and other descriptions of the impact and outcome of this program for people that previously had no communications. I do think that there's room for improvement. Again, the income limitation, I'm concerned about hearing aids. I hear what you're saying, Carl, but traditionally, or historically, I should say, disability laws such as the ADA have stayed away from personal devices. So I hear you. I'm concerned that might be a hard sell.
No, I agree. It would be a hard sell, and I'm just bringing up from my personal point of view.
Yeah, you're totally right. And again, we tried to be as liberal as possible in terms of the scope of devices. And one of the things that I think we were successful on is making clear that it didn't have to be specialized equipment for people designed specifically for people with disabilities, and it could be mainstream equipment, even if that equipment has multiple purposes. So I think it's definitely worth taking another look at it. I don't know about the income amount, the amount allotted. That's another place that we could look. There's $10 million a year. I actually think that the FCC has not ever had a problem with that amount in terms of filling the spaces. The money's been sufficient, but maybe that's a problem in itself, because if there's excess funding available each year, which I know there was for many years, then I think you're right. Carl, I think that we need to find other avenues to find the people that could use this service. And I love the idea of having the FCC collaborate and using other methods to reach potential recipients of the equipment.
Great.
Kim, could I chime in with one
Blake, yes.
really short point here, which is to say, there's this additional layer with how the program is administered, where it's not administered directly by the FCC, but it's administered by different entities in different states. And a lot of the problems, so we've actually done some advocacy on this, on the deaf and hard of hearing side of things as well. And a lot of the feedback that we get on this is kind of third hand stuff. It's about problems that people are maybe having with the state agencies that are administering the program, or challenges that they're sort of running into locally. And there's a real communication breakdown to get those issues on the radar of the FCC. So I would just underscore, if folks listening in on this work with communities that take advantage of, use, rely on the program, and are running into problems, making sure that the FCC knows about those problems and get in touch with the Disability Rights Office and make sure that they know about it, because I think there's a real communication breakdown, ironically, given the goals of this program, about how it's working on the ground, because there's this kind of federated administration of it. So that'd be my call. I would love to hear stories from folks about how this is working and not working in practice.
Good. All right. Our next question, I'm going to point at Blake first, and then we'll hear from others. But how can we have a CVAA that recognizes and merges access with the convergence of the Internet of Things to get greater accessibility, and to make sure that we think more globally to cover things that are coming in the not too distant future that we don't even know about today, i.e. case in point, streaming services. And in 2010, they didn't exist, but somehow the deaf community had foresight to make sure that captioning would carry on, and audio description was kind of left behind because we didn't think of that. So how can we, that's one example, but I know there's dozens of others with respect to the Internet of Things and communication.
So Kim, I hope you'll forgive me a little bit of a law professor answer, but I promise I'll try to bring it down out of the ivory tower by the end. I would say that as we think about disability law and the categories of social functions, social things that are happening, social services, social products, and so on and so forth, we have a lot of categories that are rooted in the 1990s. So in the ADA, we've got employment, we've got state and local government services, we've got places of public accommodation. On the FCC side of things, we've got video programming, and broadly speaking, we've got communications services. With these buckets, and there are probably a few others that we could pick up around things like transportation and healthcare, maybe a couple of others. We have tried over the last, call it quarter century, to fit, as new technologies come down the pike, we've tried to fit things into these buckets. We've tried to say, you know, a video on the internet is really not that different from video on television. And so we've got sort of buckets, we've got sort of analogies that work. As the Internet of Things has come along, we've got these digital communications kinds of things that are built into everything around us that we use. It's in our appliances, it's in our cars, it's in our cities, it surrounds us, right? And we have lots of ways of getting at some of these things indirectly, right? So let's take, for example, video games, right? So we don't have a law that covers real directly the accessibility of video games. And we embed gaming in all sorts of Internet of Things kind of devices. We kind of get at that because video games have communications features. And so we can use the advanced communication services rules that the FCC has to get at part of that problem. But what I think we're going to keep seeing is this broad category of things that we might lump in under the Internet of Things that don't neatly fit into video programming, don't neatly fit into communications, don't neatly fit into places of public accommodation, don't neatly fit into state and government services, aren't necessarily directly tied to employment. And some of these problems have persisted for a long time, by the way, right? Like I think about like word processing is a good example before we kind of got to the Internet of Things. You know, Microsoft Word has an output accessible PDFs on the Mac for 20 years. And that's, and part of that is because there's no legal or regulatory hook to get after Microsoft Word. We're going to have a whole category of products and services that fit into that under this banner of the Internet of Things. So I think this is a big priority for the next version of the CVAA to sketch out what exactly do we mean by Internet of Things? What are the things that are not getting covered by the existing legal regimes? What are the categories and products and services that we care about? Enumerating those and figuring out what it means for those things to be accessible and who's going to take charge, where we want to situate in the context of the federal government or state governments or disability law or wherever, making sure that those things are accessible. So I'm going to stop because I've been going on for too long, but that's, I think, a huge priority and potentially kind of a new priority that we haven't addressed yet and that we need new legislation to address.
Fantastic. Great advice. Carl, you have any comments on that?
So I do think we need to change the paradigm and how we look at it. And one, I want to agree with Blake's comment earlier. We have to think of it as a civil right, but also reword how we do things. Like you mentioned streaming services a second ago, Kim. Instead of saying they must be accessible, we could say, well, because they're all the networks and broadcast cables are going to that service. And once they go to streaming services, they're no longer required to pass through the audio description. So we need to say, if you base it on percentage of their market share or how many customers they have, just like we do with the ratings on the broadcast side, the Nielsen rating, let's flip the script and do it on ratings, and also say no matter what device, the file follows wherever it goes, and it must be screen reader friendly. And I can see someday my wife getting the refrigerator and watching TV on the refrigerator. And does it go to that? So the next version of the CVA just has to be much more flexible and open-minded, but that's going to be hard in government rulemaking because I work in government also in the state, and I like very specific things. So this is going to be a big challenge for the blind, the deaf, the hard of hearing community, and the deaf-blind community moving forward, because technology is moving faster than rulemaking.
I think you're right. Karen, I'm sure you have some thoughts about this.
Well, I think that Blake and Carl covered it terrifically. I don't have that much more to say, just to echo that it needs to be addressed. And it is just so hard to make laws future-proof. It's whenever we think that we've captured, we tried in the CVAA, there's a reference to successor technologies, to the internet, for example. Whenever we think we've tried to do, we've been effective at doing that, something else comes along, and we couldn't have imagined it. And you just look at not only Internet of Things, but all kinds of applications used by artificial intelligence now, including predictive analytics and algorithms and automated speech recognition, and the list goes on and on, augmented reality, virtual reality. And it's just very, very difficult to know what kind of applications all of these things are going to have. And so for that reason, we just need to keep on top of it. We're lucky to have people like Senator Markey. We have him for another 6 years at least, and he has expressed an interest in working with the community going forward, as he has for the past four decades. And hopefully we can get some bipartisan support, as we have in the past, on these issues as we move forward.
Great.
Tim, before we move on, could I just one thing that Carl brought to mind, which is think about the refrigerator. I saw a story that was making the rounds, I'm sure many folks on this call did, about an inaccessible washing machine that had has a touch screen on it for controls, and it's the controls are visually generated, and so totally accessible for people who are blind. I think we addressed a lot of those problems when we were dealing with remote controls at the FCC, right? So like we've sort of solved that problem in another context, but we don't exactly have like a federal refrigerator commission. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I think
exactly.
thinking about how do we make refrigerators? We don't have a federal washing machine commission.
Yeah.
How do we figure out where to task the accessibility and the enforcement of accessibility of consumer products like that? We don't actually have a good home for that right now. We don't have a good agency for that. We don't have anybody that's really in charge of that. And we've got a lot of kind of novel questions about what that means. And so we really need to figure that out in the next round of legislation.
The only reason
that's just such a good point, because if anything touches every single one of our members in the blindness community, it's a washing machine, a refrigerator, an oven, and stove. All of those appliances are just the major challenge for everybody.
And the refrigerator will never fall under the FTC, obviously. But I meant if they build a TV, they're now building TV sets in the cars. Who'd have thought cars would have monitors that are subject to the CVAA, but they do because they have playback devices in them. So that's all I bought. And I don't ever want
What if a stove comes out, and it probably has, and I haven't heard about it, that has some kind of a TV screen on it where you can take a cooking class and cook. You watch your class on the screen and you cook it yourself right there on the stove while you're watching the class, step by step.
This is Karen. There's no question that there are things like that already being developed. And I will tell you that my refrigerator has a smartphone feature where when it once broke, we held our smartphone up to it and it conveyed information to the manufacturer about what was wrong, and he told us how to fix it. That's only one step removed from having it talk to the manufacturer. So you're absolutely right that these things are on the way. Some of them are already here. If you go to CES, you'll see all kinds of cooking and other kinds of training sessions that are built into products. I think part of the problem, and I think the other panelists have hit on it, is that in America, we don't have a law covering products. And that's not the case in other countries, in some other countries. Europe has some laws covering products as well as services. And so what we have, like, for example, with gaming, as some of you have mentioned, part of the gaming feature will be accessible, but not all of it. And so I think it's also confusing for the industries when part of their devices must be accessible, but not the rest. Same with ebooks. So it's a real problem.
So while the FCC has made progress over the past decade on the accessibility of video programming through the provision of closed captions and audio description, critical gaps remain in the coverage and quality of captions and description, particularly on IP-based services. So what can the FCC or a new CVA do to remedy the issues surrounding quality of both captioning and audio description? Blake, do you want to start with that?
Karen, I saw you moving to start on this one. You
Oh,
want to
she's
take it
good
first,
on that
or?
one. Okay, we'll take Karen.
It took 10 years between the time that consumers filed the petition and the time that the FCC issued rules on captioning quality. So that's probably not a good model, but once we got started, which was under Wheeler, it actually only took 5 months to get them actually out. And the way that we were able to do it was to have a collaboration and coordination across 4 different stakeholders. The industry, such as not only, the industry meaning the networks, the channels, the stations, in other words, the television industry or video programming industry, the service providers, which in that case were captioners, the consumers, of course, and the FCC. And we had meetings, regular meetings, almost every Friday, actually. I remember this because Friday's a dress down day and I had to keep dressing up. But it was worth it because we really hashed out the quality issues, and there was no mandate for quality in the 1996 amendments to the Communications Act that required captioning. So there doesn't necessarily need to be a legislative change here. If there are quality issues, and my understanding again from this member of my family who does audio description indicates that there are, and that there's a lot of questions surrounding how audio description should be provided, and each provider seems to, this person freelances for a lot of different companies. Everybody does it a different way. There are all kinds of chat rooms about how people prefer it to be provided. And so the community of stakeholders need to get together and talk to the industry and figure out common ground. I don't even know, it would be preferable for the FCC to coordinate it so that it actually happens. And maybe the first step is having the consumer community file a petition akin to what the consumer community did in the deaf and hard of hearing community to get the FCC going. There's nothing, in other words, bottom line, nothing stopped the FCC from moving ahead with quality rules if that is of concern to the community. And I think that they are probably the best ones to get it done because they won't let it go if they get it started, especially under this administration.
Clark or Carl, do you have any comments? Clark, Blake?
Well, I'll just jump in.
Carl, go ahead.
I'll jump in real quick. We want to be careful because there's a lot of lessons to be learned from what happened to the captioning community. For years, they fought for quantity and didn't think about quality right away. And now, even now, they have an issue with quality as technology changes with what's known as ASR, automatic speech recognition and things. But they at least have a place where you can call the station. There's a database, so if there's a caption quality concern, if it's not on, if it's not accurate, they have a place we can call. We in the blindness community don't even have a database of audio description vendors to call. So it would be nice if we just had a dedicated number for each station just to call, and that would be a basis line. Also, on captioning, they're not necessarily fighting with the Spanish language track. Captions are on once you turn them on CC1. Other languages are on other streams within the caption streams, but audio description could have so there are things we can do now without really dramatically changing by improving the quality. Have a separate dedicated track, have a place to call so that when the industry hears those concerns, they can say, oh, they're right, we got to make these improvements. And then I would love what Karen just said, to have the FCC push quality guidelines, but I know for a fact that industry will bring up First Amendment concerns. So we have to find an argument around that. And that goes back to Blake saying that we have to change the paradigm of how it's looked at. We have to compare it to that of a ramp to a building, or an accessible curb cut to a sidewalk. It's just part of it, and it's a civil right.
Great. Blake.
I could just pick up with what Carl said, which is I think Carl hit on almost all of the hard points, and I'll add one new one and underscore one. Quality is just hard, right? And quality, you'd think with captions it wouldn't be that hard, right? You want it to be as close to verbatim as possible, but even captions, there's a ton of subjectivity, both in terms of describing in text what's happening orally, and in terms of what's going to work best for viewers, right? So when you got people talking really, really fast, faster than people can read, what do you do with those kind of situations? Or what if there's just a lot of information happening? You got to make decisions. What if we're dealing with live programming where none of the technologies that we have for captioning in the moment capture it all? How do we handle all the sorts of trade-offs? And I think there's a ton of those same sorts of trade-offs with description quality. What does it mean for description to be high quality? And I think the DAC in its recommendation started to really put some meat on the bones of what description quality actually means. But I still think there's a lot of just hard specific questions about what we mean by quality. As for the First Amendment point, Carl, which I think is an important one, First Amendment issues have been lurking in the background ever since the original audio description rules were thrown out by the DC Circuit back in the early 2000s on kind of First Amendment grounds. I think it's worth being careful about that and thinking about that. I don't think those arguments are very good by the industry. I think they're wrong. I think the notion, unless the industry is saying it's our First Amendment right to not audio describe this because we don't like audio description, I suppose they could make that argument. But the argument I've heard is a lot more subtle, which is, this is content that we're dealing with here, and we need to tread really carefully. There might be First Amendment problems. I think if you can develop a really authoritative sense of what it means to have objectively high quality audio descriptions, I think, as Karen raised, the FCC has got the authority to do that, or it can find the authority to do that within the statutory framework that exists now. I just think the hard question is, what exactly does that mean? What does that look like? Then how do you translate that into a way that maps onto the audio description industry? And then how do you enforce it? And those are all hard questions.
I want to try to squeeze in a couple more questions before we run out of time. I'm not sure we will, but every one of these is important. So people with disabilities continue to depend on the FCC's oversight on accessibility of wireless handsets. And what can be done to improve the accessibility of wireless handsets for consumers using low or no feature phones? Many of our members do utilize low technology as well. Karen, you want to grab that one first?
Very fast answer: file complaints, file complaints, file complaints. Flood the FCC with complaint. They will address it, and it will hopefully be resolved through the dispute resolution process.
I think Clark may have some thoughts on this one as well.
Clark. Are you muted? I think you might be.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pick on him.
He might be in the other room too now.
Okay.
I'll just say real
Sure.
quick there. Folks should weigh in on the FCC's. The one thing the FCC is running at right now is improving programs that provide access to broadband, both services and potentially devices, right? So I think this is a time where everybody's recognizing as we're as everyone is stuck at home in the pandemic, as video conferencing becomes sort of the dominant mode of work and education and health and so on and so forth, that everybody really needs access both to broadband services, but also the devices to get on broadband. And so I think there's also a move towards making sure that the FCC's programs that provide access to feature phones and so on and so forth be expanded so that folks can get access to smartphones or to other devices that might afford improved accessibility. So I think now is a moment where the commission is thinking about that a lot, and Congress is as well.
That's great. That really walks right into the next question I was going to ask, which is, what can be done to ensure that accessibility of captioning and description interface with video conferencing platforms such as, FaceTime, Zoom, Google Hangouts, etc.? These problems have certainly been exacerbated when difficulties with the public health communications have come along during the pandemic. And so what can we do to make sure that these platforms are accessible and compatible with each other so that all people, regardless of what technology or device they are using, are able to communicate with one another?
Blake, you want to start?
Yeah, this is one we've been working on hard on the deaf and hard of hearing side of things. So, video conferencing services are one of those things that I think unlike the Internet of Things, we actually have really close to a good hook for the FCC to do more on the accessibility of video conferencing services. There's a part of the CVA which gives the FCC authority over interoperable video conferencing services. And it's that word interoperable that has derailed efforts for the better part of the last decade to make video conferencing accessible. One of the things we're working on is trying to get that word taken out of the statute. And I think if that comes into being and the FCC has the ability to require video conferencing platforms to be accessible, I think that opens up a whole runway of things to improve video conferencing platforms, ranging from making sure captions can interoperate, that automatic speech recognition captions are provided, that relay can interoperate, that making sure that across all kinds of laptop, desktop, tablet, smartphone platforms, that the apps that people use to access these services are designed with screen reader support in mind, making sure that the app stores that deliver these are making sure that they comply with the APIs for the various platforms. So I think if we can get that doggone interoperable word out of the statute, I think there's an absolute ton that can be done to improve the accessibility of video conferencing across the board.
I want to just throw in one point on that. It's going to take a while for this law to get passed, whatever we're doing, and we shouldn't wait. So in the interim, people should be setting up meetings and reaching out to the video conferencing systems. We already see that Zoom is the most accessible of probably of all of the video conferencing programs. At least that's from my perspective. I don't know if it's from others. But it already has more features now than it did in the beginning. There's nothing to stop the community from reaching out to the industry directly and saying, here's what we need. While I am a regulator at heart and an advocate at heart for regulation, there's been a lot that's been done, especially since the passage of the CVA, that goes way beyond the CVA scope. And so I would urge people to reach out to perhaps friendly listeners in the industry.
Absolutely.
Maybe Microsoft, maybe Apple, just to name a couple of companies that are.
Google, Apple, Microsoft.
Google.
It has gotten better. I think you're absolutely right. But then we heard a horror story from a member this morning who said that the video conferencing platform that her medical provider uses was not accessible. She had a lot of difficulty getting into her appointment, finally managed to get in, said something to her doctor, who then got very defensive and refused to provide medical treatment.
And that's completely in violation of the Title III of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We should call out if you're running into problems with telehealth and seeing a ton of that on the deaf and hard of hearing side of things as well. Yeah. That's a straight ADA violation, or at least there's a really good argument that a doctor's office should be providing accessibility as a place of public accommodation, even if they're temporarily delivering their services virtually. And so I think that's one where the community of disability rights lawyers that do traditional ADA advocacy can go to doctors' offices and say, hey, you can't use inaccessible platforms. You need to figure this out. That's still part of your obligation. So employment, I think, also is a place where if employers are not doing what they need to do with video conferencing platforms, there's actually a good hook under the ADA to deal with that now.
Great. Any thoughts, Carl, before we give each of
No,
you
I don't think I can
up?
I think Blake and Karen said it nicely.
Perfect. So why don't we, in closing, I'm going to have each of you kind of sum up and kind of advise, where we need to go. And there's just been so many great comments. This has been a very valuable panel. We haven't had time for questions, but I think what we have put out there are some amazing examples and ideas for crafting CVAA 2.0. And that's really what we hope to get from this conversation today. So, Carl?
So I do agree that we should reach out to our legislators to draft a new CVAA, but I also agree with what Karen said. That's going to take time because I work with the Massachusetts legislature. I work at the State House, and a bill takes an average of 7 years to pass in the law in Massachusetts. So I can't imagine what it is in the federal government. So in the meantime, we need to advocate to the vendors, the product manufacturers, and let ACB know what we want to do as we move forward, and just continue and never stop advocating.
That's right. That's Clark's mantra, I think. So Blake, your thoughts?
So just to say one thing, I don't think I've said this whole time, but maybe as an undercurrent, which is I think we conceptualize a lot of these problems that we're trying to address in legislation and regulation as like solved problems that we just need to, get the legal obligations in place and the enforcement obligations in place to fix. I think we're heading into a lot of new technologies where what it means for them to be accessible isn't entirely clear. We're seeing a lot of innovation that isn't where accessibility isn't part of the process, and so I think as you're doing advocacy with industry folks, making sure to highlight the importance of hiring people who are blind or visually impaired, involving people who are blind or visually impaired in the testing process, making the community part of the deployment development of all of these products so that they're designed with accessibility in mind in the first place, and that the innovation around accessibility, in other words, coming up with creative new ways to make these new technologies accessible, that can spread through the industry with law and regulation, but we need answers for how to do that, and the companies that are coming up with this stuff need to involve the community in that process.
Thanks. And finally, Karen.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Blake said, the importance of including people with disabilities in the design process. But I think the good news, at least for the major players, is that has happened at an unprecedented level. Since the passage of the CVAA, we've seen a real sea change in attitude and culture in many of these larger companies with respect to the need to incorporate access at the design stage rather than as an after fact or after the rollout of these and deployment of these products and services. Accompanying that, I think that the community has to remain ever vigilant, keeping its eye and ears and everything on the pulse of the changes in technologies as they happen so quickly, and make sure that the regulators as well as industry know what's happening so that it doesn't become a surprise to them when we come to them and say we need something fixed to make sure that accessibility stays intact.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank all three of you for just putting out there some really great suggestions, some guidance, some direction to really help us formulate and shape what CVAA 2.0 can begin to look like. And I know we'll be back to all of you for more guidance as we start to put together a more coordinated plan, including all the parties that need to be a part of all this so we can move CVAA 2.0 forward. So thank you. And I'm going to turn this back to Clark or Tony, whichever of them happens to be here. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I know, Tony, you're here, right?
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, there we go.
Davidson,
I was giving a shout out, but I was muted to Blake and Karen. I haven't heard their voice. It's nice to hear friendly voices. Greetings, both of you, if you haven't signed off yet. Thanks for
Tony.
taking time to be, good to hear you.
Back at you.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So be safe, and we, Kim and Carl as well, thank you. We just finished up the diabetes session where health communications, information around health information is critical as part of our get up and get moving process, and heard so many stories where it literally is life and death. It's not just about audio described television, but when we think of how we can expand the CVA into other areas, I got a whole group of passionate people behind us at the last session. So that's what we were doing on room B. I was racing over here. So thanks, Kim, for giving me a couple minutes to breathe.
You got to get that exercise,
I know. Well,
so that's great.
By race, I mean, I got up and took a sip of a Diet Coke and sat back down. So, hey, Debbie.
Hey, what a
We're
great
back.
day. We are. It's great to be here with Leadership Live. Next year, I think I'll make a little a little sound. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
there you
yeah, we
go.
need a little theme song. We'll work on that. We'll work on that for convention. So we'll have a
Leadership Live, Convention
Yeah.
Connect, you know.
yeah, something like that. I like it. Nice voice.
Cool.
So
Yeah, thank you.
it's almost over. We got one more session. We're done after this.
I know, my gosh,
nice
what
to
a
connect with you
tremendous amount
again.
of work. I'm so impressed with all of the hard work of Clark and the panels, all these many people, all and our sponsors coming together, allowing for great discussion on accessibility and allowing for so many people to network. This is just awesome. It happens.
It's been a great 3
every
days, and I
year.
know there's going to be more conversations going on after this. The president's meeting was fantastic, and the fireside chat. And
Oh, that was so
many
wonderful.
things. So
it's like
yeah.
a mini convention. This is just
It is. Well, it's
the little
basically,
appetizer.
that's how we feel like in the national office. We've been running around like as if it was the virtual. This is good. It's getting our heads in the space for summer, which is fantastic.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, we need to race through a couple of quick guests
Okay.
we have here. I don't want to
That's
make them feel
wonderful.
shortchanged at all.
Sure.
First, we're going to call up is our California in the house?
Oh, yes, we are.
Absolutely.
Hey, Steve. Hey,
Absolutely. Judy
All right.
Wilkinson is here.
Hey.
Well, today, as
Steve
folks know,
Bauer.
is our other side was health and wellness. So we're excited to have the folks from California again to just share real, quickly with about their fundraiser that they've been working on. And it's an excellent way to sort of think of, we talk about get up and get moving. Maybe not everybody can get out yet, but they can definitely get moving. So how's it going? And has it officially launched in the sense of what you all were able to share on Sunday? Talk a little bit about that.
We're getting ready to launch, Tony. This is Judy Wilkinson, and I'm the project manager for our partnership with On the Move. And this is so fits in with your Get Up and Move campaign because we've got the devices to allow our members to get up and move.
Ooh, what you got?
ACB, and it's two little under chair treadmills. So you can literally sit in a chair and work, get some exercise. And I'm telling you, it's meaningful exercise.
Cool.
And we have with us the founder and inventor of this device, Patrick Netter. We've been working with Patrick for 4 years now, getting ready for the launch. We're absolutely ready to go. You can order today. And I'm going to tell you a little bit. One is a self-powered one. You power it yourself with your own feet, backwards or forwards, and you can go as fast or as slow as you want. The other one is a little mini treadmill that's electric, and it can go up to 3 miles an hour, and you control it with a remote. My husband, Steve, has his sit mill, it's called, which is the one that you self-power by his easy chair. I have the electric one by my easy chair. And when we binge watch Netflix, zoom, 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 here we go. One in our one chair and
You
one
can
in
just
the
watch
other.
Forrest Gump
But
over and over, and it's like you're running with them.
Who gets
But I
there
do want to
first?
bring to Tony, do let us know when we have about a minute left so I can bring my colleague Steve Bauer on to give people the contact information. But I want you to hear the voice of Patrick Netter, the inventor of these wonderful devices. Patrick, hello.
Hi, Patrick. Welcome.
I thought he was here.
Are you in the room, Patrick? Oh, there we go. We can
Yeah,
hear
don't
you.
run away on us now, Patrick. We want to hear you.
Is this working now or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Yep. Hi,
good.
Patrick. Welcome to Leadership Live and the conference.
It's great. It's great to be here, Tony. I listened in on Saturday, and I remember hearing Triple G talking about the blindness spectrum. I had never heard that before. That made sense. And I just heard Blake and Karen talk about how important it is for companies to get involved at the beginning in the design phase. And I want a big shout out to Judy and Steve and the whole CCB, because they have been instrumental in making both the mini tread and the sit mill accessible. This is really, it's not a panacea, but for so many people, this could be a real game changer. And I'm thrilled that, to be involved with the community.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for your creativity and finding ways for people that, maybe have challenges moving around in their community or even just time. For me, I am at the desk most of the time. And, the type of personalities where we work through lunch and never leave our desk.
Yeah.
Well, this is the device for you, Tony, and the little one that's self-operated. I'm going to do some shameless huckstering here. Is 169 plus sales tax, and the mini tread, the electric one, is at a bargain price right now, $449 plus.
And we should note this is a
shipping.
fundraiser for you all. This is helping
This
to
is
raise
a
proceeds
fundraiser for the California Council.
yeah, for
This
the
is a
California
partnership.
Council. That it's yeah, so
It's a partnership, and we get a nice commission for every unit we
thank you,
sell.
Patrick. Yeah.
And
I
you
will.
can, yes,
great.
Go ahead.
Just want to
Steve.
mention that the Patrick and I recorded the owner's manual for both devices, and we've added some things so that when you take it out of the box, the manual will describe to you where all the buttons on the remote are. You can plug it in. No sighted assistance needed. I got mine. I would have had going in about 2 minutes, but I actually was trying to be so careful putting things back in the box that I put the cable back in the box while I was saving all the packing material, and called Patrick. I was like, "Where's my cable?" He goes, "It's in the box." And then anyway, but yeah, it was going in no time at all. It's
Well, how can Steve people find out more information about this fundraiser that you are doing? How can
we are going to have information very soon on our website, ccbnet.org, ccbnet.org. In the meantime, if you want to get information right now, you can email or call us. And by the way, I need to mention that On the Move is spelled MUV, and that stands for Movement Unleashes Vitality. So On the Move. The email address is onthemove@ccbnet.org, or you can give us a call at 510-629-1277. Once again,
no, 1276.
Oh, my God. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't want to get the pizzeria down the street.
Yeah, exactly.
On Market Street. You don't need that.
1276.
All right.
Okay.
That
And
is
On the
phone number.
Move.
And then you'll reach me, Judy, and I will happily take an order, or leave me a message and I'll call you right back.
Yeah, or if you just
Thank
want
you.
information, email or call us and we'll get it out to
All
you.
right, it's On the Move at ccbnet.org, and the phone number you gave. Judy, Steve, and Patrick as well, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. We want to shout out to other affiliates as well. If you have other opportunities, particularly we're excited that this fall's, it's good timing with our Get Up and Get Moving campaign, but that we're putting together. But, let us know. And when we go into summer convention as well, ways we can try to find resources to help our affiliates. I think we literally have a minute for the Mini Mall Minute. Debbie, do we? I think
so.
Patty, are you on again?
Thank you again.
Yes.
Our
You're welcome.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Be safe and be well.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Patty.
All right.
All right.
I
What's
want to
up?
show one thing really quick.
Mhm.
It's our cord and cable organizer. I'll show how to use it. People have been asking. You just put the tip of your cord inside the middle of it. It has a small little notch. You can put your cable in that. It has on either end, it has like a little opening, and you just thread your cable through it, around it. Just wrap it around it. When you get done, this cable is a 10-foot cable. It'd take me a while. So you're going to have two ends sticking out. Sometimes my daughter uses one end in her tower, and the other end, is on just laying there waiting for her phone at night. And then if she needs the long cord, she can undo the long cord as little or as much as you can, want to do it. I want to remind everybody of our phone numbers, which is 877-630-7190 or 877-969-MALL, which is 6255 at the end. And we have our daily special. You get 10% off, $75 more. And then today you can take 10% off that blanket, and that brings that blanket down after $75 to $28. It's originally $35. We do have backpacks, we have tablets, and you're going to need those luggage tags for next year, because I know everybody wants to get together.
We can't wait to be at the table in person next year, Patty.
Those luggage tags are at least $5. So get all of them that you can now.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Patty, so much.
You.
Y'all have a good one.
You
It's been
as
great.
well.
And did George join us with MMS? If we can do a quick MMS
sure did.
plug? Hey,
Hey,
George. It's rapid fire fundraising here today.
All right, and I hope Gene is on.
You there, Gene?
Very
Hey,
good.
are we doing a drawing too now? Or are we doing that
No.
later and you'll email it back out?
We're going to do that later.
It's still
we'll
time
do
to
it.
the people. It's not too late, right? People can
Yes.
still get in
So
for it.
I'm just going to take a half a minute and I'm going to turn it over to Gene.
All right.
But I want to thank everybody who participated in the leadership fundraiser with MMS today, but I think we neglected to address that anyone entering the contest this weekend and those who enter since the last convention are able to win the smart television. So now I've been taking all the time talking the last few days, so I need to give Gene a chance to say a few words. Gene, would you take over from me now?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've had a bunch of people increase their donations and a few new people sign up. And
Thank you to those. Yeah, wonderful.
yes, very much. And we're going to give you until tonight. I'm up late, so if I get emails at 10, 11 o'clock tonight, it's fine. I'll get you in. And then tomorrow morning, we'll draw the last $50 gift card winner.
Okay.
And then once everything has been national, has everything and they've certified everything and made sure that you're really on board, then we'll draw the winner of the smart TV. And don't worry, there haven't been that many people that signed up since convention, so your chances are still good.
Well, let's try to change that the last hour. So,
Gene, do you
Yes.
have the names of the two winners so far?
Oh, yesterday was Edward Crispin from California, and today was James Pulsoni from New York.
yeah, well, congrats to both of them. And what are the
Yes.
ways people can reach out to you? The email
So
and phone
they
number.
can email askacbmms@gmail.com, or they can call 202-743-0755. And if you call that number, Google is going to ask for your name, and then it's going to ring a few times, and then they're going to tell you that the subscriber isn't available, so please leave a message, and please do. It'll come to my Ask ACB MMS email, and I will call you back, or if you send me an email, I'll write back to you.
Yeah.
Actually, we'd like you to give us your name, your phone number, your email address, how much you want to increase your amount by, or if you want to sign up. And then if you're splitting it with an affiliate, or if you want the whole thing to go to ACB, let us know that.
And we'll
But,
have someone reaching out to them to follow up. We're just not going to
yeah,
go to
ACB
town. Yeah.
Minneapolis office will call you
Yeah. So
and verify that everything is correct. So
if you have a
that just,
612 number come in, that's who they are, Minneapolis. So our
Yep.
folks at our finance
Very
office.
good. Well, thank
So they
you.
will
All right.
they will call you within the next couple of weeks after I get
All right.
everything sent to them, and they'll verify that everything is correct.
Well, thank you all so much, Gene and George, everything you're doing. George, we're going to get the phone number fixed. I promise. I promise. It's harder than I thought with back end of Google, but
It hasn't been too bad, so it's
no,
been
well,
all
good.
right.
Yeah, that's no problem.
All right. Well, thanks. You all be safe. Hang in there as winter hopefully moves out of your neck of the woods north of us here in DC. Debbie, I think it's that time for us.
You know, this is our last, actually I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but this is our last Leadership Live. Wow. I just so enjoyed connecting with you in this way. And I'm so proud of ACB and so thankful for all of you, our listeners, because you are the ones and participants. You are the ones that make this happen. You are the ones that are, really the backbone of us bringing all this to you and to all of us. So thank you, Tony, for doing this
you
with
as
me.
well. It's been great to reconnect, and thanks to everybody for taking part in this year's conference. I know we had the folks, the next session, our final session that Clark's going to be leading. We're getting queued up.
Yeah.
Clark, are you there? Are you on mic?
We are here and we are ready to go.
So I think we're actually overtime. So thank you everybody for adjusting and letting us do the pause for the cause, if you will. Welcome again to some familiar voices. Debbie, you most familiar in the sense. Be well, and I can't wait to connect again in summer convention. So
you bet. All right. Thank you.
Signing off to you, Clark.
There you go.
Thank
Clark.
you so much, and welcome everyone to the final general session of this year's ACB DC Leadership Meetings and Legislative Seminar, coming to you virtually but live on Zoom, on ACB Radio, on your smart speakers, streaming on Facebook, YouTube Lives, as well as acb.org/live. That's one of the amazing things about this new world we live in. There are so many ways to reach out and connect. Like Cindy Hollis was saying earlier, the importance of connection and how we're able to connect with our members. But as we started out with on Sunday, with the fireside chat led by President Dan Spoon, we're finding ways to connect more and more with our partners on the national level in the blindness space, as well as our corporate partners, our partners within the federal government. So it's really an exciting time. And as we're going to wrap up our programming here today, I want to give a quick reminder that our legislative imperatives, the Medicare Demonstration of Coverage for Low Vision Devices Act, the Disability Access to Transportation Act, and the Exercise and Fitness for All Act. This information is available to download from the event website, including the one-pager that you can attach to an email when scheduling your meetings or sending a thank you to your members of Congress and their staff with whom you're arranging meetings with this week and next, and also available on the website and probably arriving into your affiliate leadership inbox is the Hill feedback form. Because if a Hill meeting happens and we don't find out about it and we can't follow up and continue to build that relationship, then it's almost like it never happened at all. And I'm sure that's something that the panelists that we have coming up next can relate to when they do their own virtual and in-person membership and grassroots events on Capitol Hill. Rick Morin, I know that I said that we were going to use the video provided by the American Foundation for the Blind here at the beginning of the session. I will beg your forgiveness and ask us to hold on to that video because we have the rest of our panelists here and raring to go. Just a quick rundown on the folks who are joining us here. We have Paul Schrader from the American Printing House for the Blind, Sarah Brown from Prevent Blindness, Rick Webster from National Industries for the Blind, Barbara Raimondo for the, I'm always going to get this one wrong. Barbara Raimondo from the Conference of Educational Schools and Administrators for the Deaf, Eve Hill with the Stop the Wait Coalition, and John Perret from National Federation of the Blind. So we've invited our partners here to share their priorities for the 117th Congress, as well as this first year, 2021. And I think it's really interesting how you'll see there are some themes and narratives that run through the priorities and natural areas for collaboration between ACB and all of our partners. So first, I'd like to welcome Paul Schrader. Paul, how are you doing today?
I am great, Clark. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Always excited to be at this leadership meeting.
And no stranger to ACB conferences and our leadership meeting, but you are now visiting us in a new role.
Yeah, I keep changing hats, and I don't know that my head's looking any better for it, but there we go. I'm now getting to hang out with the American Printing House for the Blind.
And Paul, what are some of the major priorities and issue areas of focus for you and APH here in the 117th Congress?
Well, as some of you know, maybe everybody knows, the American Printing House for the Blind really has one overriding policy priority, and it's the same priority every year, and that is to protect and preserve and promote the appropriations line that APH is funded under. And so since 1879, APH has actually had a federal law that designates us as the agency to produce educational books, materials, products, technologies, whatever's needed. I mean, primarily it was books back in the day, but we've adapted and gone to many other areas as well. But since 1879, basically the feds have, the Congress in its wisdom has declared that APH is the institution that has that responsibility, and they have provided funding a couple different ways over the years, but now it is an appropriations line item under the Department of Education's budget. So we fight like heck, although I guess we're not supposed to say that anymore. We advocate for that line item every year to ensure that the appropriation is protected. And I'll just say, that appropriation, I've been talking to a lot of the staff on the subcommittee that oversees our appropriation, and it's part of the subcommittee that many ACB folks will know well, because it's the same one that does education and rehabilitation funding. And I've been explaining to them that appropriation really has two pieces to it. The bigger bulk of that money goes back to the states with state accounts that are then used to provide books and services and products to students in each state. So really, state officials are the ones that give us our marching orders, tell us what they need, and to whom most of the funding goes to ensure that material and books can be provided in a timely fashion to students.
Well, great, Paul. Thank you so much for sharing that with our members. And we look forward to working with APH to ensure that students with visual impairments have the tools and resources that they need to be successful.
And I would just add two quick things, and maybe we'll come back to questions if there's time later. But one of them would be APH has not had, they've had a person who looked after things in Washington for years, but they haven't had somebody who's here on the ground, and that's now me. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is to make sure that the printing house is doing our fair share to help with other advocacy areas. And so I'm very keen to listen to this panel. I know these colleagues well, and I am very much trying to get APH much more engaged in helping on these other issue areas, in many instances, areas where we do have some expertise to offer, certainly on special education laws, but also transportation and wayfinding and a number of other areas that are something. And the other thing I would say, I want to remind people, in case they didn't know, that APH is trying to develop products that might be of interest to people outside of the education area. And our Mantis Braille display really kind of started that process. It's a QWERTY keyboard with a Braille display. It's a very nice, essentially note-taking computer device. And it's one that kind of started as a product that we thought would be useful for professionals, and it is, but it's also a product that's available to students in upper level grades as well, because it really turns out that they're very useful for them. But I did want to say that we very much want to hear what it might be of interest to people that hasn't been developed or that's needed in this space. And perhaps APH could step in and be a helpful partner in developing some products that are sold outside of the education arena.
Thank you, Paul. And I can see some community events with ACB's Membership Services Coordinator, Cindy Hollis, in your future and APH's future.
Ready anytime.
Next, I'd like to turn to Rick Webster. Rick Webster is the Vice President of Public Policy for National Industries for the Blind. Rick, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great, Clark. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. And here we are wrapping up day 2 of programming, and we're thankful that you are able to join us and share some of the public policy priorities for NIB here in 2021.
Thanks, Clark, and always good to be with ACB. We've been a longtime supporter of ACB's conferences and activities, and happy to give you a brief overview of just 4 issue areas. And I promised Clark I'd be really brief. First and foremost, we're interested in looking at smart targeted reform of the Ability One program this year. We're planning on going to Congress with a list of what we think are smart reforms for the program that can help build confidence in the program amongst our federal customers as well as members of Congress. One thing we'll continue to do as part of that, we've been doing for several years, and that is advocate for more funding for the Office of Inspector General within Ability One. I'm coming up on a 10-year anniversary with NIB, and I have not seen a greater development for this program than the IG's office within Ability One, because it is shining a spotlight, as it's supposed to do, on things that need to change within the program. We strongly support what Tom Larrick and his team are doing. We also want to make sure during looking
Rick,
at reform,
what is the IG's office?
So the Office of Inspector General is a new operation that began in 2017. Federal agencies, most certainly every large agency, has an Office of Inspector General, which is essentially sort of an internal investigative unit that looks at waste, fraud, and abuse and examines both sort of, in this case of Ability One, the staff that are part of the Ability One Commission, the Ability One Commission members, within the central nonprofit agencies and all the associated nonprofit agencies. And Tom Larrick and his team do audits and examinations of every aspect of this program. And frankly, we've argued for years the program needs better oversight, needs better accountability, and needs to be more transparent. We want to build on what the IG has done as we look at Ability One reform to make the program more transparent again, so there's greater confidence in the program. One of the biggest things we're trying to do, Clark, and everyone through reform, is to better align the JWAD Act and Ability One with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. I'll get to it in a second, but competitive wages, at least on the NIB side, we're okay there. The issue is integration. And what do we need to do within Ability One to change things to be better aligned on the issue of integration, so we get, more full and fair consideration, if you will, by state VR and blind agencies when it comes to placements and referrals within Ability One. So we have a lot of work to do. It's going to be a long haul. Just a couple years before I joined NIB in June of 2011, JWAD modernization had been part of a 2-year effort that amounted to nothing, unfortunately, because all the sides couldn't come together. But we're ready to take another run at it. Sort of on a somewhat related note, I'll just mention is NIB continues to strongly support elimination of 14C and argue for payment of fair wages to all people with disabilities. All of the NIB agencies pay competitive wages to every single employee working on an Ability One contract. And as some have heard me say before, we have literally one agency with fewer than 10 people being paid on certificate on a commercial contract. We want that number not to be fewer than 10 people, but to be 0. And that's out of a community of 5,500 people who are blind working at NIB agencies. We want to get to 0 with that number, and we'll continue to endorse and work strongly for the passage of legislation to phase out 14C. Third, just sort of moving on, we're going to continue to support creating a statutory utilization goal for Ability One with the Department of Defense, which is by far our largest and most loyal customer. We know there's more we can do with DoD in terms of additional contracts. We also want to see other non-DoD agencies step up and use the program more robustly than they do now. And that's only going to happen if Congress passes sort of a mandatory statutory goal. And we hope that can be done in tandem with program reform efforts over the next couple of years. And just the last issue quickly is we're delighted that the Biden disability plan has a plank that supports elimination of the SSDI cash cliff. This is a huge issue for NIB and its employees. The majority of Americans who are blind who work at our associated nonprofit agencies are also SSDI beneficiaries. Too many of them face this difficult challenge of having to turn down, in some cases, promotions, additional salary, more hours, because they're concerned about going over what's called the substantial gainful activity threshold, the income threshold. So they're put in this awful position of having to turn down career advancement out of fear of losing that monthly benefit. And we're very much hoping that the White House and Congress can begin to really focus on this challenge, because the cash cliff is holding people back. And finally, along the lines of what I heard someone say earlier about a shameless plug, I'm going to make a shameless plug for a new program that NIB has just stood up that we hope will be successful in matching employers with prospective employees who are blind or visually impaired. The initial website launched a few weeks ago, and the full version of the site is coming, I think, within the next week. And this is the Insight program, NSITE. And the website for more information is nsite.org. And there's information on that site. And again, it's going to be built out within the next week or so. But there's information on the site for both job seekers and for employers. And we're excited about the opportunity to tackle this chronic issue of working age Americans who are blind being underemployed, not being employed. We have to really just make some progress in this area. And we're excited about partnering with corporations, companies, organizations to bring them together with talented individuals who are blind to help build careers. So appreciate the time and look forward to any questions people have. Thanks, Clark.
Thanks, Rick. And that Insight program. I know ACB has shared that with our members and will continue to do so as we hear more updates with that rollout. Next, I'd like to turn to John Perret, the Executive Director for Advocacy and Policy with the National Federation of the Blind. John, I know our members were very excited to have President Mark Riccobono join us for Dan Spoon's Fireside Chat on Sunday evening. And thank you so much for joining us to share NFB's policy priorities here today.
Thanks, Clark. President Riccobono was thrilled to be at the event Sunday night. I watched the entire program and found it quite interesting. And thanks for having me here today. I'll kind of echo some of the previous comments, but first maybe launch right into 5 particular issues that the National Federation of the Blind is working on. Many of these working on with you, with ACB, and with some of the other groups. First is the Access Technology Affordability Act. That is the problem that we're trying to solve is the high cost of access technology, to try to make access technology more affordable to blind people in America. One way to do that would be through a refundable tax credit, which is what we're suggesting in this particular legislation. In particular, it's a $2,000 refundable tax credit for use over a 3-year period. That means you could use it all, say, in year 1, or use a little bit in year 1, a little in year 2, a little in year 3, and then it sort of refreshes again. So it's all, you get another $2,000 for use in year 4. And refundable is important for people to know. Refundable means in the tax world that even if you didn't owe any taxes, you would still get a refund. So if you didn't owe any taxes, but bought a $1,000 item and access technology item, you could file your tax return and you'd get a $1,000 refund to cover that expense. We came very close to getting this passed in the 116th Congress. It has been reintroduced in the 117th. And so it's HR 431 in the House and S212 in the Senate. Currently 12 co-sponsors in the House, 8 in the Senate. A lot of very substantial full committee chairs, subcommittee chairs, both very bipartisan, and look forward to trying to move that forward very quickly here in the 117th. The next would be the 21st Century Website and Mobile Applications Bill. Our intent here would be to try to, this problem really is the large number of inaccessible websites and mobile apps. I encounter an inaccessible website or mobile app almost every day. I assume virtually everyone on this call has the same problem. And so we have to do something about this. The law requires websites and mobile apps to be accessible. So what you might say, what's the problem? Well, there's not a strong statutory definition of accessibility. We're suggesting that a law should exist that does create a specific statutory definition of accessibility first. And second, that there should be a defined regulatory schedule. We're thinking that it should be, that this work should be assigned to the Access Board. The Access Board really went through this when it did the 508 refresh, so they have a lot of expertise in this area. And spending 12 months to do a notice of proposed rulemaking seems like a reasonable amount of time, followed by another 12 months to put out a final rule, followed by another 12 months for companies to comply. You might think that, oh, that's kind of fast. No, they've had 30 years to comply because the ADA already requires this. So we're just making it clear and providing regulatory clarity in this legislation. And we do not have it. It's not yet sponsored in the House and the Senate, but hopefully it will be soon, and certainly we'll keep you informed when that happens. Next would be the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act. Problem here is the large number of home-based, really electronic medical devices that are not non-visually accessible. So this could be from chemotherapy at home, chemotherapy, do at-home dialysis. A lot of these have, by doing it at the home, it's improved safety and efficacy to a lot of the other diabetes management tools, and even going down to electronic thermometers. I realize that some of these are already available in a non-visual way, but certainly not enough, and in many cases there's none. So this bill would ask the FDA to do a very similar similar schedule, which is a 12 months to create a notice of proposed rulemaking, another 12 months to issue a final rule, and 12 months for companies to be compliant with that rule. Next would be voting. We really believe that we must improve accessibility for the entire voting process, from registration through ballot delivery. The two areas that need particular attention, which we are working with ACB and others on, is the making sure that there's enough ballot marking devices such that people really can maintain their privacy and secrecy. If you're the only one at a precinct that uses in-person ballot marking device, and that ballot is of a different size and shape, it's easy to realize how that one blind person voted. That happens more often than you might think. So we think that there has to be a sufficient number of ballot marking devices to solve this problem, and really to make using the ballot marking device the primary voting method. Second would be not only electronic ballot delivery. That's when you are able to get the ballot delivered to you, such that you on your home computer, typically be in HTML, you fill out the ballot, you can then print it, sign it, and return it. But the printing and signing and returning are not necessarily accessible. First of all, a lot of blind people don't have printers. If they have all the other equipment, they still don't have the printer, then the signing, and then the return. Where if you had electronic ballot return, that you could get it delivered to your computer, fill it out, and then send it back in some fashion, that would solve this problem. So we're working there. A lot of the legislation there that we're particularly focused in on is HR 1 and S1, because they both contain a lot of voting components. The last, and maybe hopefully everyone on this call will voice their support for the elimination of sub-minimum wages for people with disabilities. I anticipate that that's going to be the case. So we certainly feel the same way. And so whether it's support for what will probably be the Transformation to Competitive and Integrated Employment Act coming from Congress, that has not been introduced in the House or Senate, but we understand that that's coming soon, or it's the actual text that is released in the Raise the Wage Act that has been introduced in the House and the Senate. We, the NFB, certainly support Section 6, which provides for a phase out over a 5-year period, phase out and elimination of sub-minimum wages. And then also what we anticipate, that part of that's in the American Rescue Plan. Actually, it's in there, not planned to be. It's in there, and that's actually going through starting the budget reconciliation process. Started yesterday. Section 2101 has a very similar thing which we support. So there's a lot happening there. We continue to monitor the autonomous vehicles and support those. I won't go into any more detail there. And the stopping the wait for the Social Security. Right now, you have to spend 5 months waiting for your SSDI and 24 months for your Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare. That's after you're deemed eligible. We oppose that, think those waiting periods should be eliminated. We certainly think there should be a phase out. And there's 3 things, Social Security. The third thing on Social Security we would urge is that there should be a limit to the reach back on overpayment. This idea that you can reach back 5, 10, 15, 20 years long after the money maybe has been given to a person and spent, and that you can reach back is unacceptable, and we think that should be time limited. That would be my quick overview.
Thank you, John. And I know, especially over this past year, that several of our state affiliates, whether New York, Virginia, Illinois, Kentucky, and so on, have worked very closely together on improving access to accessible voting, as well as ACB and NFB on the national level as part of the National Coalition on Accessible Voting. So I just wanted to give a quick thank you for your partnership and the work that NFB is doing in that space as well.
Thank you.
On the topic of Social Security, next I'd like to go to Eve Hill, attorney with Brown Goldstein Levy, and on behalf of the Stop the Wait Coalition. So Eve, thank you for joining us here today.
Happy to be here. I should have just said, listen to John. John's got my NFB and ACB are now part of a coalition that I'm helping to lead to stop the wait. The 5-month waiting period for SSDI benefits that you've already paid for is unfair and is purely a cost-saving measure for Social Security, keeping our money so that they can save our money for themselves. I don't get why that's okay. And then the additional 2 years, by the way, it's 24 months after the 5-month waiting period to get Medicare eligibility. Not being able to afford to get SSDI cash benefits so that you can pay your rent and your food, and by the way, premiums for whatever healthcare you're going to get during that period of time is literally bankrupting and killing people. About 10,000 people a year die while waiting. About 10,000 a year go bankrupt while waiting. And people end up on SSI and Medicaid in numbers that they would not need to do if they were able to get the disability insurance benefits that they've already paid for in a reasonable period of time. So we have put together a funder, which makes me very happy, a team including lobbyists and communications people and organizers to let Congress know and the administration know that whatever vehicle they use for this, they need to pass the Stop the Wait Act. Senator Casey and Representative Doggett introduced it last year, but didn't push it very hard. At the same time, in the last Congress, Congress did exempt people with ALS from the 5-month waiting period. We don't want to do this one disability at a time. It's money that we all paid in. The basis for the 5-month waiting period when it was introduced in the 1970s was in part, not just to save money as people died, but to make sure that people would in fact have their disabilities for a year, which is the standard. But given how long SSDI processing takes, it takes over a year on average to find people eligible. So we already know that we don't need a 5-month waiting period or exclusion period. You do not wait for those benefits and then get them. You're excluded for the first 5 months. In the time of pandemic, when more and more people with disabilities are losing their jobs, even if they've been employed up until now, and when people are losing their jobs for the pandemic reasons and are developing disabilities, including related to COVID, and are not going to be able to return, we really need everybody to be able to pay their rent and pay their food and contribute to our economy. And we also need people to be able to afford to pay healthcare premiums using that 5-month period of benefits. And by getting healthcare during the 5-year or 2-year period, people are more likely to be able to return to work and not be permanently on the SSDI rolls. So these are all really good reasons, both for people and for the United States, that the Stop the Wait Act needs to end. So we're going to work very hard on getting that message, and not a message, a demand, into Congress in a bipartisan way. The website should go up tomorrow, and we will have a Twitter, whatever it's called, handle, and a Facebook page. And we will be encouraging you all to share it with people, ask them to call their representatives, and share their stories of what the 5-month waiting period does to real people.
Thanks, Eve. And we look forward to working with you and the coalition on that initiative.
Me too.
Next, I'd like to turn to Sarah Brown, the Director of Government Affairs for Prevent Blindness. Sarah, how are you doing today?
Hey, Clark. It's a lovely 60-degree after a long winter here in DC, so I'm having a great day.
Not that we can complain.
Not at all. Yeah, especially considering, we're planning our Eyes on Capitol Hill advocacy event. We had a big Texas group, so we had to, for their benefit and their sanity, and just, for the sake of making sure they're back on their feet, had to cancel their meetings. And I think that they are very relieved about that, just to get some breathing room. It's always good.
And Sarah, with your Eyes on Capitol Hill event, what are the priorities for Prevent Blindness?
Tomorrow is when we start our meetings. They're over 2 days on February 24th and 25th. We've got about 80 advocates from across the country. So this is actually one of the biggest events that we've had and the first virtual that we're doing. I really do miss those in-person advocacy days, but virtual is a brand new learning experience. So we actually moved our advocacy day from July, which coordinates with our national summit last year. And the reason for that was to help sync up with the appropriations process right now. So everybody's looking at the federal budget for next year for FY 2022. And so that is what Prevent Blindness is focusing on. There are 2 great programs at the CDC that we are really trying to encourage Congress to, one, maintain funding for, and then also increase funding for another one. So those 2 programs are the Vision and Eye Health program at the CDC. And currently it's at $1 million, and we would like to see a funding level of $5 million, specifically because that particular program is really heavily involved in conducting national level surveillance of eye diseases, of vision impairments, severe blindness or severe vision loss and blindness. And really what we're seeing right now is the need that is demonstrated from a lack of funding for our national public health system and our infrastructure and capacity to do that kind of work. This is something that we've known for a long time over in the public health space, but now we're seeing the consequences of that with the COVID-19 pandemic. That's really caused a lot of issues in helping people get access to vision care, so that if they are susceptible to eye diseases or just conditions that might impair their vision at some point, along their lifespan, we're really seeing a lot of complications with people getting in to get essential preventative screenings. So we think it's a great time to increase that funding line. We certainly hope that Congress agrees. The other funding program, or for the funding request that we're asking for, is for glaucoma. It's a sister program at the CDC, along with the Vision Health program. And this one really focuses on glaucoma prevention. So it really targets those high-risk populations or underserved communities and makes sure that they understand the importance of early detection, prevention, and getting access to glaucoma treatment if needed. So busy time for us. I think also one thing that is unrelated to the appropriations process, and Clark, you and I have talked about this quite a bit, about how our organizations can work together and encourage our colleagues in the Vision and Eye Health space to do this, is to recruit members for the Congressional Vision Caucus. So if I can take a minute to just explain what that is. It's a caucus that's currently built up of around 40 members. So it's kind of low at this point. We'd like to see that number a little higher. It's currently co-chaired by 3 fantastic members of Congress who are just very engaged in the issues. So currently it's being led by Congressman David Price from North Carolina, and 2 Republicans, Congressman Steve Stivers from Ohio and Congressman Gus Bilirakis from Florida. And they're fantastic leaders of the caucus, very engaged in the issues. And so we do want to see that number increase, and we want to identify additional champions in Congress who can help us out on some of these really important issues, both in the prevention side of things and also in your community as well too. So really just encourage members to reach out to their member of Congress and ask them to join the Vision Caucus.
Thanks, Sarah. And Congressman Gus Bilirakis helped us kick off our legislative seminar yesterday during our first general session with a great note encouraging our members to continue their advocacy efforts throughout the pandemic, share their personal stories. Sarah, will you share with us a little bit more about the significance of the Vision Caucus and kind of the purpose of the Vision Caucus, why it's important to recruit additional members?
Of course. So the caucus is the main purpose of that. And there's, I kind of joke that there's a caucus for everything these days. So the Congressional Vision Caucus is one of many that are in Capitol Hill, just for a number of reasons. And it's really just to help us identify who in Congress we can turn to if there's a bill that we want to push, if there's some funding that we want to see increased, even if there's just a way for them to work together to really, bring that legislative, that public policy voice to vision and eye health. One such example that I can think of is that Prevent Blindness partnered with the Global Coalition on Aging in, I want to say, late 2019. Possibly, I have to think about that, it's been a while, to just have a congressional roundtable about the role of vision loss and eye disease in aging processes, and how, how we can really encourage older Americans to prioritize their vision health and make sure that they get access to the care that they need, and understand exactly how to, how to balance their eye health among other conditions that they might be facing as they, advance in their years. One major aspect of that particular roundtable was how to make communities a little bit more livable for those who do have vision loss, for those who are living with blindness, whether it's to a high degree or a low degree, and really just putting that on congressional legislators' radars about, these are things that we're talking about. There's ways that you can help us achieve some of these policy goals, and really just to keep them engaged in what we're working on together. From an advocate perspective, that was just a pretty broad overview from an organizational perspective about the utility of the caucus. From an advocate's perspective, it's really a great way, because policy takes a really long time to put together, to realize, having your member serve on the Vision Caucus is really just a great way to, to help give them something to do while they're still waiting for these processes to play out internally. So having somebody on the caucus and, just asking your member to align with your interest in this one respect, this is one really great way to do that. So, even having individuals reach out and say, I noticed that my member of Congress is not on the Vision Caucus. I would really love to see them take this issue on and really prioritize vision, as a member. That's a really great way for a member to just say, this is one way that I can help, even as, like I said, policy continues to take a long time. And, just on a closing note on that aspect, there's always strength in numbers, and caucuses are a great way to demonstrate that.
Thanks, Sarah. Next, I'd like to turn to Barbara Raimondo, and I'll get it right this time. Barbara is the Executive Director of the Conference of Educational Administrators for Schools and Programs for the Deaf. Barbara, welcome. Barbara, you might be on mute. Or we may have lost you. Well, at this point, I'd like to ask our Zoom host to open it up for some brief Q&A, if folks don't mind, and we'll see what questions are on the minds of some of our ACB members.
All right, Clark, first, Greg, you may unmute. Greg?
Okay, thank
There
you,
you go.
Sheila. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, it took me a
It's all
little
right.
bit.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. So I'm very interested in this topic of the cash cliff, and I wonder if there's a certain, I personally receive SSDI benefits, but am worried about going back to work as I may earn too much money, and then worried about getting Social Security back in the volatile job market that this world is now. So I'm interested in the cash cliff, and I wonder if there's any current bills in Congress that are working on the cash cliff, and if you could talk a little bit more about that. Anyone who knows anything about this, is my first time learning about that terminology of the cash cliff. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Greg. And first I'll turn to Rick Webster.
Yeah, Greg, thanks for the question. I wish there was legislation in Congress. The 117th Congress just began, so there's still plenty of time. But the challenge with this issue is really it's a critical issue, but a subset of larger issues around entitlement programs. And really, the focus on SSDI usually comes around when Congress has to look at rebalancing that trust fund and the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund. And they sort of move money back and forth to make sure each trust fund is solvent and can pay out the benefits. Sadly, that's usually when the tax rating committees that have jurisdiction over SSDI even pay attention to the program. You will hear members of Congress in both chambers talk about wanting to, tackle this issue of the cash cliff and understanding that it's holding people back who are able to work but who were in the workplace for a number of years, then became blind, lost their vision in our case, and so they're able to collect SSDI benefits but are able to work, but then it just holds them back, and we wish it were so simple as to maybe give them a 5 or 10% raise to sort of work them off of. It's not that simple if you do the math. So through the benefit offset, the idea is a person would simply be reducing the SSDI benefit as they increase their income, but not simply lose all of that monthly benefit from the federal government as they're looking to increase their hours, have additional promotions. It's a pretty, it's a supported concept, but the challenge is, again, it doesn't usually arise unless it's part of some larger entitlement reform conversation. So wish there were bills introduced. We'd like to see it.
Thanks, Rick. And this ties into what one of our presenters yesterday on our vocational rehabilitation panel was discussing, excuse me. He's not disgusting, but was talking about. How about that? Kelly Buckland, the soon to be retiring executive director of National Council on Independent Living, was highlighting the disincentives for pursuing work. And I think this certainly falls into that category. Just quickly, I want to turn to John Perret, because John, you mentioned the look back for overpayments. Do you see that as a discrete issue or one that's connected to this question of the cash cliff as well?
Well, maybe can I answer two things? One,
sure.
I think it's a great idea, not connected, maybe that directly. I don't see them connected, except for that they have to do with Social Security, that there's these three things that really need to be fixed with regards to blind people in terms of the waiting period, the phase out, and sort of the reach back. As far as the phase out, remember that the SSI has a 2-for-1 phase out. It's kind of a complicated formula, but generally speaking, there is a 2-for-1 phase out in SSI. Let's just move that over to SSDI. There's also a concept of blind work expenses in SSI. It doesn't exist in SSDI. It's more generous. We should move that over too. So really, it's just putting the same principles that are already applied in the SSI program over to the SSDI. There has been legislation in the past, and certainly hope to have legislation in the 117th Congress.
Great. Okay, ready for our next question?
Okay, Ray, you may unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila, and good afternoon, everybody. I've got a couple of quick questions. One would be to Rick, and that would be, there's a lot of talk, of course, about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that something of concern to NIB and its associated agencies? I know you pay competitive wages right now. Is that something that you're looking at, and what are your concerns with that, if any? And second of all, regarding Social Security, how do we make a justification for dealing with the cash cliff when it seems that all we hear is that Social Security is going to be bankrupt in 10, 15, 20, whatever the latest number is that people are saying? Just be curious to hear your answers to those. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Ray. Rick?
So Ray, remind me the first question. I got focused on your second.
Okay. It was
First
about,
question was on the $15 minimum wage.
Oh, the minimum wage? Yeah, here's the reality. We have agencies in about a dozen states, maybe 10 states, that already have state level laws to either they're already at 15 or moving toward 15.
Good point.
It's going to be phased in over 5 years. Right now, our average wage is $13. And frankly, it's much higher on the services side, and it's lower than that on the manufacturing side, the production side. I will just tell you the optics politically, we would never fight a $15 minimum wage. We would be clobbered, and we're neutral on that. I think we have some agencies that just see the reality is it's you know, they're either there in California or getting there, or state of Washington or Florida or Maryland.
My home state, Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois has it. There are a number of states. We're not going to fight it, and we're just working to help our agency employees be more productive, more efficient, want to help continue to raise their wages. That's what we're all about. Not just pay them a fair wage, a competitive wage, but continue to be able to raise those wages. So, and as a part of it, I'll just mention in the Raise the Wage Act and even in the language that currently is in the stimulus package, it would eliminate 14C. So they're tied together. And I said, earlier very strongly, we want to eliminate 14C, just be done with it. So, and as far as solvency for the trust funds, as I sort of peek over the horizon toward retirement, I think about that. There's two large, well, one's much larger than the other, the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund. Congress is going to have to grapple with this. It's going to have to make changes either to, is it means testing? Is it higher taxes? What is it going to be that's going to provide that backstop for Americans, fulfilling that promise to Americans for decades to come? And be interesting to see if this new administration wants to dip its toe in the water about entitlements and solvency. So.
And I would just say the SSDI trust fund is solvent for the next 60 to 65 years. So they shift things back and forth between the trust funds, but the DI one is okay. Eventually, somebody's going to have to stand up and say, yeah, we've got to increase the withholding for these, or we've got a means test or something. But right now, DI is okay.
Yeah, they solved it for now. You're right, Eve. And because also the numbers have sort of plateaued and have dropped. And that's another reason for that. So yeah, they take care of one trust fund, but the other one needs addressing for sure.
Okay, your next question's from Melissa. You may unmute. Melissa?
Hello. I was just wondering what the name of the Stop Wait Coalition website would be, if you happen to have it.
It'll hopefully be up tomorrow, and it's called stopthewaitnow.org.
And we will be sure to share that with our ACB members.
All right. Charlene, you may unmute. Charlene, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. My question really, I don't think probably anyone can answer, but I like to put it out there. I have long wondered why this country cannot have a healthcare system such as what is done in Germany and even in Britain, where you have a national health service. Everyone can go to the doctor whenever they want. If you work, you are required to be in some kind of an insurance plan. You can choose to be in one, or you can be in the general one. Taxes, I understand, I realize, because I lived in Germany for several years, are higher. But they don't have all these problems that we have in this country with who gets what benefit and whatever. I was blind. Even as an alien, not a citizen, I was entitled to health care. I was entitled to free health care. I was entitled to free prescriptions. And I've just wondered if anybody has any idea why we have never been able to do this in this country. Thanks. Oops. No.
All right. Would anyone like to tackle that one?
This is Sarah Brown with Prevent Blindness.
Sure.
I am not sure where to start because I think we all kind of, bash our heads against the wall every once in a while when some sort of new complex policy that affects our national healthcare system, arises in Congress. Even as we were just talking about, the solvency of the Medicare Trust Fund, I was debating on my end of things if I should jump in and mention that, that has to do with the Medicare Part A side of things, which is the trust fund that doesn't necessarily impact Part B, which is the premiums and the physician services. And there's also two other parts, Part C and Part D. I think that's probably a good illustration of, just everything and maybe possibly a microcosm of just our system. I think from my perspective and just some things that I have observed is, administrative costs for healthcare is a big driver of some spending issues. I think that's only one side of things. We can't even get our healthcare systems to talk to each other. So, to use an analogy that a colleague of mine used to say all the time, who is a particular expert in healthcare information technology, if you go to Jiffy Lube, they can tell you the last time you got your car serviced and what kind of services you got and et cetera, but there's no way to tell that information from a patient perspective. So it's really difficult to know what to tell your doctor in terms of what you've had, what kind of medications you've had, who is your doctor, et cetera. It's such a multifaceted question, and it is frustrating. I will say, without getting too much into it, the politics of heading in that direction really is. It really is. It causes a lot of inertia with this kind of policy debate, and so I think that's probably one of the biggest sticks in the wheel right now is just, the politics of just making those decisions. I will say too, just on a final note, one particular article that I was reading, and this is just anecdotal, was that the COVID-19 pandemic and just how difficult it's been to get vaccines and get the care you need, et cetera, and just the costs that are associated with everything, is really starting to turn a lot of minds towards, at least from the consumer side of things, toward a national healthcare system of some kind. But I think everything is just going to be very incremental, just until, some of these bigger ideas, come to fruition probably 100 years from now. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, Sarah. And Paul, I want to turn to you really quick, just to talk from a politics and advocacy perspective. Our questioner was asking about some pretty big changes. A lot of time from policy perspectives, we're nibbling around the edges, trying to make incremental improvements. Just in your experience, what sort of effort or undertaking would be involved politically to make a change like that to the American system?
Obviously there's a lot of interest in trying to shift our healthcare priorities and supports. It's a huge topic of debate and conversation at the national level. I will tell you from the blindness system perspective, we have engaged both times that there were significant changes proposed in the way our healthcare system is structured over the last, in my time, which is now getting to be kind of long in the DC run. So back in 93, 94, in the early days of the Clinton administration, and back in 2009 and 10, in the efforts that led to the Affordable Care Act, both instances, this isn't directly addressing her question, but we were trying to change some of the systems so that supports could be more easily provided through Medicare, for example, or through a restructured healthcare program for services needed by people who are blind, especially seniors who are blind. And of course, ACB has continued to pick up that work in trying to shift Medicare priorities, for example. But I think there's a lot of people interested in making this kind of change, and the disability community is probably got one of the best messages to convey about the challenge of the way we currently construct healthcare, the hoops we make people go through, the fact that we really don't have a system that supports health. It's a disease care system. I could tick off all the Bernie Sanders, and he's right, all of the things that he advocates and all of the criticisms of our current system, that are there. But I will say, just from our standpoint, even trying to shift the mammoth systems that we have toward services that would be usable and useful for people who are blind has not been easy. And so trying to make the larger changes is of course, hugely challenging, huge budget challenges, huge expense challenges. And I think we heard a lot of that during the debates, particularly in the Democratic primaries, where that topic was heavily covered in the 2020 presidential race.
All right, Sheila, I think we have time for one more question.
Okay, Tom, you may unmute.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I have a comment and a question about going back to accessible voting. I do enjoy going to the polling places and voting, and I've never had a problem since I've been blind, except for one time, but that got fixed quite quickly. I tried to do early voting and they didn't know what to do with me, but they got that fixed. Anyway, a lot of my friends are ex-military. A lot of my friends have worked overseas. Their question to me is, why isn't the blind community have access to the same overseas website that active overseas military and people that work overseas? Why don't we have access to that website to vote and just send it in as an email as they do? Thank you.
Eve, would you like to begin with that one? Not
I
directly
would
related
love
to
that.
stop the wait, but you've been
No, I do a lot of accessible voting litigation. Yeah, that's an excellent question that I have asked many times. And our biggest argument in many cases is, look, you can't tell me that it is an undue burden or fundamental alteration to let blind people vote electronically when you let military voters vote electronically. We are not less secure than the military voters, nor are we less secure than the people who voted from the space station. Legally, you are perfectly correct. We should at least be able to do what the UOCAVA voters, the military voters, do. The problem has been that the military voting systems are also not accessible. They're electronic, but they're not accessible. So, yes, it's a very good argument. There's no real legal response. And so we continue to make that argument.
And John, is there anything that you would like to add on this topic?
Well, so neither ACB nor NFB, and we're not trying to eliminate your option to vote in person. We want
Correct.
to make sure actually that you have that option, and that we have plenty of machines to make sure that we can do so privately, independently, and preserve a secret ballot. And otherwise, as Eve indicated, we're perplexed about why there's so much pushback about something that seems so reasonable.
Yes, and to be frank, we support a full catalog of voting options. Some may work better for folks with mobility or dexterity impairments. Others may work better for folks with vision loss, and we want voters to be able to choose the voting method that best meets their needs. And for our questioner, Tom, I'll also point out on our panel yesterday with local election officials, Amelia Powers Gardner from Utah County, Utah, pointed out that the UOCAVA statute and the local carve out in the state of Utah for that statute is what gave her the ability in her county to expand access to voters with disabilities. This has also been a successful provision when getting legislation passed in the state of West Virginia, or pursuing legal actions and preliminary injunctions in several states like North Carolina.
Yep.
So it is a useful quiver, or a useful arrow in our quiver, but it is not a one-size-fits-all solution, as the voting systems in all states and many localities are designed differently. So it's a great question and something that we all need to keep in mind. And at this point, I'd like to thank our panelists for joining us here today. Thank you so much for sharing your priorities in the 117th Congress. We look forward to working with you and collaborating on these issues and hopefully share our joint success with our ACB members in the future. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clark.
Hey, Clark, everyone.
And Rick Morin, at this point, now that we've concluded Q&A, I'd like to cue up the video from the American Foundation for the Blind. No sense having our panelists stick around while a video plays of another organization's priorities.
Hello, ACB members. I'm Sarah Malaire, Senior Advisor for Public Policy and Research at the American Foundation for the Blind. I apologize that I couldn't be there live today, and I know that Stephanie Inert, Chief Public Policy and Research Officer, also sends her best regards. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for this chance to talk a little bit about some of our policy work. It's always a pleasure to join you. As you may know, over the last year, AFB has shifted to focusing on COVID work. Our research has really informed our policy priorities in this area. And so I want to extend a thank you to ACB and to any attendees today who may have shared or participated in the Flatten and Accessibility or Access and Engagement research studies. We've released 2 reports so far, and we've got a third forthcoming. Flatten and Accessibility was our first COVID survey that looked at adult experiences early in the pandemic, and it had over 1,900 participants. Access and Engagement looked at student and professional experiences and had over 1,400 participants. The second round of A&E is still being analyzed, and we hope to have a third round later this spring. Because of the thousands of participants, we have an extraordinary amount of data that we haven't had before about a wide array of blind and low vision educational and daily experiences. We're still working on further analysis and publications, and these should provide a better understanding of the communal experiences and the needs of the community. Very little of the data is surprising. COVID's created some new barriers, but more than anything, it has magnified the barriers that we've known about for years. From difficulties with transportation, technology and accessibility, lack of attention to the unique needs of people with disabilities, and fear of discrimination. Here are just a couple of the findings that really have been informing our policy work. First, 68% of respondents were concerned about transportation. Some of the top concerns were safety when using transportation services, concern that the respondent would not be able to get themselves or a family member to a test center or health facility, and concern that transportation services have been or will be cut in their community. A second big issue in 2020 was voting. Although 91% of the adult participants said they were registered to vote, 39% were unsure if they had an accessible voting system, and 23% reported that they did not have an accessible system. In education, 43% of students attending online had difficulty or were unable to access online programs because of their visual impairment. Also, students had tools at school that they did not have access to at home. There were also bright spots, of course. For example, we learned how better communication between families and teachers may improve services to blind kids, and how the pandemic may create opportunities for more communication and open doors to engaging families in the services that children are receiving. We are continuing to use this data to advocate for appropriate COVID response policies. Here's a few of those priorities. We're in a place where we're shifting from emergency responses to considering the effect of the pandemic and its societal and the societal changes that are going to come out of it and in this so-called new normal. For example, we're using the experiences of COVID to push for more accessibility and usability in educational technology. Now that schools have used technology for 100% of instruction, we know that teachers will inevitably adopt different tools in normal in-person classroom practice. We want to be sure that these tools do better with accessibility going forward than they have so far. We'll also be paying attention to similar challenges in ongoing disparities in broadband and device availability, telehealth accessibility, and the accessibility of the job search. One data point from our surveys was that 1 in 5 respondents who had used telehealth found it to be inaccessible. And that's pretty significant when so many healthcare services are moving online. We can't talk about COVID and education, though, without paying attention to learning loss and the return to school. We'll be working with partners on creating a path to restoring learning opportunities for blind and low vision children. At the end of last year, 13% of students did not receive educational services during the COVID-19 pandemic. 61% had attended school online. And with the data point that I gave earlier, 43% attending online, having difficulty accessing online programs because of their visual impairment. We know that there are gaps in the instruction that students have had over the last year. And time without instruction can mean that students miss not only opportunities for academic learning, but access to the expanded core curriculum and services like orientation and mobility. Students will need ongoing evaluation and potentially revisions of their IEPs, and in some cases, extended school years to make up for lost learning. All of these are going to take staffing, guidance, coordination, and funding, and we'll keep pushing to make sure that those are available to students. Another big COVID priority is, of course, vaccines. We're advocating for the removal of transportation barriers to accessing COVID-19 testing and vaccines. With an understandable focus on the distribution challenges, states have largely not prioritized getting people to the vaccine yet. And we'd like to see better partnerships for transportation to those sites, as well as establishing more mobile vaccines. We know that there are other barriers: lack of information, the need to arrive in a vehicle to a drive-through facility, a lack of existing transportation infrastructure. There's legitimate fear about using shared vehicles. There's a dependence on family and friends, and ongoing healthcare discrimination, all of which make it harder for people to get access to the vaccines that they need. We know that there are bright spots. Congress has allocated transit relief funding that can be used to fill gaps in vaccine access. And FEMA's public assistance program is working to secure 15 mobile vaccination units. But with so many transit deserts, many more units and many more solutions will be needed to bring resources to these communities. Of course, we're always looking beyond COVID to create a world of no limits for the blind and low vision community. COVID-19 will eventually become an endemic, not a pandemic disease, and we want to strive for the best possible world that we can imagine. We're continuing research projects on technology in the workplace, guide dog usage, and medical accessibility that may shape our policy work in the years to come. We're continuing a focus that we started a few years ago on transportation that seeks to remove significant barriers to independent living for older adults and to employment. Alongside ACB, we are working with members of Congress to pass the Disability Access to Transportation Act and the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. We're calling for more transit operations funding to prevent significant long-term cuts to transit that might come out of COVID. And we're always attentive to ensuring autonomous vehicles will be accessible. A couple other priorities, of course, are finally securing the adoption of website accessibility regulations by the Department of Justice that we hope will have a ripple effect for digital inclusion. And additionally, we support community-wide efforts to pass the Transformation to Competitive Employment Act and support policies to improve access to competitive integrated employment. AFB continues to work with new partners to expand pathways to the workforce, and our policy priorities will follow from the direction we ultimately pursue for better workforce programs. It is always a pleasure to speak with the members of ACB. The partnership between ACB and NFB is really important to us, and we look forward to mutually supporting our policy objectives in the coming year. On behalf of AFB, we all wish you the best of luck with your advocacy meetings this week, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
All right, thank you to the American Foundation for the Blind for sharing that message with us and our members. So folks, here we are towards the end of day 2 of the legislative seminar. We will have another session beginning here shortly. Just as an overview, if there are any lingering questions about the legislative imperatives, as well as scheduling meetings or what to do in meetings with your members of Congress. So please stay tuned for that. And just to recap, the American Council of the Blind legislative imperatives for this year, the message that we'll be carrying to our policymakers here in the coming days include, as AFB noted, the Disability Access to Transportation Act, creating a paratransit pilot program to increase the usability of paratransit services, as well as increase grant funding for transportation programs and provide a more accessible complaint process at the Department of Transportation, and complete, much like Sachin Pavithran, the executive director of the U.S. Access Board mentioned this morning, but requiring a completion of the public rights-of-way accessibility guidelines. One of our other legislative imperatives is the reintroduction and passage of the Medicare Demonstration of Coverage for Low Vision Devices Act, which would create a 5-year pilot demonstration program for the coverage of expensive and costly low vision devices through Medicare. This bill is funded at $2.5 million a year for 5 years, or $12.5 million total. And the purpose of this legislation is to have data points for research so that we can show the benefits of covering low vision devices for individuals experiencing vision loss, our older members in the older population who are losing vision but still want to live independently and in the community. This bill, once passed, will help provide that data so that we can go back to Congress for a more full-throated endorsement of low vision device coverage. And our final legislative imperative for 2021 is the Exercise and Fitness for All Act, creating guidelines and putting in place requirements for accessible exercise and fitness equipment to go along with the accessibility guidelines that already exist for the public places of accommodation, like gyms and fitness centers, and also to provide accessible services and training in those facilities as well. But as you just heard from our national blindness partners, this is only a fraction of the work that we will be doing this year, and the work that we will be reaching out to our members for support to help us push forward. So as we schedule these meetings, as we champion these legislative imperatives, this is not meant to be a one-time meeting, a one-time phone call with staff and our members of Congress, but this is either the beginning or the continuation of building a relationship, becoming a trusted resource for the staff and our members of Congress, so that when there are issues that impact the blindness community, they know that they can reach out to ACB and our members. And when there are issues facing you all in your local communities at your affiliate level, or us as the American Council of the Blind, we know that we have trusted partners that we can reach out to express the impact of these issues, and of course, share our personal stories to illustrate to them and paint a picture on the impact of these policies. And as I stated earlier today, the legislative imperatives, as well as the one-pager that you can leave behind with your members as you have these meetings, those are available on the ACB website for the DC leadership meetings, as well as the legislative seminar. Also available on the website and being shared over the ACB leadership and president's lists is the Hill feedback form. And we strongly encourage all affiliates to complete one feedback form for every meeting that you have, so that we have an understanding of how receptive to these issues the staff and the offices with whom you spoke are, but also to give us a sense of what other issues they are interested in and that we should bring to them as they arise later this year. The Hill feedback form you can find on the website, and you can email it to us at advocacy@acb.org. And the legislative imperative one-pager also available on the website. We strongly recommend emailing that, a copy of that, to the staff or the member with whom you're arranging these meetings, either in advance of the meeting or as a great excuse to send that thank you and follow-up email once your meeting occurs. Once again, I would like to thank our sponsors for the DC Leadership Meetings and Legislative Seminar, JP Morgan Chase, Vispero, and Vanda Pharmaceutical. I'd like to thank all of our partners, the National Blindness Organizations with whom we just spoke, the folks from the Department of Health and Human Services and Federal Communications Commission, the U.S. Access Board, the Department of Transportation, and the Election Assistance Commission, our partners striving to improve accessibility in government services, as well as regulations for the private sector. And speaking of the private sector, a big thank you to our partners, the airline industry, the autonomous vehicle industry, as well as communications and broadband companies like Verizon and Comcast, from whom we heard today, the ITEM Coalition, and just everyone else that I might have missed. There's so many. Again, we've had more than 45 invited guest speakers on the soon to be 18 sessions that we've conducted over these 2 days. So I don't want to leave anyone out, but a big thank you to everyone for making this possible. We'll stick around for another hour to answer any questions about the imperatives and Hill meetings. And then please carry these imperatives, share your personal stories, and build relationships with our congressional representatives and their staff. So at this time, I would just like to say thank you, everyone. And as always, keep advocating.
And Clark, this is Dan. I just have to say a final, as we move into our tricks and tips, thank you so much for just an amazing, enlightening, productive, and collaborative 2 days. Really, it was fostering voice, choice, and community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. And I look forward to next year when we can go back to one day in person.
I understand. I understand.
No, we all know that.
I'm sure it will be a hybrid, sir.
Yeah, we all know that won't happen. Cindy pointed it out today. What an impact building community and being able to reach people through modern technology and ACB radio and have all this content archived as podcasts. There's no going back, and we at ACB are flexible and innovative enough to meet that challenge.
And the collaboration and the expertise in the last panel with all of our community partners was just sensational. Yeah, that was great.
And it really highlights all the various ways that our organizations work together. There might be an issue where one organization is at the tip of the spear, just because there are, as we heard, there were even questions about issues not pertaining to areas of focus. There are so many issues that we could be focusing on, right? And it's too much for one organization to be at the vanguard on every issue. So that's why it's important for us to build coalitions and work collaboratively with these other organizations so that we can try to accomplish as much as possible.
I completely agree. And I love the whole idea of, reaching out to your representatives and your senators here over the next few days and asking them if they're a member of the Vision Caucus and if they'd like to join or like more information about that. What a just a great, just basic suggestion. That's a very easy ask.
Absolutely.
So
All right, well,
is the idea here then for us to be kind of an open communications channel here for people to call in and ask their questions?
yep, I think that's our intent. I think we still have our Zoom host.
You do,
And
Clark. You're
great.
still stuck with me.
Thank
Well,
you so much, Sheila. And I guess, well, let's start. Sheila, before we open it up, how, and both you and Dan, actually, I know Debbie Grubb has been arranging meetings for the Florida Council of the Blind. Are you all set for these next few days?
We're pretty together. Yes, we have 4 teams, and there's an average of 5 per team, I think, give or take. And Debbie, I believe, has all of our appointments scheduled. My team has 2 tomorrow. Dan is on a separate team from me. But it's looking really good for Florida. I am so proud. So
Yeah, I think it's really going to be exciting, and we're getting together tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock just to kind of powwow and make sure, you know, everybody, especially for the newer folks, they're feeling comfortable. And we've kind of got a couple of seasoned folks with a few newbies in on each team. So I think that will hopefully make everybody comfortable. And as you're saying, kind of spread the load around where one person doesn't have to do all the talking.
yeah, so it's very exciting for me because, like I said, we do, well, like Dan just said, you know, each team's got at least two seasoned members and then a few new. So this will be exciting for all of us.
And if Debbie's listening, I'd love for her to call in and just share with us, you know, how she felt the whole process this year of making appointments, and if, you know, the pandemic had much of an impact on the ability to schedule. And did they all come in the last 3 days, or have people been receptive throughout the, you know, the last couple of weeks? So it would, you know, be interesting for us to hear that feedback from a lot of our affiliates out there, and how they're finding the process.
Yeah, and for anyone that is in the room and on the phone, to raise your hand is Alt Y on a computer, on a PC. On a Mac, it's Option Y. On a smartphone, it's on the screen. Just tap, raise your hand. And on a landline, it would be *9. So we do have some hands raised. So Christine, you may go ahead.
I was just curious, since Barbara Raimondo wasn't here today to talk with us, I would presume that she'd be talking about Cogswell Macy, and I was just wondering, where is that right now and what's happening with it? Has anybody?
Yep. So Barbara Raimondo, along with Mark Reichert and the Cogswell Macy Steering Committee, held a kickoff event last Tuesday, and that was actually streamed over ACB radio as well. They had, I think, around 200.
I was going to say around 200 people participated.
Yeah, over 200 attendees on that kickoff event. Their Hill meetings are this week as well. I believe tomorrow, much like Prevent Blindness. So it could be that Barbara just got wrapped up in preparations for that event. So we are looking for bipartisan reintroduction of the Cogswell Macy Act in both the House and the Senate, trying to build up those co-sponsors. ACB is a member of the Cogswell Macy Steering Committee, so we will have more information to our members about this legislation. And the plan for Cogswell Macy, and I guess the strategy is the same as it's been all along, that when the Individual Disability Education Act, or IDEA, is up for reauthorization, and I guess to rephrase it, it is up for reauthorization, but once they get around to actually reauthorizing, and they being Congress, gets around to reauthorizing IDEA, we want to have the Cogswell Macy Act there and ready with bipartisan support so that they can select language from Cogswell Macy to be included in the broader IDEA reauthorization.
And Chris, I was just going to ask you after you're done with your thought, how are things going from Pennsylvania? If you could share that with us.
I have, you know, we divided ourselves into 3 groups, and I have 5 of my 6 people scheduled. I haven't checked with the other 2 groups to see how many they got scheduled. And then we're doing our senators separately. So I haven't gotten an answer on the senators yet.
And Chris, over how many days are your meetings scheduled?
Right now I have them as of tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, and some of them may go into next week, I would presume. I think some of them will for some of the other people. And the other thing I wanted to ask is that kickoff already podcasted so I can listen to it? I was doing other things last week.
I will have to check on that with our folks at ACB Radio. But if it is podcasted, we'll be sure to share that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm starting, I think, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning with my first Zoomie.
Great. And I just
how
heard,
did you like the weekend and how did the event go for you guys?
I'm tired.
Yeah, we feel your pain from that standpoint. Yeah, it's good we're not walking on Capitol Hill because they might have to push me in a cart. Yeah.
Well, but those 10,000 steps were good on Capitol Hill. That's the only time I ever get 10,000 steps in.
Well, that is true. It does. After sitting around the hotel for a few days, you're like a caged animal, ready to go do some walking. That's true.
And Dan and Chris, I did just receive word that in addition to the downloadable Word document for the Hill feedback form, it is now available as a Survey Monkey that you can complete online as well, and then just click submit. So if folks find it easier to complete the Hill feedback form that way, you can either complete it online or you can download it and complete it as a document and then email it to us.
And if you can make them, they probably already thought of this, Clark, but make sure that people can answer the survey more than one time, because many of us will be seeing more than one representative.
And Kelly Gask is sitting right here in the room with me, and she said that is already done. So check.
Good job. Hey, all right. Good job, Kelly.
All right, Melanie, you may go. Melanie, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. I had just stepped away from my phone, so I had to run back. This has been a really wonderful weekend. I've enjoyed all of the sessions and had a really hard time today picking which ones to go to this afternoon. So thank you. And I'm doing this in a whole new state this year. So I am really looking forward to trying to I haven't got my meetings yet. So, but I'm working on it, and I'm looking forward to getting meetings with offices I've never worked with before. So it'll be interesting. But I do have a question. Do we have a list of the people, the members of Congress who are currently members of the Vision Caucus? And is anybody working to try specifically to get new freshman members of Congress interested in vision issues? I know that in the past couple of years, there's been a fairly large freshman class each time after the last two congressional elections. And I was just curious as to whether the Vision Caucus has, if they have perhaps made an effort to reach out to those new members specifically to see if they can interest them in joining. Thanks.
Yeah, so and hang on, Melanie, because I want to ask you some questions as well.
Okay.
With the Vision Caucus, they should have a website, and we can look for that and link to it as I look in Kelly Gask's direction. The royal we.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
And
I use that
should
we
be
a
able to
lot.
find that
Yes.
and link to it.
Yeah.
Link to it from the event website. But your question about the reaching out to freshman members, I think that really goes into what we're working with Prevent Blindness now on, recruiting members for the Vision Caucus so that we can use the Vision Caucus as a means of reaching out and sharing information broadly with those members. So that's my answer on with that regard. To your point about it being difficult to choose which sessions to attend today, and if you were like many of us here in the ACB national office, you had your, I don't want to say her name, but your Echo device playing live stream and ACB Link playing mainstream so that you could keep one ear to both sessions as they were going. But the great folks at ACB Radio will be getting these sessions set up as podcasts.
Outstanding.
It's
I was
also
hoping you'd say that.
available on social media, the Facebook and YouTube live videos. So we do have this content archived for later viewing and enjoyment.
I was hoping you'd say that. Thanks.
And then Melanie, one question for you. So you are in a new state, you're setting up meetings with your state affiliate, but I'm curious if your special interest affiliate is doing any meetings as well, specifically Guide Dog Users Incorporated.
Well, I haven't, specifically talked to them about it, but I do know that there are several people who are participating who are a member of my special interest affiliate as well as other state affiliates. So, so yes, I'm sure that both the interests of guide dog users and the state affiliates will be on the minds of all of our members as we talk to our officials, because there are some service animal / guide dog issues that we have concerns about. And thank you very much for the panels yesterday where those were discussed, because a number of things came out of those panels that I think some of us will be wanting to talk to both the federal agencies about some more, and members of Congress as we move forward into this year.
Great. Thank you so much, Melanie.
Thank you.
All right. Leslie.
You, Clark, great weekend. I echo everybody else. I think the Spoon household is tired. So, but a great weekend. Getting ready to walk on Capitol Hill. I've actually still been working out. I don't know about Dan, where he's been. He said he's, I'm not quite sure. But I just wanted to ask you one quick question about the exercise bill. Are those senators and the representatives still involved? Are they still, could we reference them? I looked at it on the website last night, and there's like 5 of them, and I didn't know if are they still co-sponsoring? I know it'll be new bill numbers, but are they still interested, like for the low vision one, that you still have Maloney and Gus Billirakis? So that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, so that is our understanding. And the primary office in the Senate is Senator Duckworth from Illinois. And the Senate is a little bit behind this year. They've been a little bit distracted with the events of January. So and as we heard from our guest Charles Cooper yesterday, there's a lot of nominations at the beginning of a new administration that go through the Senate. So the Senate's a little bit log jammed at the moment, but Senator Duckworth's office does plan to reintroduce the Exercise and Fitness for All Act. And I do not have confirmation on reintroduction in the House, but with all of the great work that our members are doing, I'm sure that Congress will hear that this is a priority, and they'll know that they must reintroduce the Exercise and Fitness for All Act. But also, Leslie, I hope you're not too tired, because there is a community event this evening on
and you didn't invite
tips and
me.
tricks.
I was sad. I was very saddened. You did not invite me.
you participated over the summer. We've other ACB members want to turn as well. So it's
I'm
Sheila
just
Styron,
joking
Jeff
with
Bishop,
you.
and
I
Gabe
had to put
Griffith
you on
will
the
be
hot
leading
seat.
it.
I had to put you on the hot seat sometime today. I hadn't talked to you all day, so it's no big deal. I taught at 3:30, so I'm good. Yeah, I'll probably tune in. Exercise is near and dear to me, so.
And I'm sure they'd love your input on that session as well.
Yeah, good luck. Great job as usual. Good job to Dan and Eric and everybody else too. So great, exciting. I miss seeing everybody, and I hope we're in person next year. So keep up the great work. Keep advocating, Clark.
Thanks, Leslie.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Clark, Sheila, I was going to say, I did hear on C-SPAN last week that there were, and I was kind of surprised when they said it, but there were 60 new members of Congress this year, and five representatives from Florida. So more turnover than you realize. Yeah.
Exactly.
Jamaica.
Yes, this is Jamaica Miller, and I totally wish that I could have been down. Totally wish I could have been down in Florida or up in Illinois, so that I could have had, so that I could have had a little more help with the letters to the Congress people, because I'm having a hard time figuring out how to write to the person right now, and it's very difficult because Georgia just has six people that have decided, 5 others besides me, but they didn't decide on the teams or anything, so that leaves everybody on their own to try to get all these scheduled, and it has not been a good experience for me. I can tell you that. So that's where I am at. I contacted the scheduler, but now I've got to figure out how to write a new letter to a whole nother person to figure out what I need to say on all of this, and I'm not having much luck. So
all right, Jamaica, well, we're happy to work with you on that here this week, so that we can ensure that you're able to meet with your representatives. If you could, I'd ask that you send me an email at advocacy@acb.org, so that I can follow up with you and we can ensure that you're put in contact with the members how many, I guess, of the members of Congress in Georgia, how many are you reaching out to?
I'm just reaching out to one at this.
Okay.
So
to one.
Can I jump in, Clark?
Absolutely,
your
Cindy.
representative?
So we have a letter that was written up, and gosh, Jamaica, I'd be happy to help you. So we have a letter that was sent to all of our presidents of affiliates that was really drafted up so that you just have to kind of plug in who it's to and who it's from, kind of, and like your state, you know what I mean? And I would be happy to, if you and I maybe could talk on the phone in the morning, and I would help write it for you and send it to you, and you can send it off. What do you think?
That would be very helpful, Cindy.
I would be so happy to do that, Jamaica.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but this is my very first time of doing anything with this, and
we're community. We can help
we
you
all
out.
start
And maybe
somewhere.
even Cindy and Jamaica, when you get ready to do it, you guys could do it as a team.
Yep, I'd be happy to even help you with it. I'd happy to go with you, whatever you need.
Thank you so much for this. Thank you.
You bet. You bet.
Jamaica, thank you.
Give me a call after 9 a.m., okay?
I will.
Okay, honey.
Thank you.
You bet.
Bye,
Sorry,
you have another hand back here on the panelist side. I don't know if you saw me. You probably didn't. It's tough.
No, I'm in the attendees.
In the attendees.
Okay,
Go ahead, Larry. What do you have to say there, Larry?
It's funny, in my experience, and I'm a brand new virgin person in this particular aspect. I've never done this before. In fact, I had some reservations because I hadn't done this before, and Jeff Tom is heading up the CCB effort, and he said, no, do it. He said, because he knows me, and I know he knows me. I've got a big mouth, and I'm happy to chat and talk and learn. I mean, that's what life is all about. And so I jumped in, not knowing anything really about what was going to happen. I knew about the imperatives. And all of a sudden, I saw what I love in life as I get older. It's all about structure. It's all about, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. Here are steps A, B, C, D, E, F, G to do it. We saw the sample letter and we built teams. And as, by the way, in California, we've got, I think there are 31 or 32 people in 15 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 4 of us on my team. I am the lead, and none of us have done this before on the team. None of us.
Oh.
And we got together for a role play at the whole meeting, everybody, and not just the team, but everybody. And then I had our team break off into we've done 5 or 6 meetings since then where we've done role plays, and all of us didn't know exactly what we were doing, but we traded parts. Sometimes I was the rep. Sometimes I was the guy doing part of the imperative because we split it so that not everybody had to do all of them. And now we have 3 or 4 different meetings on Friday. And by the way, I think this will be the very first time at 6:30 a.m. in the morning that I'm in a suit. But I am, and video is up, and so we'll see how that goes. But it's been a fascinating experience for me, so much so that even if we do it virtually next year, or we happen to get the chance to go back to Washington D.C., I'd be happy to do it.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks for sharing that, Larry.
We'd love to see how it all works out for you, Larry. That's wonderful.
I've downloaded the feedback form, sent it to my team, and you'll see it.
That's what I like to hear. And Dan, this really drives home a great point about this year's virtual event. How many new people are getting involved? It's not just the folks that the affiliates can afford to send to DC for the leadership training, but we're reaching a lot of new members and getting a lot of new people involved, and everyone's at a different starting point, but everyone starts somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the next person, Dan, is a newbie too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cassandra. You may unmute. She's a new person.
Second vice president of the Florida Council of the Blind, Cassandra.
Cassandra?
So
there you go.
There she is.
I thought that was interesting that the young lady came on, because my question actually was for Rick and for Dan to tell us about the first time they had to go on the Hill and what their experience was, because I think people sometimes, especially new people, although when I was in high school, I went to something called Close Up. And so that's exactly what we did. We went and talked to representatives, and we met the president at that point, and had a little dinner and ate weird food and all that good stuff. But I thought it would be interesting just to hear what Alexa, shut up. Sorry, I'm also cooking dinner and it decided to go off. To hear, what it was for you guys, because you guys have been doing it for 100 years and you do it all the time, and it helps us to know that it's okay to be nervous, and it's okay to not know what you're doing, and it's okay to, to be to not be able to be perfect. And so I'm gonna pick on Dan because he's my buddy. And so Dan, could you tell us a little bit about the first time you went on the Hill and what it was like for you, and some of the tricks as you guys used in the beginning that help you to overcome that. And then of course, Rick, I want you to do the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, Clark. Yeah.
Clark, I don't know. I've been talking to him all day.
Rick's our radio. We all know Rick.
I know.
Yeah, we all know Rick.
Yep.
Yeah, but
what do you mean not Rick? Come on, Dan.
Well, Rick, you can chime in too.
Hey, everybody, I don't care.
Yeah.
Cindy, you can do it too. I
I'm-
just want to know kind of, what it's like, because as a new person doing this, we think, oh gosh, we got to fill these big shoes of all these people who've been doing it for a long time. And we need to know sometimes just that it's
Thank you
okay
for
to be
thank
us.
you for yelling at your Alexa. You shut mine down too.
That was
Thanks.
funny.
Appreciate it.
Cassandra, I'll go first, and then we'll let Rick and Clark and Sheila give you their thoughts too. I think it was maybe 11 years ago, Leslie and I did it for the first time. And we had two wonderful mentors, Debbie Grubb and Paul Edwards. So the first time we went over to the Democratic National Headquarters and met a guide who was a friend of Debbie's from Maryland. So that was our first really concern, is how the heck are we going to get from office to office? So, after a while, we got a little more comfortable with asking interns and people to help guide us, and you kind of get to know the buildings a little bit. But we were extremely nervous. I'd say the first 2 or 3 sessions, we did more listening than we did talking. We just said hi. But what you quickly realize, first of all, most of these folks are between the ages of 25 and 35. So they're, they're young folks. Could be your children or your nieces or your nephews, and so you realize they're very professional. They're there to do a job. This is what they do all day long. And when you start losing your apprehension even when you're in the office waiting, because there's 2 or 3 other groups waiting around there with you, and you realize, oh, they're just people like us. and what really became evident very quickly to Leslie and I is they really do appreciate the personal stories. They do really appreciate that you're there with a cause, and our stuff is not really controversial. It truly isn't. It's blind people putting legislative imperatives out there to help other blind people. And so I don't know. It went from being nervous, but that by the end of the first day of doing it, you're like, oh man, this is fun. This is cool. You kind of build momentum as the day goes along. So yeah. So I don't know. What are your all's
Rick, how about you?
experiences?
It's funny. The first meeting I went to, and I'll never forget this. Like Dan, I was very, very nervous. And I go in, and I don't remember which representative it was. I've done all my work on the representative side. But the first thing they did was they offered me a chocolate bar. And I said, whoa, hey, it just calmed me down like you would not believe. But it was really a very comfortable thing for us. Like Dan said, I was with people that had done it before. So I was kind of, in an observe mode and watching and taking cues from other folks. But it didn't take long before I started to tell my story. And, everybody I was with was blind, and I was low vision. So I had a unique angle that they didn't have. And the people were very, very engaged, exchanged, business cards at the end. It just was I left there just feeling good after every one of these meetings. So just be yourself, tell your story, and that's the real trick to it. It really is.
Yeah, and everyone in Florida at least wants to offer you a glass of orange juice. So after about the first 3 or 4 appointments, you have to say no, because then you're going to have to find the bathrooms.
Yeah, in Massachusetts, you're lucky if they give you a cup of water.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
Okay. So mine, I think that what impressed me the most is that one, they were very kind when they met with us, and they saw us as the expert. That's how they treated us. We were the expert. We were the ones that knew what we wanted to talk about, and they just seemed to be engaged listeners. whether they were or not, because we couldn't read the body language, but they did listen, right? They did. I mean, they were there. They gave us the attention that we needed. And the one that was the most impressive for me was Representative Norm Dix. He was in my district, and went to his office, and we actually got to meet with him, which was pretty great, and got to go into this big room and sat on big fluffy couches, and it was just really just very, and his assistant came in and offered us a glass of water, and then they were more than helpful with getting us to the right direction when we left the office. And I think that that's what I recall the most in that beginning times, was just how kind overall people were, whether it was even the office that you were visiting or somebody else that might find you wandering the halls. They're just all people, and willing to step up for the most part. And I'm sure others have had some other response, but that's how it was for me. And I think that just the reminder that when you're going with your story, and that is what's so compelling, and that's what they'll remember. And so just be genuine, and you don't need to sound like you're an attorney or something like that. You just need to be you and put it in your words, because that's what's going to resonate with them.
Well, I will say I was a flippin' nervous wreck.
I remember you a couple of years ago. It was unlike you.
I
Sheila.
was, oh my gosh, I was so nervous. And I, like Dan said, I was fortunate. I went with Dan and Leslie, so I was very fortunate and followed their lead. And what was so interesting to me was a few of them would say, well, this is so interesting. I wasn't aware that, my mother has diabetes, and I wasn't aware that this was an issue. And my grandmother has macular degeneration, and oh my gosh, this could be her. And then our last appointment for the day that year was with the representative, what's her name? From down
Powell. She got defeated this time from South Florida.
Yeah, the one from
Monroe County.
The Key West, the Monroe County. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she walked in and she loved Gabriel's dog, and she said, "I don't care what they want, sign it." And last year it was so cool because half the offices had dogs, so all the dogs were in every office, and we said, can we pet them? Sure, go ahead. And it was just so comfortable. But last year was a little bit easier, but it's still nerve-wracking. So we do have more hands if you want to take them, Clark.
Let's take another hand.
Lynn Carl, go ahead. Oh, well, okay, she lowered her hand, so I guess she didn't want to talk. Betsy, you may
Okay. Dan, Clark, Cindy. Jamaica never called any of us for assistance. She's been on the meetings with us. She received a letter. We're there for her. Please do not think we are letting her flounder on her own. She has to reach out to us. We're not going to call her and say, do you need help? She didn't call any of us. Marsha and Alice have been in DC before. They could have helped her. I could have helped her. Any number of us that are on the committee calling our reps and senators could have helped her. So please understand, Georgia's here for her. She chose to reach out to the national. She doesn't even come on our calls most of the time. She comes to your all stuff for national, but statewide.
Well, we would love to get you all connected so that everyone can have a successful, arrange successful meetings with their members.
But I'm just saying, we are here for her. She didn't contact us.
So we'll help out to get everyone connected. So thank you. Sheila, do we have another question?
Yes, Todd.
Guys, Dan and everybody. I really want to thank you all for this wonderful opportunity to be part of this. I didn't hear all of it. I didn't hear all the presentation, but I did hear enough. And the fact that you guys, do this, it's quite wonderful. And I hope that the virtual part of it at least will continue, because that way I can still participate from home, as I'm not a very good air traveler myself, or I don't I can't travel unless I travel with somebody. So I just want to say a big thank you and keep up the good work.
Oh, and Todd, I'm sure from this point forward, our leadership conferences will be a hybrid. You can count on that. So yeah, well, we're glad you were able to participate this week.
Yeah, like I said, I fell asleep through a lot of it, and I'm sorry about that, but I did enjoy what I heard.
Well, and Todd, I'm sure that many of these sessions will probably be replayed in the future on ACB radio, but also they will be available as podcasts through ACB radio. So you'll be able to find them.
Right. I also understand that ACB radio is going to now become ACB Media. At least that's what I heard.
Just a new name for it. It's going to be the ACB Media Network. So yeah, because we're doing so much more than just what you would call traditional radio now. It's really, moving into so many different platforms.
Okay. But will you be saying that on the stations? Will you be saying media instead of video?
Well, we'll have to address that to Debbie and Rick. So I think that will be a work in progress over a period of time. That won't happen overnight.
Right. And I'm sorry I missed the first session, but I had to sing in a virtual church meeting on Sunday, and that's why I missed the first half. But it was it was great what I heard.
Well, good. Well, we're glad you enjoyed it, Todd. Thanks for being a part.
No problem.
All right, Lynn, you may unmute.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I couldn't find the unmute button. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Well, I'm in a new state too. So, this has really been great. We had meetings. We had teams of each team of 5. We had 5 teams in Washington State, and I was one of them. And I got both my appointments, which was amazing. And what I did with one of them, because I wasn't the constituent, I told one of the people on my team, and both people on this particular team have not done it before. So I kind of have been mentoring them and helping them too. But one of them, I told them, could you please send a message to the legislative staffer? And she did, and she got a call back. So that's how I did it, because a lot of times I want to be hear from the constituents. So I'm actually going to be in 1 senator and 3 representative calls. 1 is my own representative and 2 are not. So I'm really excited, because actually it helped me learn about Washington State, how many representatives there were and stuff like that. I didn't know that before. So I've learned a lot about that kind of stuff.
And how is Washington State doing it? Are you all broken into several different teams?
Yeah, we have 5 different teams,
Mhm.
and we all have leads. So I'm one of the leads. Deb, Denise, Sherry, Frank, and I'm forgetting somebody. And we all have 2 people, because there are 10 representatives. We all had 2 people that we had to send letters to, and
Okay.
I didn't know there was a letter, so I just wrote my own. I've done this so many years, so I just wrote letters to them and asked them if they had flexibility with their time. Mine are going to be 2 tomorrow, 2 Friday, so that worked out very well for me. And
Well, if you have any extra time, reach out to Idaho across the border.
No, but I thought that it was really very, very well done by Sherry, who's the government affairs lead here in Washington. And so she just divided the teams up, the 5 teams up, and then she gave 2 people or 3 people or a few more people on the team who would be under us, who we could mentor. And then what I did is send a message out to my team. I say, hi team, you're on my team. I'm looking forward to working with you, and that kind of stuff. So that's how it worked out.
Well, great. And I think it's really nice that you've got multiple days to do it. You're not trying to do it all in one day. So that's good. Thanks, Lynn.
Yep, you bet.
All
And Dan,
right.
once we get back a good number of Hill feedback forms, we will also be putting out a survey regarding this event. Isn't that correct? On what folks' impressions were, what worked well, areas for improvement, so that we can learn, as we're, Cindy says, laying the tracks as we're also driving the train, for how to improve on something like this in the future.
Yeah, I'd say look for that to come out sometimes maybe the end of next week or the beginning of the week after that, but fairly soon. We want to get it out within the next, 10 days or so before people, kind of lose their memories of the event.
All right, Tom, you may unmute. Tom, you're unmuted.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Dan. Sheila, everybody. I just want to say I'm really new to all this. And over the weekend, yes, Sheila, I was paying attention. I was listening to ACB radio. And the more I listened, the more excited I got. And the more I just kind of listened and just took it all in. And I just want to say I'm just real excited about tomorrow at 9 o'clock and see what goes on and where we go from here. But yeah, it's been quite interesting, and thank you.
Hey, Tom. So
Yeah.
I heard you ask the question there at the end of the last panel. How'd that make you feel to get up there and ask that question to all those panelists?
I know. It's like, should I do this? Should I not? I thought, you know what? I'm just going to raise my hand and ask the question, and it was good. It was good.
That's great.
It was good. It's like, and I appreciated the feedback because it was a very good question and they've been fighting it for years. But yeah, it felt good. It felt really good.
Well, thank you.
Enjoy
another one of our newbies, Clark.
Yeah.
Another one of our Florida newbies.
Enjoy tomorrow. Yeah.
I will. I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic.
Okay, you have no other hands raised.
Well, I didn't realize that I was at a Florida Council of the Blind meeting here.
I guess we've got a lot of advocates. Maybe they're afraid of their president.
Yeah, I am. I did listen to ACB radio, Sheila, though. I was listening.
Good job, Tom.
All right, Sheila, so no other hands?
No, sir.
All right. Well, folks, again, if anyone's having trouble arranging meetings, please reach out to us at advocacy@acb.org. The legislative imperatives and Hill one-pager are available on the DC leadership page of the ACB website, as well as the Hill feedback form, both in Word document, as well as a link where you can complete it online and submit it electronically. Dan, filling out this voting should be as easy as filling out this Hill feedback form, just many different options.
Yep.
Folks can use their assistive technology.
I think please, I echo what Clark says, please return the feedback forms. That is what really completes the deal. That allows the ACB office to, really, collectively pull together all the different comments from our representatives and our senators, and really gives us a pulse of where people's heads are and how they're feeling about this legislation, especially going into a brand new session of the 117th Congress. So please take the time to fill out the forms. It really makes all the difference. And I do want to give a shout out to Alice and Marcia and Betsy and Debbie and everybody from Georgia that, have been so active over all the years walking on the Hill for the Georgia Council of the Blind. We know you guys do a great job, and thank you for all that you do.
That's right. Well, and then before signing off here, just a big thank you again to the folks at ACB Radio, as well as our Zoom hosts, all of the ACB members, the Advocacy Steering Committee, which stepped up really big for panel moderators and hosting community events on accessible apps and fitness here this evening, as well as transportation, doing their monthly event later this week. And Dan, what do we always say?
Let's keep advocating.
Keep advocating.
All right. Have a
job,
good night,
Clark.
everybody. Happy
Thanks,
travels.
Cindy. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks, Rick.
Bye-bye.